After having rolled out of Le Mans a few months ago, we're back at Spa for the start of a brand new season of the Virtual Endurance Championship, round 1 of 8 in what should surely be one of the greatest ever seasons as we go through the end of 2024 and into the first half of 2025. Spa-Francorchamps is the location for our first and opening round, 8 hours the length of the race, and you can see the calendar there. We go to the likes of Sao Paulo, Shanghai, Bahrain where we were at last year, Road America, Sebring, the Nürburgring, and Le Mans. Looks like a fantastic calendar. And myself, rFactor, for the first couple of hours, I'm joined by Vidir Heatley. And Vidir, I mean, this looks like it's going to be a great season and a great opener as well at Spa.
Yeah, Spa, one of the classic endurance tracks, and indeed, as you said, 8 hours here today. We're just beginning in just a few moments. We're heading to Interlagos, as you said. Shanghai will be very fun, Bahrain. And of course, a slight American swing halfway through the season with Road America and Sebring before moving towards the Nürburgring. And of course, the finale at Le Mans. But Spa, just over 7 kilometers. I think it's 7,004 meters, if memory serves me correctly. And this is going to be an incredible race. You've always got to be careful of this section that we're seeing just now, particularly on the first lap, coming up the hill through Eau Rouge and Radion. We've seen many accidents there in the past, and especially with cold tires at the beginning of the race. You need to be careful here. This is the current leader, if you like, in this small warm-up session. Luc Meunier in this Blackhawk racing car, going through Les Combes, the right, the left, and the right before heading back down the hill, the long way, all the way down the hill towards Paul Frere, and then eventually the straight that goes towards Blanchimont and that bus stop chicane. But yes, this is going to be a fantastic race. And of course, new teams, new combinations of drivers as well. But no doubt we will talk about that throughout the race as going through Pouhon now. This double apex left-hander as we are now going to the grid, and we'll see what the results from qualifying were.
Yeah, and we will be able to get ourselves towards race mode. Of course, 8 hours at the start of Season 17. Can you believe we're already on Season 17? It has been such a fantastic championship for so long. And so many of these drivers very well experienced in the VEC. But also, as you mentioned, we've got some new faces. We've got some newer teams that weren't here, particularly in Division 1 last season. We'll have to see how they fare, but everybody just gridding up as we work our way onto the grid. I mean, how difficult is it, Vidir, for these drivers at the start of a brand new season when you've been out for a couple of months to dial in really quickly?
Of course, they will have done all of the preparation necessary, no doubt. But again, yes, it can be difficult because getting used to perhaps these new cars for some teams, particularly as they've changed classes, and also getting used to some new drivers, which you may well have seen in other classes within Division 1 before, but not in your own class. And of course, always some new drivers that are completely new to the VEC. So this is always interesting to deal with. No doubt over a couple of races, the first 2, 3, 4 races, they'll get to know how each person drives. They'll get to know how each car behaves. But it's going to be a little time until they learn this.
Yes, you can just about hear Jimmy letting the drivers know some of the parameters for the opening lap. But we are getting these drivers rolling now. And yeah, Jimmy just finishing off his remarks. Oh, he's not. But we are getting onto the formation lap with all of the drivers and all of the cars. A big grid, I think it's fair to say here, Vidir. We've got 42 cars that'll be dotting themselves around this Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Going to be lots of drama. 3 classes, of course, and this is how they line up. The 2 Goteam cars in first and second, with Jakob and Mel getting us underway. Racing Zone team are third with 10, 8, 9 Racing in fourth. Seawolf Net Race fifth with Blackhawk Racing alongside them on the third row, and the 2 Net Rex cars in 7th and 8th. Looking further on as the grid rolls through, we'll start with the LMP2s. It's Mark Viet and Luca D'Amelio for Blackhawk Racing and Pancourse, who will start on the first row. Sean Clark Racing and CMT Goteam will be on row 2. Rolling on, we've got Hyperion and Arm Cybra, row 3. Valley Esports and Thomas N. Sim Racing, a little bit further back than maybe where they'd want to be, on row 4. Rolling on, a few more LMP2s and hypercars with Goteam Racing, the second of the Goteams, rolling up in what will be P5, or no, P9, sorry, I've got my maths wrong. On-off Racing will be 10th as they all roll through. Hyperion Esports and RFRO SimSport are the two final cars in the LMP2, with Jimmy Lizdler for Satellite Racing and Arda Erchan for Blackhawk Racing being the opening two in the GT3s. Blackhawk again in third with Simfreem in fourth, and fifth with the RAF Esports team in sixth. Rolling through after we've still got 12 more cars. There's so many more teams. Arda Maciol, Custom Motorsport in P29 with MC Motorsport by Biogas P30. Team Iris and 58 will be 5th and 6th in class. 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th will be WRT, Seawolf Net Race, World of Sim Racing Team and Brabham Motorsport. And don't worry, we've still got only 6 more cars to go. You can see them all on the screen. There are so many of them. CRC Commerce Esports, there we go. Sim Racing for Holland will be there as well. Satellite Racing and Team Iris near the back of the field, and then the grid will be rounded out by 2 final cars of One Eco and Tamelli ERT. So, pretty stacked grid here, Vidya. I think there's quite a lot of room for action, quite a lot of room for some drama here in the opening round, and let's see if we can get a clean start, eh?
Yeah, of course, there, especially as you pointed out with these 42 cars around here, 22 in the prototypes put together, 20 in the GT3s, and of course, Spa is an incredibly fast circuit, which means the maximum possibility for speed differences between the classes. They've all got to keep their eyes out, both through the windshield and their rear view mirror, for a lot of this race. On board with that pole position car, Norbert Jakob in that CMT Goteam Racing, lining up beside the teammate. Got to hope there's not going to be any contact in the first lap, but here we go, coming through the bus stop for the final time and about to begin 8 hours of racing here at Spa.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than starting a season by hitting into your teammate as you both start on the first row. So hopefully for the Goteam guys, they will be fine. But through the bus stop, they're about to come, just dipping their way into the first part, dipping their way through the second part, about to go racing. Season 17 of the Virtual Endurance Championship is about to go green. 42 cars on our grid as we do go racing, and what a start in behind. That's a massive jump from one of the drivers in behind. I think that was the driver starting in P4 as they make their way down into turn 1. Could be the race clutch car into P1, or no, it's the 1089 Racing of Nick De Silva who's taken the march. Cars on the road on the outside, cars on the inside. Massive moments off of the line, but what a start from 1089, and they flew off of the line.
Yeah, no doubt that will maybe be looked at considering that speed difference, but no, there was contact immediately coming out of the source, at least for the LMH class. Perhaps there was a little bit more contact further down. No doubt we'll get some replays at some point, but indeed a wonderful start there for Nick De Silva in that 1089 racing car coming through Les Combes. You can see how squirrely all these cars are, particularly with these cold tyres. You can see it's a pretty overcast day here at Spa-Francorchamps, so the track itself will be a little bit colder, which means it's a little bit more difficult to get the heat into those tyres. And we just saw there right in the foreground one of the Netrix hypercars, actually, I think, going very wide.
Yes, a couple of drivers just trying to keep themselves alive on this opening lap. My apologies saying race clutch. My time experience is race clutch, but in fact it is the 1089 racing car of Nick De Silva. You can see him behind though. One of the Goteams being heavily pressured. That is the number 7 car that started from pole, being heavily pressured by Net Race from the back. So massive moments off of the line. An incredible start from Nick De Silva, who just got the launch, found the gap through the middle, and managed to get himself into the lead right off of the line, and has built that gap up relatively comfortably. 1.2 seconds it is as they go through Blanchimont for the first time. Not so big of a gap in the LMP2 or in the GT3 categories, as those categories have stayed relatively close, but you have to give it to Nick De Silva for that move. But in behind though, big move for second place around the outside. That looks like it's going to be Jan Venninger.
Yeah, and coming side by side to finish this first lap, and Jakob appears to have been relegated to third, but will have an opportunity to attack again, maybe at Le Source, deciding not having quite the overlap the Jakob wanted coming into that right-handed hairpin, and then falls back slightly. So this puts Venninger indeed in that Seawolf Medley's car up into second position as they come up the hill. You can see the compression in that suspension as they hit the saddle through Eau Rouge, and then coming along the Kemmel Straight towards Les Combes. And look at the speed difference due to that slipstream.
Yeah, massive gain down that Kemmel Straight from Norbert Jakob, but nothing that he can do for the move in the end, and he will just have to sit behind and try and plug away. But great start from Jan Vennegar in the 23 Seawolf Net Race car. The top two already, not either of the cars that were on the front row to start this race. So an incredible start, but really, really important, I think, for the Goteam cars to try and rebuild. You can see at the back of the category, the number 17 car that started in P2 has already slipped to 8th and last in the category, despite being very, very close, right up towards the back of the 22 Racing Zone car. So still chances, still, I think, lots to unfold in the opening phase of this race before we get into the kind of the rhythm before the first stints. But massive, massive start, particularly if you're Goteam. They didn't quite come together, but they just didn't react early enough, did they?
No, indeed. But you were speaking about good starts for this 1089 car. If you have a look at the GT class, the satellite racing car, almost 3 seconds ahead already of Arda Erkan, that 91 Blackhawk racing car.
Yeah, big gain already, and that gap wasn't it wasn't there about a minute ago when I looked. Yeah, this is what we're looking at from the start. You can just see Moritz Mel just getting swamped really off the line, and there was contact, I think, with him, or no, it was the other car going wide. Oh no, there was contact. There we go. Spoke too soon. There's just two cars, and I don't really think there's anything that Moritz can do there, is there?
No, I think that was the Racing Zone car that came across the nose, at least from that onboard. It was a 22 car, and then it went into the car on the outside, which might have been the Blackhawk number 3. I'm not sure. We'd need to have a look again. Here we go. This is what happened to Nick De Silva. You can see them all on the speed limiter coming out of the bus stop chicane. And the green flag would be called in game, and perhaps both the Goteam cars were caught napping.
Yeah, and they've got a bit of a rebuild to do, I think it's fair to say. But Norbert Jakob in the number 7 car and Moritz Mel on the 17 are more than experienced enough in trying to carry that out for them. Looking at the LMP2 class, they will dip into this with Luca D'Amelio in the Pan course leading the way. A massive gap behind though, but Sean Clark Racing in P2, Hyperion in P3, a couple of established names near the top, and Luca D'Amelio, of course, a driver who is, you know, well known in the community, I think it's fair to say, trying to hold them off at the moment. But a good start from the Pan course car, and just leading the train at the moment. No gaps really forming.
Yeah, a slight gap out there at the front, 0.6 of a second, but yeah, there is a little bit of a train behind, and here we go. This is the GT leader, Jimmy Nusala, and that satellite racing car 3 seconds ahead of the Blackhawk car there in second. You can see how big 3 seconds looks already on this circuit. Jimmy Nusala just there looking after tyres, perhaps looking after fuel, perhaps, and just trying to manage the gap at this point. But as always, when it comes to sim racing, you can never determine what's going to happen in the next, 7 hours 54.
Yeah, a lot can happen in 7 hours 54, can't it? You can fly quite a long way if you were up in the air. But these guys are just trying to fly around the circuit at the moment. And Jimmy and Izzy are doing a fantastic job in that satellite racing. Having that 3-second advantage, it's kind of stalled over the last lap or so, but doing a good job to just make sure that that advantage is solidified and that there is no risk from behind. A couple of other gaps forming, a couple of the gaps breaching a second, I'm thinking between 4th and 5th in the GT3s, and you're seeing a little bit more in the LMP2s as well. But generally the hypercars staying very, very close together off of the start. But worth talking about Jimmy Nizila, because a driver that, you know, we often talk about on broadcast, because satellite racing are often involved in the action throughout the season. So I think he'll be pleased to not be talked about too much if he can kind of pull away for satellite racing and put them into a comfortable position.
Yes, not wanting to be talked about is sometimes the best thing to happen to you, because you know you're not involved in any instance, and that is always the most key thing in sim racing or endurance racing of any type, is to not be involved in any of those incidents. Rob van Starkenburg here in 5th position in the Netrix car, and you can see, well, look at that side-by-side battle behind between Toth and Smith.
Yeah, Toth trying to hold off Smith there as they run their way through the Piff Path chicane, and doing a good job of it as they run their way now down in towards campus and then pull through. I mean, each corner has about 4 or 5 names, so pick any. Pick any you want and run with it. But this is a tight battle at the back. I think a couple of these teams will be looking to go a little bit further forward. I think it's fair to say. Particularly that Goteam car at the back of the pack will not want to hang around, and if there's an opportunity for a move, absolutely you can see Moritz Mel going for it.
And coming through chicane, these 5 essentially nose to tail coming through the final part of the circuit, as there's a new best last time there for De Silva, 157.4 from the lead of the race. And yes, coming to the source, and there you go. That's perhaps the move you were thinking of with that Goteam car.
Yeah, just not wanting to wait at all and making sure immediately up into P7 when on the back of the Netrex car. That's a very risky move. You're going to go for up towards Eau Rouge and Radillon. Thankfully, Harry Smith pulls out of it in the 19 car and thinks better of it, but it's going to compromise his line all the way down this Kemmel Straight towards the Le Com chicane. Gosh, we're only 7 minutes in. I'm already getting my corners confused. I don't know how. But Goteam having a relatively good recovery so far. They dropped to the back, but yes, they've made a move, and they look relatively fast again. A few more positions for the opening pit stops.
Indeed, and we'll see these pit stops, well, who knows, maybe like 35, 40 minutes in. That's generally when these hypercars tend to pit. But of course, because Spa is such a fast track, and you use so much, and so much of it is 100% throttle, you might see these stints almost be reduced slightly because, well, there's only a finite amount of fuel you can stick into these cars.
Yes, we're going to have to get onto that as we go through the race. Strategies, I'm sure, may differ ever so slightly. It's an 8-hour race. If it was a 4-hour race, I think we'd be looking at pretty much all of the teams, particularly in the likes of the hypercars, going the same way on the strategy with the fuel and the tyres. But when it's an 8-hour race, it kind of opens the door for maybe a couple of other things to try for these teams. Maybe go a little bit more aggressive, maybe go for an extra stop, and not have to save so much fuel over the course of the race. So definitely something we're going to have to be looking out for. And that will filter down, especially through these LMP2s and the GT3s as well. And definitely going to be interesting if all of these cars can stay pretty close in the first stint, if that changes anybody's strategy to maybe gain an advantage early on.
Yeah, and I think perhaps part of it will come to what you said as we were doing the warm-up lap, is getting used, if you like, to, well, essentially racing again after a few months off. They might decide to be just a little bit more conservative in the first couple of stints in order to make sure they know what the car feels, how the, well, their other racers feel, how the track feels, so on and so forth. And, just want to know how the car will react throughout a stint. Of course, they will have done a lot of practice, full fuel stints, double tire stints, so on and so forth, but that's completely different when you're actually racing.
Yeah, you could put all of the practice in the world in, can't you? But then you get into a race scenario, you may even get stuck behind the car in front, and you're saving more fuel than, even you were thinking about saving on your own. So, it's always going to be changing. It's a moving goalpost constantly in racing overall, but sim racing particularly. And I think that's where part of the challenge and part of why we love endurance racing comes from, because it is just a completely moving field. It's completely fluid. And these classes often produce some really interesting battles all the way through the race, and they're not always together. They might be off strategy, they might be on strategy, and we've got to pick together exactly where they're going to be towards the end of the race. But yeah, great to see in the early stages. We're seeing that, despite the 3 months away, we have still got some tight battles, particularly in that LMP2s, because looking at the top 8, you can barely separate the top 4 particularly. There's a second between them.
Yeah, it's so close. We're having a look at this number 44 Hyperion car once more. Well, this is the one that we're focusing on. To be honest, you could focus on any within that top 4 and still have all the same cars in shot. But indeed, this Hyperion car third in line at the moment, and taking the first of the right-handers, then through Paul Frere, and then down towards that long blast towards Blanchimont, and then the chicane to finish off the lap. And of course, through here, you can get a lot of that slipstream, but because of this, you've also got to remember you've got dirty air, which is particularly nasty coming through this corner right here.
Yeah, Blanchimont flat out. You've just got to absolutely commit to it. And yeah, the aero wash can really disrupt the car. But it seems like everybody's dealing with it relatively well in the opening stages. 13 minutes gone only, and the Hyperion car in P3 just plugging away, sticking in behind. Maybe going to be looking for a move if an opportunity presents itself. But at the moment, keeping it nice and calm. But interesting to see. I was looking at the gap in the GT3s, and that gap for the lead has come down a little bit. Arda Erkan in the 91 Black Hawk Racing has closed that to under 2 seconds now to Jimmy Nizzila in the 64 Satellite Racing, or just over 2 seconds on your screens. But it's coming down a little bit. Jimmy Nizzila not having the comfortable time that he was having in the opening couple of laps.
And speaking of comfortable, soon they will be very uncomfortable because these hypercars will start to come towards them, come and lap them for the first time.
And I mean, that's the challenge, isn't it, really, of an endurance race, isn't it, Video? I mean, we have, especially when you've been away for a few months, getting used to that lapping if you're a hypercar or even an LMP2 can be so difficult, can't it?
Yeah, and you've always got to be careful, of course, here in the VEC. The rule is the slower class keeps its line. It's the job of the faster class in order to make sure the move sticks. So if there is contact between two classes, it tends to be the fault of the faster class. But of course, that is never a set rule. But yes, this is something here. As long as the slower car keeps its line, it should theoretically be fine, as long as there's not any unseen moves from fast class. And there you go, you can already see this this lapping occurring. So many cars there on the start finish straight.
Melee, isn't it, really, as they work their way out of turn 1 at the source. Oh my word, that's the net race car, just about getting ahead of one of the GT3s running their way up the hill now. There's the Goteam car, the number 7 in P3 overall, getting through as they work their way onto the Camel. But you can just see hypercars on the left, GT3s on the right. Make way, please. Too wide as they make their way through. I think there's also a move going on with the GT3s. Yeah. They all make their way down in towards Les Combes. But this is absolute chaos. This is the battle between WRT and Black Hawk Racing. But there's hypercars trying to make their way through. But at the moment, no way as they make their way down to the Bruxelles.
Yeah, no way through, especially because of these hypercars lapping them. Almost a little bit of contact there on turning into Bruxelles, but nothing, no contact there. But yeah, you can just see the speed difference in particular between these hypercars and the GT3 cars when it comes to acceleration as well. Look at that gap they've already made just in that short straight between Copenhagen and Podium. It just goes to show how much more powerful and faster these hypercars are when compared to the GT3s.
Yeah, and it's scarier, isn't it, really, when you just consider the pace difference and the fact that it's taken them, 15 minutes, not even, to get a full lap ahead. 7 kilometers, as you mentioned as well, ahead. So incredible pace advantage. But these LMP2s a little bit further back. It's going to take them a couple more laps, I think, to really catch up to the meat of the GT3s. But there are so many GT3s, aren't there? I mean, it feels like it never ends, particularly at the start of the race when they're all bunched up together. They just keep on coming. And it does present these opportunities for drivers to maybe make a bit of a move. As we saw it, kind of the reverse of that with the GT3s, kind of getting held up by the hypercars coming through and then creating opportunities for moves. The same can happen in the faster classes. If you get held up behind a GT3, expect the car behind to really be looking for a move.
And we've seen this so many times here in the VEC over the past seasons, using the slower car as a pick almost in order to make a move. It is one of the classic moves to do in endurance racing, but you are completely correct. And of course you can use the faster class as a pick as well, just follow through up the inside through a corner, and then of course you can take that position if your opponent who's ahead had to take a wide line through said corner. But coming across the start finish line once more and down towards the source, the right-handed hairpin, and you can see how close all of these prototypes are.
Yeah, they're just nose to tail. You can chuck a blanket over the top 4, realistically, as we're looking at UC Nirola for Sean Clark Racing, Nirola I should say, and working his way up the hill at Eau Rouge and Radion, and just trying to take advantage of the slipstream in behind our leader Luca D'Amelio in the number 39 Pan Corsa car. Down towards Les Combes we go. I don't think Nirola is particularly keen on making the move. The fuel save that he's likely to be getting at the moment, sitting in behind, is probably far more of an advantage than getting into the lead.
Yeah, and you can do, as you said, a lot of fuel saving. But you say this, he's got to be careful of the car directly behind that Hyperion car. So maybe not that much fuel saving being done, because you don't want to have to suddenly defend. They're coming down out of Copenhagen, down towards Podium once more. These 4 are so close, and of course a lot of dirty air being generated by these prototypes for the third, fourth car in line. And I think we are just about to make our way towards the GT3 class for these prototype leaders, these LMP2 leaders, I should say, rather, coming through the right and the left. Maybe not the opportune time to meet this traffic.
Yeah, no, you don't really want to be finding it here, but what can you do if you're one of these LMPGs? Oh, and a bit of a moment there for the Sean Clark Racing car trying to make their way through Paul Frobert. This is what I was talking about. Looking behind, the three cars, almost nearly three wide to make their way towards Blanchimont. We've got to be very, very careful because there's GT3 to overtake as well. In towards Blanchimont we go. Oh, this could be dangerous, but just about making it through. It's the Hyperion car of Shvagovsky, who's just about kept himself up in P3, down the inside of another GT3 into the bus stop. Chicane! Oh,
that's
no,
contact.
Oh, yeah, tapped around. It was that was Mark Vick being tapped around by I think that was Janssen Bins in the Valley Esports car at the bus stop chicane, and I think that was a bit of a misjudgment there.
Yeah, it was Bins directly behind, so it looks like it was contact between those two at the within the chicane, and turned Mark Feet round in that Black Hawk Racing car from that 4th position in class, now being reduced to what's that 11th in class, I think it is now, and that just goes to show how close all of these cars are. And here we go, this is the replay coming down towards the chicane. You can see Vince behind in the Valley car, and just a light bit of contact on the rear corner there just turned them round.
Yeah, particularly in this sim, if you're rotating the car to that extent, if you get any kind of tap from the rear, you're going to be finding yourself rotating a little bit too far to what you would otherwise be hoping for. But yeah, unfortunate there at the start of the race in the first lapping of the GT3s. We've got an incident between two of the front runners, I think it's fair to say. But as the real front runners, the top three, make their way through towards Pouon once again, they are just munching up, aren't they? Oh, inside line for the Hyperion car on one of the GT3s, I think just about making it through, but losing a heap of time. But this is just a battle of survival early on, isn't it? It'll become easier in the race when the GT3s become isolated, but when there's one after another, it really is just picking the line, and you're never going to get it 100% right, are you?
I said you presume they're going to spread out. But remember, 7-kilometre track with 42 cars in it. That makes it what, about 180 metres per car around the circuit, 170, 180. So yeah, I don't think they ever will get spread out per se. They'll just get, you know, these gaps will just be, instead of one car length, maybe 3 towards the end.
Yeah, they're going ever so slightly more isolated to the other members of their own class, but. Yeah, it's a busy circuit. It's not like when we're at Road Atlanta and you have, 42 cars pounding around there, because it feels like there is absolutely no room around the circuit. A little bit more room here at Spa, but still, well, I mean, when you have this many cars, you can just see the volume of carbon fibre coming towards you on this camera. But it's so important in the early stages, I think, it's fair to say, that just making sure you get through the traffic a couple of times, build that confidence up, because you've got to keep doing it for another 7.5 hours as a team, if not as a driver. You're just going to have to get your eye in, because it will be a very much recurring theme, won't it?
Indeed, and getting used to this traffic. Well, of course, this isn't the worst track you could have for traffic. The next one, I think, is actually the shortest we have on the schedule, the Interlagos. So that would be very fun. But this isn't the worst. Indeed, I think, if memory serves me correctly, I think this is actually the 3rd longest track we have on the schedule, because we will be visiting Road America itself, which is 4 miles, which is 7.5 kilometers or so, and then of course Le Mans at the end of the season. So this is certainly not the worst track to begin on when it comes to traffic, and of course, because it is so flat out, there's so many straights, it's slightly easier when it comes to lapping the slower classes.
Now, would you know, Vidir, that Road America is 6.5 kilometres, so it's actually shorter than Spa. Oh. I will say I've just looked that up. But I agree with you. I thought, in my head, it's longer, but I think it's because single-seater series that go to Road America, or even, prototype series that go to Road America, it almost just feels like a longer circuit, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
I think it's because there's so many straights. But no, it is slightly shorter, but... it still makes the point that there are a couple of longer circuits on this calendar, and then you look at the likes of Interlagos, where it's going to be tighter. It's absolutely going to be tighter.
And then you've got tracks like Bahrain, which of course is longer. There's a lot of corners there.
There is, and hopefully you don't see what we saw at the start last season at Bahrain. If anybody remembers that, I know that Tom Lartlow did a great little edit of that for social media. But yeah, big chaos off of the line. None of that here today. Hopefully none of that for the rest of the season, because we love to see so many cars in contention all the way through the race. What we're looking at now, though, are still the LMP2s getting through the GT3s, because there's just so many of them. And the pace advantage isn't as great, isn't it, compared to the hypercars? My only concern now is, where are the hypercars? Because, I mean, they will be starting to come up behind this battle in a few minutes' time, won't they?
Indeed, you can see Nate Silva, for example, leader here, coming down towards Bonchman, actually. So yes, indeed, not that far behind. The pace difference between the LMP2s and the GT3s around here, somewhere in the region of 9 seconds, maybe pushing towards 10 per lap. But of course, the difference between the hypercars and the GT3s is 20 or maybe even 21 seconds difference per lap. So yes, we'll soon be getting towards the back of the GT3 class once more. Coming down towards La Source is the leader. Now, having a look back at this battle for fourth between Monnier and Toth, only about a quarter of a second separating the two of them as they cross the start-finish line.
Yeah, 20 seconds of an advantage is just insane. So if you're a GT3, you're likely to be lapped once every 7 laps around Spa, which is just ridiculous when you think about that. So, you know, if you're doing a little bit of maths, per lap, the hypercars are gaining a full kilometre over the GT3s, just to put into perspective how much faster they are. This is the battle for P4, though, in the hypercar class. This is Roland Toth trying to make the move on Munier, and he's just about going to do it. Down in towards Les Combes, the Racing Zone team, keeping themselves up in P4 for now, but the Black Hawk Racing car, piloted by Loic Munier in the first stint, is not going to let him get away too easily as they make their way through Bruxelles, but they've got a little gap back to the Goteam car, which is obviously still recovering from the start.
Of course, something we've got to think of, this will come into play later in the race, is how exactly are these teams going to split up their driver stints? Because the rule is 70% of the laps completed by your car is the maximum that you can do. So the question is, are they going to try and, if they've only got 2 drivers, are you trying to do all of these at once and then swap over? Or are you going to swap back and forth between your 2 drivers? Of course, then if you have 3 drivers, it becomes a lot easier and you maybe don't have to worry about the 70% limit anymore. But yeah, with 2 drivers in particular, you know, it's quite the challenge. 8 hours, you know, it's at least, well, if you're doing it 50-50, 4 hours each, but of course that's not possible to do exactly 50-50. So the question is, how are you going to sort out your driving times when it comes to these stints?
Yeah, I think a good example of this is the number 47 Simframe car. I don't know if we can have a quick look at them, because the Simframe car is currently making their way through currently last in the LMP2 category. As we've seen in the number 51 car in the GT3, sorry, going around at turn 1. But this Simframe car, you can see a lap down to everybody else. These GT3s that are being overtaken are for actual position in the overall race. So 3 more to go, and then there's a little bit of freedom for Angelo Colavito. But it goes back to your point you were making just a second ago, as we'll see a quick replay of what happened to Aguado down in towards turn 1. Ooh.
Yeah, rear brakes locked up.
A very weird one, isn't it?
Look like the rear brakes locked up.
Well, yeah. Bit of a weird one there for the 51 car, but hopefully able to get back into the race. No, but my point was going to be, going back to your point, that number 47 Simframe car has 5 drivers listed to it. Colavito, Suave, Riccelli, Vinciulo and Galbiati. So there's 5 drivers listed to that, whereas to the Hyperion Esports car, which is P12 in the LMP2s, it's just Dabrowski and Zjabinski who are currently listed on the timing page as going to be in those cars. So there is quite a bit of a gap between teams that are going to have more drivers and teams that are going to have less. And I think it remains to be seen, and we'll see it throughout this race, how that impacts some teams. Because some of the teams, if they've only got 2 drivers, they may get more tired, but they're likely to get more of a rhythm, aren't they?
Of course, and you'll get to, as you say, get into a rhythm, and get to know the traffic a little bit more as well, and a lot easier, because if you'd say do 4 hours each, That's a lot easier to learn how your competitors drive as opposed to doing 2 hours each. Should you have 4 drivers doing the race? So this is something else they all have to take into account. As yes, having a look at this last place, as you said, the Simfrim car. But of course, something that they didn't have, as you said, it was for position. And these blue flags, which indicate to the GT3 cars, the car coming up behind you is lapping you. Please be aware of this. But as those were for position, suddenly you get an LMP2 in your rearview mirrors and you have no indication of it.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, it's going to be a running theme throughout this race. We're not even half an hour in, not even a 16th of the way through this race. A very, very long way to go. And even if you are the likes of Colavito down in the Simfrim car, a lap down on anybody else, there is always that hope that the pace can come back to you, that maybe things will happen in front of you, and you can at least work yourself in towards that top 10 in your overall class. But looking at this battle now, Michi Hoyer, Jone Simoncic, of course, Jone Simoncic, a name revered particularly on the rFactor 2 platform. I'm thinking in Formula Sim Racing, multiple world champion. He is trying to get after Michi Hoyer for P6 and P7. I'm sure these two will be looking to get themselves a little bit higher up as this race continues.
Indeed, 4/10 of a second, approximately the gap between the two of them as they're coming through Podium. It's that prototype going very wide around the outside of Podium, but you can see how much more grip, mechanical grip and aero grip those hypercars have compared to the GT3s, because there's no way a GT3 could have taken that line round Podium and still kept it on circuit.
No, a little bit more has to be taken out, doesn't it? Of the pace from a GT3 than a hypercar going through Podium. It's not as flat out as you might hope, so a bit of a pace advantage that the prototypes will have through there. But I mean, half an hour into this race now, Vidir, we haven't really got any closer to knowing any of these battles, as you probably would expect.
Nope.
But I mean, we also haven't had too many big incidents, have we? Most of the drivers, I think with the exception of that 47 Simframe car, are all on the lead lap of their own classes.
Indeed, they are. Even Aguado at the back of that 51 car is not on its at the back of the GT3
no.
cars.
I think Aguado's DNF actually.
Rather.
I think that car's retired.
Excellent. That's why it's not on the lead lap. A good excuse, yes. But Simoncic, look at this, how close to Hoya in that WRT car coming through the source. Not close enough to make a move. Could maybe sneak a move coming up towards Lecombe.
Yeah, let's see. Getting the slipstream will be crucially important for Simoncic and the RAF Esports car. Up through as they're bouncing their way over the bumps, up the hill, rising over the crest, but not quite having the exit I think Simoncic would want. That gap will be just coming down by the thousandth as they work their way towards Lecombe, but it's just not close enough, is it?
Not close enough yet. Indeed, maybe just fell back slightly, and this is perhaps something you inferred earlier when it came to the prototype, the LMP2 battle for the lead. Saying that perhaps some of the cars could just decide to do a little bit of fuel saving. When you're in a string like we saw earlier with the LMP2s, that it's a lot more difficult to do that. However, if you're in a position like Simoncic at the moment, where he's got 2.5 seconds back to the car in 8th, you can maybe do slightly more of this fuel saving strategy, as the top 2 in LMP2s have started to get quite close as well. Look at Melio and Jussi Noirala as they're coming out of the source and down towards the start-finish straight. They were quite close actually when they came through the source. You can see those sparks flying as the bodywork slams against the ground due to that elevation change.
Yeah, not really. It's a good job that these drivers aren't actually in the cars, because I think their back would be feeling it by the end of their stints.
That's the bonus of doing it virtually. You don't have to worry about the welfare of the drivers. Yeah.
Exactly. You have to worry about if you've set up your seat correctly. But like if you're in a road car. I mean, for the people who obviously don't do sim racing and maybe tuning into VEC for the first time, all of these drivers at home will be on their own sim rigs. They will have their own little differences between each of them, just for their preferences, won't they? The height of the steering wheel, how far away from the pedals they are. Everyone has their own little differences, and it's something that you can get in sim racing, where you can set it up absolutely exactly as you want with no one else to put any input in.
There have been a couple of times here in the VEC before, I think, where people have physically shared rigs. But
yes.
that was There's a little bit of a interesting internet connection there from the car. Was that the Hyperion car actually having a little bit of an internet lag there that we just saw, perhaps? But yes, people have physically shared rigs before, which makes it slightly more interesting when it comes to real life.
Yeah, which can be difficult, but on the whole, most people are sat in their room, sat in their garage, sat in the attic, anywhere, maybe even in the kitchen, on a sim rig, front room maybe. I mean, we do often see some great little when drivers send in their cameras in for a broadcast. We do often see some great places where they are. It could be a darkened room. It could be it could be the brightest room you've ever seen in your entire life. Everyone has their own preferences. And it's what makes sim racing really unique, because drivers can get into their own routine, they can get into their own rhythm, and just get really comfortable. Oh, as there's a movement behind for P3 in the LMP2, so we saw it in the background.
And 44, yeah. There's Valley and Hyperion, and it looks like the Valley car actually managed to get past. Perhaps that could be something to do with the internet issue that we saw about half a lap ago for that number 44 Hyperion eSports car, but no doubt there will be a counter-attack coming up towards Lecom.
Yeah, and Janssen Bintz, recovering well after the little tap that he gave. I say recovering, not really recovering from anything, but after that little tap in towards the bus stop that he gave out, getting himself up into P3, a good position. Annoying that the Valley Esports car and the Hyperion car, I mean, they look pretty similar, don't they? The colour schemes are pretty much identical, and, I mean, the way they put onto the car is pretty similar as well, isn't it? I mean, apart from the little bits of white in the Hyperion, you'd almost be forgiven for confusing them. And the logo on the front, I guess.
Yeah, we've seen a few times before where teams have had multiple cars in the same class. They've just had slight differences, like for example this, or change the colour of their rear wing or whatever. Yeah, I agree with you. It almost looks like there's their teammates there as we have this battle. Actually, Roland Toth just set the fastest lap of the race, with a 57.3 dead in that racing zone number 22, and looking to track down Norbert Jakob in number 7 and get into that provisional podium as they're coming down towards Lecom, this fast double left-hander, and then out towards the PIF path, the right and the left, and getting quite close now actually. So perhaps this number 22 car starting to come into its own towards the end of the first stint.
Yeah, I mean, this first stint, and it's going to end relatively soon, you'd think, for the hypercars. Maybe a little bit longer for the LMP2s and the GT3s, but going to be interesting just to see when these first pit stops do go in. But it is a good end to the stint for Roland Toth in the racing zone team car around the outside of Blanchemont. That'd be bold and brave, but just waiting a little bit longer, trying to get a nice run through the fast right hand, and maybe you're looking for a move into the bus stop. Here we go, inside line, going for it. No, not quite. Just trying to move around in the mirrors, which is exactly what he's done.
Oi.
Put off Norbert Jakob, and that's exactly how you can force an overtake, isn't it? Just putting the driver off, working your way into their mirrors, and just putting them offline and getting the move done without actually really doing anything.
Yeah, and sometimes it is about a mind game here in endurance racing, and yeah, Toth played that beautifully. Sometimes you just need to psych out your opponent a little bit, and that appears to have happened there, and allowed that racing zone team number 22 to get onto that provisional podium after almost 40 minutes gone here at Spa. Coming down the Kemmel Straight, Jakob closing, will dart to the right perhaps. Is that slipstream strong enough? Not quite, seem to stay back for now.
Yeah, just waiting, well, I say waiting, but I don't think he's anywhere near close enough, Jakob, to make a move on Roland Toth as he tries to stretch his legs, get away a little bit, and try and close that gap up to the net race car. There's net Rex and there's net race, and it's not doing wonders for my brain. But
I just tell one of them to change their name, it's fine.
Yeah, I'll just call them Seawolf, that'll be easier. But yeah, close that gap. 4 seconds at the moment, but it looks like it hopefully will be coming down soon. And looking at my timing page, it is. It's down to 3.2 already.
Yeah, it looks like that number 22 car is in the charge, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And interesting to see, can they try and get to the back and maybe make an overtake before the pit stop? That's the real question here. Let's see what's going on in the LMP2s first of all. Nice little battle for P9 this is, or P8 I should say. Thomas Sim Racing leading the way, but 4 cars in it, including one of the Goteam racing cars, who are all trying to work their way through the field at the moment, the two in the hypercars and the one in the LMP twos. I also notice, Vidi, that there has been a move in the hypercars and the Goteam was slipped behind. I don't know where that happened, but that is a big move considering they were 3 seconds behind a minute ago.
Indeed, so that is a big move.
No, sorry, it was the pit lane. I was talking about the pit lane. It looked like a car went off, but it was just the pit lane.
Yeah, the endurance pit lane here at Spa is quite deceiving occasionally.
And a very long pit lane, isn't it, for quite a lot of these guys?
Oh, it's a painfully long, and you've got to. Well, luckily at the moment there are no penalties. All penalties in one round are served at the beginning of the next round. So there's no pit lane penalties. There's no stop and goes. There's no drive-throughs or whatever so far. And but of course, perhaps some of these drivers breathing a sigh of relief because that's a massive penalty. So going up the inside of Poulon, perhaps, is this XRL car. That would be a brave move.
Very brave move, but not quite able to do it. The Thomas Enger Sim Racing is leading the battle and still is. As XRL look for it, but not able to quite go for it. You can see the next train ahead as well, can't you?
Yeah, you can see that next train of 3 ahead, but as you said, it is Enga, XRL and Blackhawk in this one. Having a look at the next one up, you have the number 38 towards the head of that one, but you know, that said, just pulled out slightly over the past couple of laps. But yeah, looking back at this battle between XRL, Thomas Enge on off as well, so close between all of these cars. They're coming up towards the bust up chicane, braking hard, the biggest braking zone on the circuit before this double hairpin, and the LMP2s starting to come in for their first services after about 40 minutes.
Yeah, not too long of a stint for these guys, but getting themselves in, and the first pit box there for XRL Esports. They are going to have the longest way to get out of the pit lane now. I always feel bad for them. They might as well go make dinner or something, because by the time they get out of the pit lane, it'll be nearly dark around the circuit, quite frankly. But yes, opening pit stops are occurring, and it's interesting to see 40 minutes in that they are happening. I'll have to do a bit of maths there, but realistically, if you keep going for 40-minute stints throughout the race, you are going to find yourself having, I mean, what's that, 12 stints over the course of the 8 hours. And I mean, that works out pretty well, I think, especially if you've got 3 or 4 drivers, or even 2.
It works out nicely when it comes to this calculation. So perhaps, well, of course, all these teams will have done full stints and, you know, decided how long these stints are and how much they can push, how many laps they can get out of pushing, how many laps they can get out of conserving, and at least drawn up an outline, a framework of a strategy. But of course, that can always go out the window with a couple of different variables.
Yeah, especially as we don't know, you know, as we get through the race, whether we're going to have, you know, code 30s and stuff like that. Going to be interesting, I think, to see if early pit stops trigger pit stops. But I would presume that generally for the LMP2s, we're probably going to see most of the other cars in on strategy. We're already seeing a few of them in, but it's going to be interesting to see who can push it longer, if anybody, to maybe try and make it work on 11 stints rather than 12 throughout the course of this race, maybe even 10 if they're feeling absolutely insane. But yeah, good opening to the pit stop conversation, isn't it? That we have the LMP2s in first, and that it looks like it's a relatively, like you said, easy framework for a strategy, doesn't it, to have 12 stints?
As long as there's no rain. I don't think there's any scheduled for today.
Yes. That's a very good point, actually. I hadn't even thought about that. It is Spa as well, though, so you wouldn't rule it out, would you?
Oh, yeah. To be honest, you can even have a look at the forecast and it's still being wrong because it is Spa.
Ardennes Forest, of course. Eastern Belgium. Close to, it's relatively close to the likes of Hockenheim and the Nürburgring, geographically.
It is, yeah, it's in the mountains, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, Hockenheim is in the Rhine Valley, just in the west of Germany, and the Nürburgring in the region of Eifel. I think that was made more famous by the Formula 1 Grand Prix 4 years ago. That was 4 years ago. Can you believe that? But yes, they all kind of have the same kind of climate as you'd expect and the same kind of conditions. But being right in the mountains, it means that here in the Ardennes, Spa does get its fair share of sprinklings of rain, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course. Well, it's almost a tradition now that the Nürburgring 24 gets paused, overnight.
Yes.
So,
I mean, this year we got more stops than racing, didn't we?
Yeah.
With all the fog that we saw come down on the circuit. And that was was it May? I think it was May, wasn't it? God, the year's flown by, I can't quite remember. I'll look that up. But you do get those kind of conditions in this part of the world, and you just do have to be on your toes to be ready for them, and to be ready to adapt with them. And how you have to change your strategy on the spot, maybe have to extend a stint, maybe have to shorten a stint, and maybe think if you see that rain's forecast in an hour, do you then try and change your strategies accordingly to best optimise it up to that point, or do you not really trust the weather? It's all part of the challenge. And that's what we get in endurance racing, and I think it's really why it's such a great challenge and why winning the championship is such a prestige moment. Move being made though for P3, that's the Goteam car overtaking what is the Black Hawk Racing car of Munier as they work their way in towards turn 1 once again, but that's a big move for Goteam.
Yeah, back on to that provisional podium position. I say that they're side by side actually coming down the hill towards Le Source, but the Black Hawk car falls back ever so slightly. As the 1089 cars actually came into the pits from the hypercars. If you have a look at that, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
So it's been in there for a while, so I'm wondering if there's damage in that one. Because they're falling back a lot now.
Yeah, actually, they're 1 lap down now, aren't they? Yeah, they are, and they're about to be overtaken in the pit lane by, I believe, the 44 Hyperion car and the LMP2s. So, yeah, this is not looking good for Nick De
that
Silva.
Is an interesting amount of smoke.
Yes. What's happened?
Yeah, I've got a mess.
Yeah.
I've just heard from De Silva that it appears that they've had contact somewhere out on circuit.
Oh no. Oh no, especially not from the lead of the race. I mean, that is gutting for them. I mean, we'll have to... I mean, do we know when it was at all, or who it was with? Because it must have been a lapped car.
Yeah, good question. That information I don't have.
Right. That's fair enough. But yeah, that's gutting for them. They're going to slip obviously to the back, and they're just going to fall further and further back now, all the way back behind pretty much every single LMP2, and then the GT3s are going to go on through, but realistically that makes no difference. It's just the conversation with the rest of the hypercars that they're going to care about. But yeah, so gutting for them, for Nick De Silva, and for his teammate at least, of Sayers, or Sellers, sorry. But lots of pit stops now ongoing for the hypercars. You can see them all on the left-hand side on the tower. Pretty much everybody at the Go teams are into the pit lane now.
Yes, all of the... Oh, that's an interesting line, isn't it, going through Pool? Perhaps that car will come back eventually. But yes, apparently it was contact through Pool with one of the Goteam LMP2 cars. Indeed, here we go. This is what we're having a look at. Coming down the hill towards Pool. You see the hypercar in the back. Is it 3 wide coming into Pool with the GT3 car? Yeah.
Oh no. And you feel like you just feel, don't you? Really, is the word I was trying to get out there, for Nick De Silva. But yeah, so gutting. Hopefully that car will be able to get back out onto the circuit. It is not DNF'd, though I suspect there are probably some repairs ongoing to the car, and hopefully it can get back out on the circuit, because it would be so rough for them to have such a good start and be in such a good position, but then just not be able to get past the first hour. But as we work our way through, a couple of drivers coming out of the pit lane then as they ride over the hill. You can see the pit lane. They emerge. They aren't going off the track. They are coming out of the pit lane, despite the fact it looks like they're coming off of the racing line and spearing into the wall. But they are coming out of the pit lane, and it does end up meaning that the leader of the pitters is the net race car.
Leader is that net race car in the lead, but you've got to have a look here. Roland Totten is number 22 car right there on the rear wing. But yes, the exit here at Spa is actually very difficult because you've got to keep so close to those tyre barriers on the right hand side.
You do. It can be tricky, and especially if there is any kind of contact from drivers already on the circuit. There's a very good chance or possibility that he may be caught up in it, especially if those guys drift wide and into the pit exit, and then realistically, you've got nowhere to go. If there's a car coming at you from the left, on the right-hand side is a wall, and it's a pretty hard wall, and the car won't enjoy hitting itself into it. So, got to be oh so careful, but so far, no such collision. The two Go teams are in, but they've managed to go that little bit longer, haven't they? 48 minutes for their opening stint. And I'll have to do some maths on that, but they may be able to then eke it out to maybe 11 stints rather than just the 12.
Yeah, and this, as you were saying, with this, if someone drifts across, not only if someone drifts across, but if cars are racing side by side for position as well, they can easily drift into that pit exit. So makes it a lot more difficult as both the Goteam cars come into the pits, and we'll see how they come out with respect to the Sealov car.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see where the Go teams will come out. I've done some maths as well, and I reckon that if you can do 48-minute stints all the way through the race, you can do it in 10 stints. And if
that might be asking a bit much for the
it might be.
I think, yeah.
It might be, but they've done it on the opening stint. I think it'd be a little bit more difficult in clean air, obviously, but there is definitely a chance of it happening if they can keep it up. We'll keep an eye on the times as there is emerging both of the Go team cars. Through goes some of the LMP2s. This is Luca D'Amelio, the third place driver, the former leader in the LMP2s. I mean, looking to go past the hypercar, but in the end, the hypercar reaches its top end speed and make sure that it stays ahead of the LMP2. But the Go teams have come out relatively close together and close to the leaders in the grand scheme of things as the 76 goes wide.
Yeah, it goes very wide, and you see the dirt being thrown up there. No incidents, but just some funny dirt being thrown up. But look at D'Amelio here, 7/10 of a second back from that Valet Esports car ahead, but also maybe got to look at the rear view mirror ever so slightly. That number 34 car, Jussi Nairala, is right there ready to pounce on any mistakes made by that third place car.
And he's just going to be stalking behind, isn't he? Just letting everybody know he's there and just making sure that his presence is known and felt, and that might help him throughout the race. Moritz Mel recovering, obviously, after the really, really poor start for him. I mean, he's now ahead of Norbert Jakob, who, of course, was the leader of the two Go team cars, and who was up in P3. Moritz Mel was down in P8, but all of a sudden, after the first stint, Mel is now back in front, and maybe the Go team cars can try and work together to get themselves back onto the podium. Look, Munier currently sitting in P3, Roland Toth currently in P2, and they offer Blackhawk and Racing Zone respectively. We saw the pace clearly in qualifying for the Go team cars. Who's to say that they can't work their way back up onto the podium?
Yeah, especially with how close these hypercars still are. I make that the top 5 are still within 10 seconds of each other. Easily can make any of these teams can make their way onto the podium and subsequently fall off of it again.
And I mean, we're talking about this already. I know I brought this up, but I'm going to make myself sound silly. This is the first hour. I don't even know why I brought it up. We are nowhere near even the quarter distance mark in this race. I mean, so much can happen. And the fact that Moritz Mel's been able to go from P8 to P4 and now only be about 5 seconds off the lead shows that he can very easily get himself towards the front of the field and back into the lead of this race, possibly even in the next hour. I mean, so there's so much opportunity left in this race, so many more attempts at overtakes that I'm sure we're going to see. But it's nice to see, as you mentioned, that the gaps aren't big, that everybody's quite close together, and that we still have these battles to talk about, because sometimes in races you can get the gaps open up relatively early and then you see 2 to 3 seconds between each driver, but to have so many drivers and so many teams running 2-3 tenths behind another is fantastic to see.
Indeed, and as you said, we are still just within the first hour, so still plenty of racing to go. And it's always good to see these cars being so close to each other. Having a look at this car in particular, Nicholas Lemoyne in this on-off racing car, trying to take the fourth position, or at least get into provisional fourth position. Maybe a move will be made into the bus stop chicane, but perhaps just falling back a little bit through those two right-handers.
Yeah, just dipping away a little touch and not being as competitive towards the bus stop as I think he maybe wanted to be. But Nicholas Lemoyne in the on-off car, still there, still plugging away. We've got a brief yellow in sector 3. Not too sure who that is for, although I believe it's the P11 now P12 car in the GT3s, who is Johan Kurgin, the Brabham Esports car, who has gone around, it seems, down towards Blanchimont, which is a very, very, very weird place to go around. There must have been contact.
Then again, you're kind of right on the limit of grip, both mechanical and aero going through Blanchimont. So,
it's before Blanchimont. Before Blanchimont.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of that little straight up towards the little left-hander.
Okay, right. So probably contact then. Yeah, I'd agree
Yeah.
with that. As you can see, all of the GT3 cars coming in on the timing tower there on the left-hand side.
Yeah, and they've gone about 53 minutes or so. They may be pushing for 9 stints here if they can, but more likely to be 10, you'd say, throughout this. Oh, no, they're pushing for 9. Yeah, probably going to get 9. They may have to settle back on 10. Going to see a very quick replay of what happened on his own.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And not on your own. Oh, no, going to be coming out of the circuit.
But how did the other car get there? I mean, that was on their own, wasn't it? So that
also looked like to be on their own as well. That's true.
Yeah.
Perhaps got beached on the curb, and then just lost control coming off of it again.
Yeah. Weird place to see an incident though. Around this circuit where you can probably see incident around most of it. But yeah, back to this battle on the live pictures, and you can see all of the cars filing through, all of the LMP2s still running nose to tail. The gap between top 10, yeah, this is...
Yeah, Binsbergen. Looks like it would have happened
he just drove onto the grass. Yeah, there must have been a distraction there, surely.
That's something I haven't seen before. No.
But it reminds me of this year in IndyCar that Joseph Newgarden at Road America dipped a couple of wheels into the grass down towards kind of the corner because he was looking at his steering wheel. The possibility that there is just a slight distraction there and driven off the circuit and then lost control, but really unfortunate there, and just a very weird incident to see.
So Lemoyne still... Yeah, sorry, go on.
No, carry on.
No, so Lemoyne still not able to get past Nyla in that number 34 car, and so deep falling back ever so slightly. That gap now up to 9/10 of a second. We have this battle between the 28 and the 41. Having a focus on the 28 at the moment. Johan Makiyupi in that Thomas Enga sim racing car in 10th position, looking to increase that position to 9th by getting past Luca Martino, but not close enough coming down the Camel straight there and into Les Combes.
Yeah, I think we're seeing almost a lack of slipstream effect, aren't we, down in towards the Les Combes, because we haven't seen too many drivers been able to make the moves, despite being 3/10 back at the start of the Camel straight, and you'd expect from there that there'd at least be an attempt at an overtake, but nothing doing for many people here. And Makiyupi having to stay where he is for the time being in P10 in class, and that Thomas Enga sim racing car maybe struggling a touch in the opening stages, but still doing a good job overall. I also wanted to note that the car run by Nick De Silva, right at the back of the hypercar class, is out of the pit lane, 4 laps down, and last overall of everybody still out on track. That's a complete lie, actually. 40th overall out of 42. Working their way back through, but still 4 laps down. I mean, you'd say that's too far to get back, really, wouldn't you? Far too far.
Yeah, that is fairly difficult to get back under green flag conditions. Yeah, there's quite the gap. Makiyupi here, falling back ever so slightly through the traffic over the last lap or so when compared to Martino, going through the right and the left to finish one more lap. But yeah, it seems to just be falling back ever so slightly over the past lap or so. We have this battle, at least for this would eventually be actually Nyla. So this is the battle for third position. Pancorsa, Sean Clark Racing, On-Off, Blackhawk and XRL, all within pretty much 3 seconds of each other.
Yeah, and it's been an hour, so great to see these guys still running so close together, and hopefully long may it continue, frankly. Running their way in towards Lake Calm behind a couple of GT3 cars. They'll have to negotiate these, and maybe this could almost create an opportunity for the Blackhawk and the XRL cars to make a move for P5. Got to be careful though if you are the XRL car, down in towards Bruxelles, flashing with the lights, knowing that you're there, getting a bit of a squeeze to the inside, but just about squeezing through. That was a very small gap, but worked out very well for XRL, who were just about going to maintain contact with the two drivers in front. But I was trying to work out the gap from the front of that class, and in actual fact, the leader of the class is obviously the 44 Hyperion car. I think we're looking at 10 seconds back to Maki Jupi, maybe 15, and they're in P10 in class, so it's really tight.
Yeah, it really is incredible, isn't it? Yes, indeed, the gap between D'Amelio and Makiyupi is about 8 seconds at the moment, so not even that. As coming down towards, through the final sector, I should say, rather, and down towards Blanchemont, this Blackhawk racing car not getting any closer at this moment in time to the on-off, although there is this GT3 car ahead.
Yeah, and this could impact on-off racing, and here come Blackhawk inside line, maybe, thought about it, not going to go for it in the end, but in the end, on-off just about stay there. XRL, you've got to feel for them, and feel for Stavros Musaidis, because he is just getting pulled up behind all of the GT3s, and the others can make their way through easily.
Yeah, and sometimes that's just how racing happens. You can't always pick where you meet the traffic, but as said, Musaidis, they're just falling back up slightly just because of where that GT3 traffic was caught. This Blackhawk car coming up the hill and appears to have fallen back ever so slightly from the on-off car, and you've got this Porsche GT3 coming out of the pits after its stop as we've just ticked over the first hour here at Spa.
Yes, 1 hour done, 7 to go. You know, get settled in, don't go too far, because this race is really developing into a real cracker to start off this season. Of course, no points to talk about, no championship pictures to think about. Everything has been absolutely wiped. We're on a clean slate, and we are going once again for season 17 in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Second season, of course, that we've got the hypercars. Absolutely not the second season that we've had the LMP2s, but also officially the second season that we've had the GT3s. So, all the GT3s returning officially in their class and how they're named, I should say. But not the second time again. We've had the LMP2s. Battle for third, developing in the LMP2. LMP2 is really getting me today, isn't it? We're getting this battle for third. Pancourse leaded, of course, they were leading the race off of the line, but behind there is a bit of a scrap. We've been talking about it for a few minutes, but this group, led by Nicholas Lemon and the on-off racing car, do look dangerous, and if they can catch up to a couple of the cars in front, it could be a bit of a melee.
Yeah, it could create a lot of fun should this battle come to head. You can see right here Lemoyne and Veet, indeed Lemoyne is on-off car, Veet in the Blackhawk racing car, and you have of course Nairala ahead in that number 34 car, you know, just trying to maintain that gap, trying to stay in that fourth position, hopefully, and hoping I should say rather, that Lemoyne and Veet get into a battle to allow a little bit more breathing room. Coming down the hill, and of course you've got this GT3 traffic once more coming through Le Source at the bottom of the, Eau Rouge at the bottom of the hill, and up over Radio, and some GT3 traffic ahead, but you should be able to pass all of the cars in close proximity. on the Camel Straight, and it won't be until the twisted parts that they actually meet the GT3 traffic. So that might make it a little bit more fun between these two. I say that as Veets actually got the inside of Le Mans down the Camel Straight and moves into that top 5.
Yeah, and Veet, who's been waiting for so long, finally gets that move done up into P5 now, and will look to chase after the top 4 and gets through on another GT3 into Bruxelles just to help him out in that fight. I did double check, this is now the 16th season that the LMP2s have been in the Virtual Endurance Championship. They've been in every season, with the exception, looking at the champions list, so it might be wrong, but with the exception of season 6, when there was just the LMP1s and the GT categories. But fun little fact for you there. But they've been a mainstay of the VEC, and obviously so, and you can kind of get a sense of that because of how close the drivers are. Some of these drivers have run this car for quite a few years now, and they just know it inside and out, don't they?
Yeah, they know how the car reacts, they know how to drive it, they know how to conserve tyres and of course fuel, and how to deal with traffic as well, and that's something you can only really get with a lot of experience.
A lot of experience these drivers do have, and some drivers, of course, have lots of experience in multiple categories. Of course, we were looking at Jone Simoncic in the GT3s before. He is a LMP2 champion from season 11, along with a DPI champion from season 14. So, and among maybe a couple of others, but they're the ones I've just seen very quickly. Clearly, some of these drivers can adapt very quickly to different machinery and some of these different categories that we end up having in the classes. But it's also nice for a couple of drivers just to stick with their machinery and just kind of try and see if they can end up winning the title, isn't it?
Yeah, and one of the pre-season contenders, if you're going to put them into a list. But yes, as you said, a team definitely to look out for. As in fact, Veet's got ahead of Nyla now as well.
He has. Veet's on a bit of a charge, isn't he? Really working his way up. Yes, he has. So he's really on a charge. And Veet looks dangerous at the moment, doesn't he? Right onto the back now of the 39 car. Maybe, a bit of less fuel saving going on for the Black Hawk car, but either way, some great pace on show from Mark Veet.
Or perhaps everyone else is double stinting their tyres and that Black Hawk car isn't.
Good point, actually. That could be a very interesting point. And maybe this could be shaping strategies for other teams throughout the race. Because if it is quicker to even taking the penalty of changing tyres, if it is quicker across that second stint, then I think teams might end up going for it. Of course, tyre dependent, of course. But Mark Veet, he's putting on a show. He got through one car, got through a second car, and on the back of a third in double quick time.
Indeed, and they're closing that gap really quickly, which does make me think it's perhaps new tyres when compared to everyone else. But Veet coming down towards Blanchemont and towards the bus stop chicane once more. The right and the left having a look at perhaps a little bit too far back to make a move into this chicane, and indeed so we'll need to bide the time a little bit. Coming on the start-finish straight once more, and using the minimal slipstream you get here in order to just pull up ever so slightly closer.
Yeah, but I think a move down towards Les Combes is probably going to be likely here from Mark Veet, especially based on what we've seen in the last couple of laps. Gap to leader for him, only about 7 seconds, so you'd say striking distance in this stint, especially as we're not really halfway, well, we might be just over halfway through the stint, but still a little ways to go. Down in towards the Kemmel Straight now, we're up in towards the Kemmel Straight, right at the top of the circuit. Not close enough, nowhere near close enough to make that move down in towards Les Combes, but this GT3 traffic, which is the P2 car overall, may be going to help Mark Veet out a little bit.
And indeed, you always want the traffic to help. Oh, you say that. Oh, I think there was almost a little bit of contact there coming down towards Bruxelles. But no move to be made there for that Black Hawk racing car. And then coming through Copenhagen, down towards Puan once more. And yeah, Veet does appear to be very, very racy. And no doubt we'll see a move soon.
You'd expect it soon, judging by the pace that he's shown, but not able to quite get close enough. He's been about this close for a full lap now, and just having to stick behind for the time being. 6 hours 52 on the clock. Such a long way to go. If you're just tuning in, first round of the season in the VEC. No points on the board for anybody to talk about, but good starts for NetRace, Seawolf in the hypercars, Hyperion in the LMP2s, and of course in the GT3s. It's currently a 1-2 for Blackhawk Racing, so they are having a good day for the time being. But Mark Veet in the Blackhawk car in LMP2 is also having a good day, looking to move up into P3. And I think it's interesting to point out that the Blackhawk cars, they are all doing quite well, aren't they? First and second in the GT3s, yes. Currently fourth in the LMP2s, looking for third. It's looking pretty good for the time being.
Indeed, Blackhawk coming out strong in all three classes at the beginning of this season 17, as you said, of the VEC, and coming through the source once more, and Veet almost struggling to find a way around this number 39 car as it stands. They're accelerating down the hill towards Eau Rouge through this massive compression where you see the sparks start to fly, and then over the top of the hill, over the crest, the car gets slightly light there, and then coming along the Camel straight towards Les Combes, and it looks like there isn't going to be a move this time round either for Veet, just not quite fast enough in the right places.
No, he clearly has the pace advantage over the course of the lap, but like you mentioned, just not getting the exits where he needs to be getting the exits for the time being. And maybe going to have to be relying on this kind of traffic up towards Bruxelles. This could give a bit of an opportunity, but going to have to be careful, because if Luca can get through into No Name, which he cannot do, this could give them both a chance down in towards Pouon. Good exit here from Mark Veet. He's going to go for the inside line, blocked off there. You could see him thinking about it. Heavily blocked off. Still going to go for it to the inside of Pouon. No, just about going to think better of it. But that could have been an incredible move. But clearly, halfway through that overtake of the GT3, Luca D'Amelio went, oh no, Mark Veet's going to come up the inside.
Yeah, big block thrown there by D'Amelio in that Pan Corsa car. Coming down towards Pouon, as there's a move there actually, I think, behind between Nairla and Lemoyne, or at least I think Lemoyne had an attempt at overtaking.
Yeah, so Lemoyne having a good stint. Nairola not really at the moment. Of course, dropping behind Mark Veet and looking like he may be dropping behind Lemoyne as well. They're looking a little bit tricky, but at the same time, they're still running at the same relative pace as the leaders. It's just been a bit of a maybe, what's the word I'm looking for? A compromise from the opening stint, where maybe they're a little bit faster before the pit stops, and maybe losing a little bit of like time that they gained in the opening stint throughout the second stint. There we go. But still, you could see Mark Veet getting back to the rear of Luca D'Amelio, but just not able to get this kind of exit onto the Camel.
Coming down the hill, looking on board this time around with Mark Veet through Eau Rouge, you can see this massive climb up the hill over the crest at Radulon, almost completely blind before coming, as you said, along the Camel Straight, and they're looking very overcast still, but as we were talking about earlier, you never know when the weather's going to change here at Spa.
No, and it could change with a moment's notice. Clouds bubble up over the mountains, of course, and they can dump a fair bit of water. Of course, we have got, throughout this race, still lots of cars on the circuit. Still 41 on the circuit, and that is because Nick De Silva is now listed as a DNF in that 1089 racing car, which is such a shame. He may end up coming back out on track in the same way that we saw the 51 car of Ivan Aguado come back out after that incident that we saw down at turn 1. The car came into the pit lane, listed as DNF, came back out again. But Aguado, 5 laps down to anybody else in his class, and was able to get out pretty quickly. Nick De Silva, though, 11 laps down to the leaders. I don't think we'll be seeing them again, Video.
No, I don't think so. I think that is it for the 10-8-9 car. Looks so promising, starting from pole. Oh, sorry, getting the lead before the first corner, I should say, rather. And yeah, that all came tumbling down with a contact there at Pouon that we looked at, what, about 20-30 minutes ago or so.
Yeah, time's flown since then, hasn't it, really? It's so disappointing for them, especially after that launch off the line, which caught not just the not just the Goteam cars napping, but I think me and you napping as well, because that was an incredible move through the middle to take the lead, but alas, all in the end in vain. Yellow flags in Sector 2. Someone's having a bit of an issue somewhere, nothing that I can see on my track map that I have the bottom half of the track to see. But interesting, I think, to see that quite a few of these drivers are kind of meeting in the middle after the second stints, aren't they? So we saw good opening stints from, for example, in the LMP2 category, from the likes of Luca D'Amelio in the Pan Course car. But in the second stints, we're seeing the likes of Hyperion and Valley Esports come back into the picture when they fell back a little bit in the opening stint. So I think this is quite an interesting kind of almost duality of the stints, and we'll have to see if this runs on throughout the race.
Yeah, and that's always the story of endurance racing. See how the various teams ebb and flow coming through the various stints and through the various temperature differences. And of course, maybe just peeking in tonight towards the end of this race as well. With this Blackhawk car still not able to get past the Pancorsa car, being right there in the rear wing for a few laps. Perhaps VEC will have to start playing some mind games.
Yeah, as we saw down at the bus stop about an hour ago, I cannot remember who it was, but just getting into the mirrors, putting off the driver in front can absolutely get you into a very, very good position. We'll have to see if that happens again. Getting close though, the GT3 squeezing the Blackhawk car to the outside of Mark Veet, but in the end, everyone makes it through without too many issues. Battle ongoing as well in the hypercars for 4th and 5th. Between the Blackhawk car and the Goteam car. Blackhawk, I think, getting ahead of the Goteam car. I saw those positions switch, and that's not good if you are in the number 7 Goteam racing car with Norbert Jakob, because look, Munier still holding firm in P4.
And they're doing a good job of defending that position. As yeah, you can see the prototypes behind this little train, perhaps forming behind, but no, still having a look here at VEC, and VEC still not able to make a move. Seems to be a little bit closer this time round, though. As actually there is, yeah, sorry, VEC a little bit further back and not able to make a move this time round, despite looking closer a couple of seconds ago.
Yeah, he's just being stunted at the moment, isn't he? That progress, just not able to get any further. He was only about 7 seconds off the lead. That is now about 11 or so. So really losing a whole heap of time behind Luca D'Amelio. But Luca D'Amelio doing an incredible job, I think it's fair to say. It's all, it's good to talk about how maybe Mark Veet's not getting any exits, but Luca is defending absolutely incredibly, not giving any chances away, and just allowing himself to stay pretty comfortably up in P3 for a moment. This is the battle for P9. You have Makajupi for Thomas Enger Sim Racing ahead of Luca Martino for Arms Cyber, and you can just see there's a gaggle of these cars at the moment. A small group murking their way through the middle sector, and an hour and a quarter is gone. They're approaching their second stops, but there still isn't anything between them, isn't there?
Yeah, still nothing really there, even after an hour and a quarter round here at Spa, and a pit stop, as you said, the Thomas Enger car and the Arms Cyber car so close as they're coming through the final 2 right-handers before entering sector 3, and Martino will get a little bit of slipstream along this long straight, but perhaps not enough in order to be able to pull up to the side coming down towards the chicane.
Yeah, as they work their way through Blanchimont for I was going to say for the second time or something. I don't really know why, because I don't know what lap they're on. But for not even anywhere near the end of the race. Right then, let me restart that point. They work their way down towards Blanchimont and into the bus stop in the train, but they are nose to tail, and they are in a position where we might be seeing some overtaking in the not too distant future, especially if GT3s get involved, especially if there are just little moments from some of these drivers. And I mean, Luca Martino will snap up anything that Juha Makajupi will be giving him, so they run down towards Eau Rouge and Radion once again, but despite that gap being 0.4 of a second, we just know at this point it's not close enough to make a move, is it?
Well, theoretically, any distance is close enough to make a move. Whether it's successful or not is a different question. But yeah,
a little... that's a fair point.
a little bit too far back to make a successful move was Martino that time round. Mathieu doing a great job of defending, using that GT3 car as a little bit of a pick almost to try and get a little bit more space between the two cars. But Martino is almost right back to where they were before that, before lapping that GT3 car.
Yeah, it's a very difficult circumstance, I think it's fair to say, for Luca Martino to be in, because he is so close to the back and he is looking so keen to make that move, but just not getting what he wants in terms of the I don't know, the pace advantage, the exits that he needs, and maybe just not the slipstream that he wants down in towards places like Clay Calm into the bus stop as well. But just having to be patient and just having to play it safe for the time being, lapping a GT3 ongoing, got to be careful, trying to sneak up the inside through Paul Frere past the house that no longer exists in the real world, and Luca Martino again, you can see dropping back just those extra couple of tenths. It is just going to be so critical throughout this race, and moves are seeming like they're hard to come by in the back end of these stints. Strategy, I think, is going to be oh so important as we work our way through this race.
Yeah, so here we go through the right and the left, and Martino trying to get down that power as early as possible in order to try and gain a little bit of ground on that Thomas Enga sim racing car, but not appearing to be able to do so at this moment in time. There is another battle here down GT3. It's been a while since we had a look at them. It's Jasper Pedersen versus Daniele Canestratore, Rafa Esports and the Simfreen car. Just about 0.3 of a second separating the two of them at the moment as they're coming down towards Poulon.
Yeah, Canestratore looking keen on the back of Jesper Pedersen, but also, of course, has to be aware that he's got a similarly big Steelwolf Net Race car in behind him of Gielzinski. So, again, nice to see these trains. It's good that we are seeing some close battles at the start of the season. Clearly, we're going to have a very competitive grid throughout the year on the basis of the first hour and a quarter in this race. Pedersen, who I believe has jumped into that car already, if I'm not mistaken, replacing Jerne Simoncic. Indeed, he has. So Simoncic only doing the opening stint, giving it over to Pedersen. Maybe that'll be a symptom of some ping-pong that might be ongoing with the two of them. But early stages still in this race, and I think these drivers still feeling their way out, still feeling their way through traffic and just sitting in a train and just getting themselves back into that rhythm that they've been missing for a couple of months.
Yeah, oh, look at that. A nice little bit of a tail slide there coming out of the chicane as Canestratore tried to put on the power coming across the start-finish line. But yes, coming through Luzors, and the Seawolf Net Race car actually might almost have the opportunity to make a move.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe a little bit too far back. A quarter of a second we've seen is almost insurmountable down the Kemmel Straight, but let's see with the pace advantage. Very good run through Eau Rouge and Radion for Gielzinski. Let's see if he can use it to his advantage. Down the Kemmel Straight, he's gaining. He's attached a tow rope to Canestratore in front of him. Canestratore realises that, defends to the inside, forcing the Seawolf car to the outside line. But can he dance around the outside? He's tiptoeing. He's trying to get his tap dancing shoes on, but he's just about going to find the inside line for the second part of the Lecom, sorry. But as they get into the third part at Malmedy, Canestratore just about holding on, but Gielzinski with the exit. This is going to keep carrying on all the way through the second sector, Vida.
Indeed, maybe a little bit of contact even there, right there on the apex, still hanging around the outside is that Seawolf car, but forced to concede some ground, and indeed some perhaps angry flashing of the lights there from the Seawolf Net Race car.
Yeah, an aggressive move attempted. Canestratore will have also lost time trying to defend, which means you'd think Gielzinski is going to have more of a chance with the slipstream next time around, with Canestratore feeling less of that effect himself.
So here we come down to the peak path, the right, the left, and the Seawolf Net Race car trying to get a little bit closer to try and take that position that was almost completed half a lap ago, but was just not close enough in order to make that move. Half a second, the gap between the two of them as they crossed the split for the third sector, and then coming along the back straight towards Blanchimont, but indeed a little bit too far back at this moment in time to actually really do anything.
Yeah, and I think especially with the second stint, well, actually, these guys nowhere near the second stint ending, are they? So they pitted
No, they've got about
about 52
another
minutes in,
30
yeah.
minutes to go, yeah.
Exactly. So they've got a long way to go. Coming to the end for the LMP2s, you'd say, but not for these guys. They've got a lot of jockeying for position to do before they start to think of their pit lap in about 20 minutes time, 30 minutes time, as you mentioned there, Vidir. But for Canistrasi, this is not going to help him at all. This is a massive opportunity for Gielzinski. Canistrasi's been absolutely compromised through La Source at turn 1, and Gielzinski's just going to be running on his bumper in towards Eau Rouge Madi, and I wouldn't have gone for it there. Just
Nope.
sticking it behind might have worked out better for him, I would have thought.
Yep, that would have been an interesting move to go side by side up the hill, but decided not to that time round, but a lot closer now than he was about a half a lap ago. We'll maybe move out to the right, to the left. We'll try and take the outside, the inside line. Oh, down towards the inside. Oh, and almost lost it there because of that sharp direction change under braking.
Yeah, but still, Canistrasi's holding on for the Simframe Esports team. And Benjamin Gielzinski not able to find a way through. Oh, nearly claiming the inside line, though, down towards Bruxelles. Nothing doing there for him. But you can just see the keenness for Gielzinski to make this position, because he knows that if he can get past Canistrasi, that will really help his race throughout the rest of the stint, and maybe he can hand over to his teammate in a better position to how he entered this stint, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does, but look, that LMP2 car really kind of split up these two cars coming through Podium. So perhaps it'll be a couple of laps until we see another attack from that Seawolf car. Having a look elsewhere, you got this battle down towards the tail end of the GT3 class for 15th position. Pim van Mark in that Team Iris car trying to make a move on Gandosi for 15th.
Yeah, Gandosi. I mean, this is towards the back of the order, isn't it? Obviously, with the 20 cars that we started in the GT3s, but still a nice tight battle between Gandosi and Pim van Ark, being overtaken, or lapped, I should really say, by the Hyperion car now, the LMP2 Hyperion, as they make their way through the double right-hander at Podium. But for Gandosi and Pim van Ark, they are a little bit further back from the trains in front of them, 10 seconds away from the 65 Satellite Racing car, and then another 10 seconds behind Sim Racing for Holland, who were in P12. So, you know, about half a minute off the back into the top 10, but still, points are prizes. You know, you still have to keep going in races like this, and 6.5 hours to go. Who's to say they won't still get a top 10?
Yep, very, very true. And I don't think it's actually that far until the top 10. I make it maybe about 20 seconds or so until they break into that 10th position. So really, not that much. Easily a couple of quick spins, contact with a faster class or so, or you know, just some strategy decisions can easily make up those 20 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, even especially with changing the driver, you never really know who's going to get in, how their pace is going to be, and we might see a differential. And that's the other thing with endurance racing that you don't necessarily get with other forms of, not just sim racing, but racing in general, is that when you have changes of drivers, they all have their own different quirks. Some may be ever so slightly faster than others, and you can see races change just because of the differences that, of the drivers when they get in the cars. So lots of opportunity for these guys. 28, I've just counted, seconds behind P10, so not that far behind. 30 seconds isn't a massive deal, especially when the pit stops take so long here. And for Gandosi and Pim van Ark, working together may serve them well, I think.
Of course, with what you said of that long pit lane, if you can reduce the number of pit stops you need to take by one and still maintain speed, you know, that's a massive, massive bonus.
Yeah, you'd be looking at gaining nearly a minute, wouldn't you? With the length of the pit lane that we have. There's a hypercar coming through. That's looking a little bit sketchy and just about saving the car. Thought we were going to see someone in the wall there, but in the end, everyone's happy. Everyone's through. And Gandosi and Pim van Ark looking relatively safe. Gaps have opened up, haven't they, at this stage? But we are seeing pit stops in the LMP2s. Valley Esports have dived in now.
And yeah, that kind of makes sense. About what, 40 minutes is the last LMP2 stop, and really that does kind of make sense with what we've experienced over the past few seasons when it comes to how long these P2 stints are. I think that was actually also, just going back a couple of corners, a big wiggle from Gandosi.
Yeah, massive wiggle. But in the end, kept it under control, and everyone's still happy, everyone's still racing. And we continue on. An hour and a half just about has been completed in this race. And with Gandosi and Pim Van Ark nose to tail, we wish them all the best to get up to the back of the top 10, bouncing over the sausage curb, but Gandosi is through. Looking at the timing page, though, there's another couple of close battles. Still at the front of that GT3 between Simfream and Seawolf Net Race, of course. We've seen that somewhat recently. Also, we've got drivers in the pit lane in the LMP2s. And in the hypercars, they've kind of got themselves out. 2 seconds is the rule of thumb at the moment. Goteam 2.5 behind Racing Zone. Blackhawk 2 seconds behind Goteam at the moment. So, interesting to see those guys work their way through. And there's also this battle for P9 and P10. Iris in the GT3 battles at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, Yannick Plat trying to defend from Abel Sequeira, coming down towards P1. Half a second roughly the gap between the two of them as they stand, and looking, as you said, to get into this 9th position, coming through P1. A little bit of a tighter line there for Sequeira before coming into the right and the left. Yes, trying to that number 53 car, just trying to gain a little bit of ground so you can really benefit from that slipstream along the long straights here at Spa.
And there are quite a few long straights at Spa, realistically, with the exception of maybe a lift through Eau Rouge and Radion. Flat out from Turn 1 at La Source all the way to Les Combes. You're flat out as well, maybe a bit of a lift again for the GT3s, but flat out from Paul Frere all the way to the bus stop. And these aren't, you know, dead straight like an American city, but they are still going to be overtaking opportunities. They are still flat out for these guys. And they do create their own moments, as we've seen already. That spin on their own down between Paul Frere and Blanchimont. We've seen little moves through Blanchimont. We've seen GT3s being lapped at Blanchimont, and then we've then seen moves at the bus stop. I mean, all the way down some of these straights, action will occur, and it's why we race so often around Spa, because it is a track where you just have to be ready all of the time.
Yeah, you always need to be careful of where the next problem may come from and be able to have eyes in the back of your head almost. But Sequeira just falling a little bit back now, 9/10 of a second that gap. Maybe just does not quite have the pace at this juncture of the race. We have this battle in the LMP2 class for 9th position there as well. Walter Stoltz in the Goteam racing car and Josh Hughes in the XRL car.
And XRL have been kind of at the back of the battles all the way through, haven't they? They've been there. They haven't quite been at the front of the trades or making the move necessarily, but they've just been there, putting their noses in where I think some might say where the sun doesn't shine, but they've been able to stay alive. They've not caused any contact, and they continue on. And Josh Hughes, as you said, behind Walter Stoltz now, and looking to try and gain a move, and maybe helped by the fact that the hypercar's going to lap, but I think it's going to lap pretty easily before they get anywhere near La Source. So Josh Hughes with a little bit of work to do. Gap back is pretty safe as well, so really Josh Hughes can just focus up in front.
Indeed, so here we go, and there we go. Just changing a little bit due to the pit stop phase there, but look at how close Hughes is in that XRL car, 7/10 of a second, but that might have actually extended a little bit coming out of the source. Perhaps did not have that good a run coming out of the hairpin, and indeed just falling back ever so slightly. We'll see an update once the second timing beam is crossed, but yes, just falling back ever so slightly.
Yeah, and just maybe biding his time, waiting around, but at the same time, you wouldn't necessarily expect that from some of these guys, but you might expect that because we've still got 6.5 hours, so you can kind of see it either way. But regardless, Josh Hughes is twiddling his thumbs, sitting and waiting, allowing the hypercars to, work their way through on his competitors, and then might have a go himself. He's got the Goteam car behind him, who's P3 overall to worry about. But I think that should be a relatively easy move down towards Blanchimont with the pace advantage that the hypercars get on the top end speed. So 6.5 hours to go. Pit stops, you probably think, starting to think about it in the offing for the hypercars. We're about, I'd say, 10-15 minutes away from pit stops for the GT3s.
Yeah, really not that far away, and these GT3 teams will be needing to think about what their strategy is for next time. Oh, it's that 3 wide coming out of Blanchimont. These GT3 teams will have to start thinking about what their strategy is. Are they going to change tyres? Are they going to change drivers? But yeah, look at that side by side.
Crossing the line, really locked together in combat, aren't they? This is Josh Hughes' real good chance to make the move on the Goteam racing car. Round the outside at La Source, tiptoeing around, just about. Can he get the exit? Can he get the drive? A little bit of door banging as they make their way off of the corner. But Josh Hughes, he just maintained his line and kept his foot in, and will take P5 off of his competitor in the Goteam racing car. We were seeing pit stops from the leaders in the hypercars as well. Goteam going longer again, but Seawolf Net Race going into the pit lane along with Racing Zone Team and Blackhawk Racing. So those guys are coming in for a pit stop, but Goteam Racing, they're going long again. Are they trying to shave off that one pit stop over the course of the race?
I was doing so because, as you've said before, it's a massive time saver. But then you've got to also take that into account with how much slower you need to go in order to be able to take away that pit stop. So really it's kind of a compromise. You know, would you rather go slightly slower throughout the race in order to avoid coming through the pit lane one more time? Or would you actually decide to go slightly more flat out and then take that extra stop?
That is the I think that's the dilemma that Goteam may have over the next hour or two, but once they've committed one way or the other, you'd think that they'd likely carry that out all the way to the end, no matter how painful it may be, especially if they try and take off the one pit stop. But, I mean, we'll see how long they can go, actually. I think that's going to be the interesting thing. How long can they stay out? Oh, as there was lots of lapping going on behind this battle. You can just about see 2-3 cars coming out through Paul Frere, nearly side by side. Josh Hughes isn't worrying about that, though. He is up into P5 and away. Battling the GT3 for P2, though. Simfree right up behind the Blackhawk racing car. There's only a quarter of a second between these guys, and it's Christian Malguera for Simfree, who is trying to apply as much pressure as he can to the back of Andre Marichak.
Indeed, Blackhawk versus Simfree coming through Pouillon and down towards the end of the circuit. And quarter of a second, Malguera right there ready to make a move as soon as the opportunity presents itself. Next race car comes in from third, and the hypercars as well. And getting a lot closer there, particularly on the apex.
And you can just see the Simfree are coming back into this in the GT3s. I mean, Blackhawk have had it all their own way for the last half an hour at least. But now it looks like Malguera is trying to put the cat amongst the pigeons and insert himself as the sandwich with the Blackhawk bread. But the leader of this class, who is Arda Ercan, who started P2,
up the road,
exactly, having a fantastic race.
So here we go, having a look. Malguera quite close there, not able to make a move coming out of the chicane though. Moves to the left-hand side of the circuit, the outside line, if you like, for La Source, which is of course also the racing line. But Marichak taking a preemptively defensive line there.
Yeah, he's not really. He's almost just backing off and almost inviting the pressure from Christian Malguera at the moment, who cannot get close enough, I don't think, down this Kemmel straight to be, I mean, properly side by side into Les Carmes. But as you said, you could be anywhere down a straight. If you send it, you can always go for the move. It just depends how clean it ends up being. But Marichak again defending the inside line. Malguera would be forced to the outside if he was going for the move, but just sitting in behind. All this is doing is allowing Arda Ercan away, and is this maybe a team tactic to maybe hold up the rest of the field using this this number 2 car and just get Arda Ercan that gap that, I mean, could be unassailable?
Yeah, so so much bigger now. But of course, all it takes is a small mistake, and suddenly that gap is cut in half or eliminated entirely. Malgera a lot closer this time round now. That gap was halved to just over 1/10 of a second, coming through Puon now. And always got to be careful of the cars behind, because that satellite racing car is lurking in the background.
Yeah, this could be interesting. Oh no! Oh my word! That's LMP2 trying to make their way through. That's the Goteam racing car trying to find their way through, and that nearly ended in tears for both Malgera and for who is, I believe, who could that be? I think it was Jelle Binsbergen. Indeed it was Jelle Binsbergen in the 37 Goteam racing car. But they managed to work their way through, and they're all alive, and no one's picked up at least too much damage, I wouldn't have thought. And they are going to continue on. Pit stop being made by the second of the Goteam racing cars, who had a 100-second advantage over anybody, just showing you how long that pit lane is. But continuing to go long is Moritz Mel.
Yeah, Goteam car continuing to extend those stints. But the thing is, yeah, it's about 45 minutes or so for these hypercar stints. And what does that fall into? I'm just trying to do 45. So that means your last stint would need to be about half an hour. I don't think you can really save half an hour, essentially 2/3 of a stint worth of fuel, in order to not come down that pit lane one more time.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. I mean, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they've worked it out, because of course they will have done the maths beforehand, won't they? So they'll have a relative grasp of what they're doing. But even still, it could be really quite interesting. Into the pit lane now does come Moritz Mel, as he will now be in the box. Interesting to see where they come out in terms of the rest of the field, especially considering that the net race leader, you have to say, is Roland Toth now in the Racing Zone team car. Who's ahead of Martin Ullman, who's got in that Seawolf net race car, and then they're ahead of Luc Munier. But those top three are split by less than 3 seconds, so still really, really tight. Although having said that, I think Norbert Jakob is out of the pit lane and relatively comfortably in P2.
Yeah, having a look at Jakob, it takes, of course, a little bit of time for these to update, but here comes Jakob, actually just coming on to Blanchimont, and Roland Toth is, where's that? That's coming to the P5. So yeah, a big gap there actually for that Goteam car.
Yeah, I have no idea how that gap has grown out so big. There must have been a shortened stop. They must have not have taken something there, because I cannot imagine what else it would be.
This Malgera is looking very, very menacing on the back of that Blackhawk car. Now we'll move towards the outside of the chicane. There is a little bit of an overlap there. Perhaps this is the move the Simfrim car is looking for. We'll have the inside for the left-hander, and a beautiful move coming through the chicane there. But they've got to be careful, because that satellite racing car is right there as well.
And the Hyperions coming to lap them all. So as we make our way towards turn 1, any response from Marichak? No. Any response from the satellite car? No. They will just run nose to tail through La Source. But they're going to have to be careful, because there's another LMP2 looking to find their way through. And how far can they get through, these guys, before we get to Eau Rouge? Inside line on the second one. That looks all nice and safe, actually. Not as scary as I thought it could be. Coming out of the pit lane now is the second of the Goteam racing cars of Remy Delorme now, who's replaced Moritz Mel. And that's going to be in P5 overall. I don't know what Norbert Jakob did in the pit lane, but maybe, well, I don't know what it was, but they've saved 27 seconds, about half a minute, really.
Yeah, and the satellite racing car is past the Blackhawk car there as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, big moments then in this race, in the middle of the stint for the GT3s and at the end of the stint for the hypercars, and you can just about see inside line for the Simframe, the net race sim, yeah, that one.
That one, it's fine, yep.
T-Wolf net race, there we go. Gosh, honestly, net will be the end of me, that word, so I'm going to write it down and just look at it for an hour. But yeah, the Seawolf net race car coming through. There's the Goteam racing car coming through, and the hypercars are kind of bunched up together at the moment, which is nice to see. But for Marichak, his defence has been broken, not just by one driver, but by two. Nader Erkan has now not got that protection anymore.
Yeah, that rear gunner, if you like, is falling away even. Yemi Nisla here in this number 64 satellite racing car, a little bit further back actually from Margera, about 0.8 of a second. That is to be expected, considering there was that battle coming down the Kemmel Straight between the two of them, as well as some traffic over the last lap or so. This is perhaps a battle as well. Daniel kind of Strachey in that Seawolf Net race car. Those two were essentially side by side over the timing beam at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Kind of Strachey in that Simpreme car, looking to battle its way back up into 7th position.
Yeah, and kind of Strachey, of course, we looked at his battle earlier, but he is resuming the battle and looking to get back up into the top 7. Oh, bouncing over the sausage curbs though, taking some liberties with how much curb to take. The sun is shining, I should say now, out at Spa-Francorchamps. It has come up from behind the clouds. We were talking about maybe it could be raining. It's actually turned a little bit better. It's gone from cloudy to sunny, which could increase the track temperature, which may have a little bit of an impact in terms of particularly the tyres that the drivers are going to have. We might see a few more teams take some more tyres if the wear starts to increase. But for the time being, for the hypercars, they've just come out of their stint. Who can gain any kind of march here on anybody else? Because most of the teams have swapped drivers now, and we might have a slightly different picture of the race.
Yeah, not too many teams have kept their starting drivers in the hypercars. For example, it's Jakob and Toth. Monnier, I believe, were the only drivers to have stayed in the seat, which are also the top 3 within class. But yeah, a lot of these teams have decided to now begin with their driver changes, and we'll get to see how these second wave of drivers deal with the various trials and tribulations here at Spa. Having a look at Polly Arnen now, having a battle for that 33rd position overall, and trying to get up to 12th in class. It's the 58 car ahead, how Neil Gil Nevis, and just about half a second separating the two of them as they're coming through Bruxelles.
Great name for a team as well, 58, with the car being 58. I mean, that's satisfying, isn't it? That prevents us from having to worry about anything else. Look at the number. But yeah, Zhao, I should say, is defending relatively well at the moment, but Pauli Ahonen looking for the move, maybe in the next couple of laps. Nowhere near close enough for the time being. You'd have to gain a couple more tenths onto the Kemmel if any move was going to be made. But yeah, still quite a long way to go for these guys, especially as they've just got in the car. Or no, they've been in the car for a while, I should say, but they may be getting out of the car, that's what I'm trying to say, because their pit stops are coming up relatively soon, you'd think, as we see the two Netwolf cars in the pit lane. Sorry, Netwolf, Blackhawk, my word, I'm so sorry. The two Blackhawk cars in the pit lane, they are coming in together. Clearly, a bit of a strategy within the team.
I was just thinking, I'd be fully tempting if I was signing up for a team here in the VEC. If my team was called 58, then applying for car number 59. I'd be fully tempted to do something like this. But no, Dylan Evans here still doing a good job holding off Polly Arnen. Say that Arnen comes into the pits.
Yeah, so we're seeing these GT3s now come in. I said he was going to the end of the stint. I didn't quite think it was that soon, but yeah, quite literally the end of this stint there. Oh, as we're seeing some battles in towards Lake Com. This is Walter Stolz and Luca D'Amelio. Luca D'Amelio, who of course was leading this race at turn 1, has slipped all the way back to P8 for the time being, fighting away with the Goteam car as they work their way into Bruxelles, with the GT3 chopping across the front nose of Luca D'Amelio, preventing any kind of move there. And the Pan course driver falling back, stuck behind at No Name, and that's a good second that he's lost there.
Yeah, a lot of time lost there. And that's just what happens with traffic occasionally. We're having a look on board. Oh, sorry, the camera, I should say, is focused on Luca D'Amelio in that number 39 car. But yes, a lot of time lost there just because catching traffic in the wrong place.
Yeah, but I mean, it can be difficult. That's really the only place on the circuit where you can catch traffic and get stuck behind for a little bit longer than you'd want to, isn't it? Because that little straight, I mean, it's just a little bit of a acceleration zone. You
Here we
wouldn't call
go,
it a
just move
straight.
for fourth for all as well. Ullman trying to get past DeLorme. Goteam versus Seawolf net race. Ullman was going to be stuck there on the outside round Lecom, but decided to back out of it before the turn in point. But look at that, so close. That GT3 traffic might help as well.
Yeah, and Delorme looks too much under pressure, and just defending the inside line means that Ullman doesn't really have the chance around the outside. This is what happened to Pauli Arhanen in the
There's
pit
contact in the
lane.
pit lane.
Looked all okay there between the BMW, but still maybe not the safest of releases.
Yeah, indeed. Maybe not the best. As Ullman's actually fallen back a lot from Delorme now over the past couple of corners, I guess, just because catching traffic in the wrong position.
Yeah, but difficult for a load of these cars in the pit lane, especially when it gets busy, because there are so many cars on track that it's likely that we're going to get, sometimes 10 cars in the pit lane at once, especially when it's a GT3 pit window and there's 20 cars in the pit lane. But yes, I mean, we're approaching the end of the second hour. Yeah, I mean, we are still no closer really to knowing what's going on. I'm still interested as to what the strategy is for Norbert Jakob in the number 7 Goteam racing car, because that gap has come down quite significantly to Roland Toth in behind, and I don't know what they didn't take at the pit stop, because clearly there was something.
Yes. Yeah, that is true. I still don't actually quite know what that was, though. Could it be tires once again?
I mean, possibly.
Maybe.
Would you go 3 stints on a set of tyres? Or maybe they took the tyres after the first stint. They didn't lose time, did they?
Yeah.
And maybe it's a triple stint on the tyres. That could be brave. Oh, is that the Hyperion? No, that's Janssen Bintz going off. Bintz going off deep at the bus stop chicane. Leader in the LMP2's making a slight mistake. And that's not the first little mistake he's made down there after the contact we saw earlier.
That's true. There was that contact earlier with the Blackhawk car within the opening laps. But yes, going off slightly there at the chicane, but it's so easy to do because it is a massive, massive braking zone.
Yeah, huge, isn't it? As they run their way through into that bus stop chicane. And it can be tricky as well with the pit lane exit coming off on the inside, where drivers then have to shave a little bit more speed off. It's not quite as extreme as, a Shanghai or Gilles Villeneuve, where you're going straight on and you have to not run into the back of the car. But for the cars behind, they have to be careful in a kind of somewhat muted example of the Red Bull Ring, where the driver is coming into the pit lane. They're going to be slower on that racing line, and you're going to have to be aware of that and ready to take a little bit of speed off yourself, because otherwise, we've seen it before, you could tap the car in front of you around, and that is very much going to be your fault. So you've got to be careful. Going deep is not an option at the bus stop chicane, and Janssen Bintz is going to have to be careful of that, but also careful of these GT3s through P1.
And through that long left-hander, which of course puts a lot of strain on those right-hand side tyres. And Bintz just losing slightly more time now to beat half a second or so that gap to cross the second timing line, second split line I should say rather, round here at Spa before the long run down towards the chicane. And yeah, perhaps a little bit too far back is Veet for to get the benefit of any of that slipstream.
Yeah, we have really seen as a theme that slipstream, you have to be within about 3/10 for it to really work, for you to be able to make a move. I mean, it hasn't been particularly productive this afternoon. I'm getting ahead of myself. But yeah, interesting to see that. I think moves are going to have to be made more with the strategy, more with the lap traffic, rather than just on pure pace, because it just looks difficult, doesn't it? You can get close down in towards La Source, but the natural time gap that you have at La Source just from the acceleration zone, and the fact that you can't get too close, obviously, in the braking zone because of it being a hairpin, means that overtaking is looking difficult up at Lake Orme.
Yeah, and again, when you think about it, it really isn't that big of a braking zone there. You're not really scrubbing off that much speed. It's maybe from example sixth gear, maybe down to third, so you're really not actually braking that much for the corner.
You're not braking too much. I mean, but yeah, it's difficult to say as
Pause.
well. Yeah, I was going to say Janssen Pins. Yeah, really. I mean, that was taking some liberty, wasn't it?
So
Yeah.
indeed, taking liberty, hoping to not get too many track strikes either, or track limit strikes, I should say rather.
Yeah, because of course when you build them up over the course of the race, you maybe not just impact yourself, but the car as well. You don't want to give your teammates a lasting penalty, do you? Or you know, give your teammates, put your teammates in a position where it's even more difficult for them to not get a penalty, and they've only got a couple of track limit violations in hand, if you could say. But yeah, Janssen Bintz, he's been a little bit all over the place in the last few laps, and Mark Veep, who has worked his way up valiantly over the last hour, is now looking for the lead. He was P5, or I think he was P6 actually, and has slowly but surely worked his way up into a position now where, I mean, he could be in the lead in the next, 7 minutes or so.
Yeah, really, Mark Feet looking threatening in that Black Hawk car, and won't be surprised if we see an actual side-by-side battle very, very soon for this number one position in the LMP2 class. Across the start-finish line once more, coming down towards the source, this right-handed hairpin. Very tricky as well, because the inside of the track really dips there at the apex.
Yeah, it's a characteristic of that corner, isn't it? Where where the track just dives away right on that apex. But hey, these drivers are used to it. They've done it so many times. Spa probably the most used circuit I'd say in sim racing overall. Um, so these drivers know it inside and out. Could probably do it with their eyes closed in multiple cars.
Yes.
Uh, but here they are now in their particular machinery that they've got for this season of the VEC, season 17 of the VEC, and they're just going to have to get into that rhythm, which is easier said than done because, of course, with all that traffic, you're not really allowed to get into too much of a rhythm, are you?
Yeah, really the only time you get into rhythm is during qualifying and during the opening laps of the race before you start lapping traffic. But yes, you've always got to be careful of the cars that you need to lap and be lapped by in the case of the LMP2 class. And coming through Podium, Mark Feet looking a little bit closer this time round.
Yeah, Mark V, he has just been on the pressure cooker. I mean, he's been turning it up all race long, and he is now turning it up on Janssen Bintz, who is maybe starting to feel the heat a touch, because Mark V in the Blackwalk car has been on a mission in the last hour, and he's only got one more drive to overtake before he's got a clean track in front of him and able to just try and pull away into the lead before the next pit stops occur for the LMP2s, and he might hand it over to one of his teammates. But up through Blanchimont, is there any chance down towards the bus stop chicane? We'll see, because he's getting a nice tow all the way through. It's just not going to be quite enough to make any kind of send in towards the bus stop chicane. But Janssen Bintz made a couple of mistakes here before. He'll keep it nice and clean this time round.
And accelerating out towards the start-finish line, a quarter of a second was the gap at the second timing beam. It's 3.5 tenths at the start-finish line, so definitely closer is the Blackhawk LMP2 coming through the source and accelerating down the hill. Try and put the throttle on as early as possible in order to get as much speed as possible as you come through the left, right, left of the hill, which is pretty much flat out in all of these cars.
Yeah, you'd say, yeah, I'd say. I mean, maybe not in the GT3s, but yeah, hypercars, you'd say flat out. Probably a slight lift for the GT3s, but again, there's no good braking involved, and if there is, I'd be worried for the state of the car, quite frankly. But yeah, for the LMP2s and the hypercars, it should be pretty much flat out. Bintz is going to get caught up a little bit behind the GT3 car as they work their way in towards Malmedy. Is this an opportunity for Mark Veet? Outside line might be where he has to be into Bruxelles. He actually has to be on the inside to overtake the GT3 car, not able to get through on the pure pace through the exit. But he's going to stick behind Janssen Bintz, but you might think that's an opportunity gone.
Yeah, it looked like a very promising opportunity there for the Blackhawk car, but yeah, not able to clear that GT3 car in time, which maybe meant that opportunity was missed. But again, No doubt another one will come up very, very soon, coming through the right-hander here at Puthbath, and then the left. And here we go underneath the Spa circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps banner through Paul Frere eventually, and no doubt another chance for Veet to make a move for that first position.
And he has been looking so dangerous, hasn't he? I mean, he's made a few different types of moves at Les Combes down at the bus stop, and he's also used the traffic disadvantage as well. He has been on it all the way through his stint and has easily looked like the fastest driver in the class. Whilst he's been in the car, Janssen Bintz has been in since the start, and he's looked very, very good, maybe despite those couple of little errors. But with us approaching the end of the second hour, you'd have to say Mark Veet has been the pick of the drivers in LMP2, and Janssen Bintz has also been up there, but Veet's just had that pace, hasn't he? It's incredible.
Yeah, and particularly, well, really that pace got turned on, what was it, from the second stint? Because we saw Veet carving through the traffic at that point, didn't we? I think it was the second stint, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, I mean, he's been pulling through, I mean, really this entire stint, for the last hour or so, he's just been working his way through, slowly but surely. And he's been doing a very effective job of it, hasn't he? He's not really been held up too much. He's worked his way through cleanly. And he now sits in P2, starting to gain the lead in the class. And this is obviously our closest battle for the lead in class. We've got 13 seconds in the hypercars, 22 in the GT3s. And I think there's pit stops ongoing there as well, because, of course, Blackhawk were in a relatively comfortable position there. But, I mean, as we're coming to the end of the opening couple of hours, Vida, you'll be leaving us for a couple of hours when we reach the mark. But, I mean, sum up the first couple of hours for us, because it has been action-packed, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed, it's been action-packed. It's also very interesting to see how all of these teams have dealt with it, if you like, the start of the new season, with new team combinations and new cars in some classes as well. It's been very fun, and no doubt these battles will continue. We've seen them all the way through in LMP2 and GT3 in particular, the LMP2 being the most exciting class so far, with it being essentially the only spec class. But who knows what the final 6 hours is going to bring us.
And hopefully they're going to be 6 action-packed hours, frankly, because
so, yeah.
we've got lots of opportunity for looking at the gaps in the LMP2 still. Of course, they are tight. We've got 2 seconds for the lead, with Veet dropping back a little bit this time round. But even still, 7, 3, 8, 3. After a couple of hours, they are some nice, tight, close battles, and they should hopefully develop as we work our way throughout the rest of the race. But as we get to the end of the second hour, we say thank you very much to you, Vida Heatley. You'll be back, I think, in a couple of hours' time. So obviously, you'll be back in the not too distant future, so you won't miss too much. But as you leave us, we will welcome in Cameron Roger into the commentary booth. Welcome in, Cam. 2 hours completed on the dot now. And yeah, what a couple of hours it's been. I mean, I don't know how much you've watched for the opening couple of hours, but I mean, you can look at the time gaps. It's been a very good start.
Yes, certainly. A couple of hours into the new season, season 17. After all these years, season 10 was my first one in VEC, so the years are going very fast now indeed. But yeah, unfortunately I wasn't able to catch too much in the start of the race due to my full-time job, which unfortunately comes on Saturday mornings as well now. But yes, as for VEC, I'm really glad to be here. Missed a few races last season, and it's good to see that we are going once more. Of course, with the new car as well in the hypercars, a bit of a change from the Vanwall that we had last year, so that's always nice to see. And of course, with the continuation of the P2s and the GT3s, yeah, I'm looking forward to see what this season can bring.
Yeah, you're a busy man, aren't you?
Unfortunately,
overall, yeah. But yeah, it's been a great start to the race. We are seeing some nice tight battles, and particularly interesting to see Norbert Jakob in the lead overall. He has taken less on his last pit stop. We're thinking that he hasn't taken tyres in his last pit stop. He gained 20 seconds over the course of that pit stop phase. But the Goteam cars 1 and 2 in qualifying were not 1 and 2 coming out of the first corner after an incredible start from Nick De Silva in the 10-8-9 race car, but that has since DNF, so we've only got 7 hypercars left in the running. But Norbert Jakob leads the way. Roland Toff, you'd have to say, leads the charge with everybody that has got some fresh tyres, some full tanks of fuel. Well, not full anymore as they come towards another pit stop, but a point still stands. And we're also seeing in P4, the second of the Goteam cars, Remy Delorme looking to recover from a bad start, who were right at the back of the grid after the opening lap, looking to recover back up into P4 for the time being.
Yeah, I was checking out the the sort of entry list coming into this, and Goteam, they're looking pretty handy with those couple of cars. We know how fast they are. Obviously champions in LMP2 a couple of years ago as well, and they've been competitors for the championship ever since, in the top category since moving up. So I think it's going to be an awesome opportunity to see what they can do this year with these new hypercars indeed. And also, as you were mentioning, with the pit stops and the tyres and no tyres for some teams, being the first actual race, of course we had pre-season a couple of weeks ago, but the first actual race of the season, Dara, we got to learn what this new car is going to do in terms of the tyre strategies, the fuel strategies, and how they're going to work that over the course of a distance, such as 8 hours. Even in a 2-3 hour race like we have in pre-season, you don't necessarily get the full picture of what the car's going to do in a bigger, longer race.
And it's kind of like science, isn't it, of an endurance race where, teams really try and work out exactly what's best for them in terms of the strategy. And when you get an 8-hour race, an 8-hour race, goodness me, we've already had 2 hours, that's flown by, an 8-hour race, compared to something like a 4-hour race, like you mentioned, you can't really get too much differential on the strategy. But when you get to that 8-hour, that 12-hour, that 24 that we'll get at Le Mans by the end of the season, I mean, you do get that, almost that opening of the window in what you can do with the strategy, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the fact over the last, it's probably about 4 seasons now that we've had the Spa race, we've flip-flopped between sort of 6 hours, 8 hours, and I do like the fact that it's gone back to 8 hours. Not that it necessarily changes the race absolutely completely, but it is always good having those extra couple of hours for the teams to try and work their way through, and it's just a little bit more testing, especially for there are some odd teams out there with maybe 2 drivers, and it just does of course hinder them a little bit as they have to obviously do a bit more driving, can't split it up so much. So definitely a good one that we got the 8 hours back for this first race of the season. We do seem to have a battle coming in now for 3rd place in your hypercars. We've got Goteam Racing with Remy Delorme being in that 4th position, trying to chase down Loic Meunier, who's of course gone across to Blackhawk this season.
Yeah, Loic, doing a very good job at the moment up in P3, and Blackhawk overall in all of the categories. You can see on the tower on the left-hand side, 3rd in Hypercar, 2nd in LMP2, 1st and 3rd in GT3. They are having a good day to start the season in Blackhawk, and as you mentioned, Meunier, a new signing, or newish at least, and it's good to see that they're really trying to open up the team and open up the opportunities in many of their cars. As Delorme now looking for the move, he's been close enough now inside line at Les Combes. I don't think Meunier's going to fight this one too hard. Inside should be easy enough, and in the end Delorme up into P3. Goteam recovering well, but still 17 seconds off there. Having said that though, Meunier's done the up and under. He'll have the inside for Malmedy, but he's not able to make that work. But I thought he gave that one up there.
Yeah, he sort of did into the first apex there at Les Combes, but then round the second tried to get the drive coming towards the final apex of Malmedy, but just not enough slide in the rear end of that Porsche, and unfortunately just dropping back. So there it is, CMT Goteam Racing 1 and 3 in your hypercars, and they're just about 5.5 seconds off the back of Racing Zone team, although they get held up there by one of the GT3s. Awkward timing for them, but they managed to work their way through the next BMW. Down the inside they go there for Tamelli, and then they are now going to be off and away, I would assume, as unfortunately Blackhawk there just getting hindered a little bit with the traffic, just showing how at one point maybe Goteam were going to be losing that position because of the traffic, but in the end they've actually gained about 10 car lengths.
Yeah, and I talked about this about an hour ago as well, but in this race we're seeing some of the teams, even if they're 4 tenths behind onto the start of the Kemmel Straight, get nowhere near by the end of the Kemmel Straight. The slipstream isn't taking too much effect, so using that traffic is going to be so critical for this race, for drivers trying to progress their way through if they're not trying to do something different on the strategy. And it's something that you, obviously, endurance racing throws up, is that traffic, is that different classes that you don't always get in many other races, and it's the challenge that I think some of the drivers are going to have to adjust to after maybe 2-3 months away.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not like these. Always, actually, I think we've got a battle for the lead in LMP2. But yeah, it's not like these drivers have just sat away doing nothing. But for sure, there's something about when you come into a new championship that, it just seems to reignite yourself, and you have to get back going, get in the flow of things once more. As of course, we are racing from now until June 2025. That's starting to sound a bit scary with the year number getting a bit large nowadays. But yeah, this battle at the front of the P2s is getting very close. It was down to about a 1/10 of a second at the start of the last lap.
Yeah, I mean, I even feel slightly ill that I'll be 20 next year. That doesn't feel right.
Don't bring up this
Sorry.
age thing again. You'll start crying.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but it's such a long season. I mean, only 8 rounds when you think about it, but over the course of 9 months, I mean, there are some big gaps. And like you say, drivers don't just go away, sit away and do nothing, but they do other series. They do other, forms of racing, particularly obviously sim racing, but with different cars, with different formats, with different teammates sometimes as well. And sometimes it just takes you a little while, maybe if it's just 20 minutes, 30 minutes, just to get back into that rhythm of an endurance race with teammates. You've jumped in halfway through, you're into the middle of a battle. And especially with the amount of teams that we have on the grid at the moment, 42 starting the race is a big old number. But it's great to see that we've still had so many close battles. We've had very few incidents. I can think of one driver being spun around, and apart from that, I can't really think of anything that would be referred to any kind of stewarding. So it's been nice and clean to start the race, which is always what we want to see. But also, good to see that the drivers are still close in terms of the time gaps, because sometimes, obviously, sometimes some drivers will have had more practice than others. There may be some bigger time gaps, but generally what we're seeing is some very, very tight times between the drivers. And there's not much between the teams when they swap out in a pit stop.
Yeah, we of course need to see how fast the second and third drivers are in the car, as they obviously will work their driver swaps into it over the course of the 8 hours, because often you put your fastest driver in first, and then sometimes you put in your second driver and it's half a second lap off the pace, and then you see a team potentially move up or down the field. But here's one that is potentially teams actually that you'd expect to be higher up, both Sim Racing for Holland and Satellite Racing. Sim Racing for Holland, they had that awesome season a few years ago, actually ironically in a Corvette as they are now, back in the day, but in the C7 they won a few races. They were leading the championship for the first half of the season. Marcel Offermans obviously in that car at the moment, and Paulia Honen in Satellite, who are one of those teams who seem to just go up and down all the time in terms of their race results. Unfortunately not quite consistent enough maybe to challenge for the championship, but they're unfortunately a bit wide for Offermans, and Homan gets the run down towards Puan. That should be a nice easy move, as Offermans actually slight wiggle there on the entry, and that is going to be P10 nice and comfortably for Satellites.
Yeah, they're doing a good job at the moment, as that's in the background, that's Offermans going off and Ahonen getting the move done and then letting through the hypercar to boot as well. But even though these guys are fighting over P10 at the moment in the GT3s, of course it still means something this early on in the season. You may not have the start to a season you necessarily desire, but you've still got a long way to go. So many hours worth of racing. I have to work out how many hours of racing we've got this season, but so much left to go. Only the one 4-hour race, and everything over that. I think last season we had 2 or 3 4-hour races, so we're beefing it up a little bit more this season. And I mean, that I quite enjoy that, because it means that we've got these longer form races, and again, like I mentioned before, more can happen on the strategy, and it doesn't just come down more to pure pace, but also to the the racing IQ of some of these teams.
I'm just doing the maths now. So we have, according to my maths, 70 hours of racing. That is certainly a rather nice one. Of course, last season we had the 2 24-hour races. This year, just the one, but still plenty of racing. And if you think about it, 70 hours, that's a lot of work. It's a lot of effort that you've got to put in to be able to win the championship. A lot of commitment from these teams to come in once a month, have enough practice to be up there fighting for the championship. And one car that we're obviously looking on board with, Thomas Senga Sim Racing, I think you would say, dominating the GT3s last year, very, very fast indeed. And then, of course, working their way up into LMP2s this year. So they're one by one working their way up, and that is something that they need to. Obviously, they've got experienced drivers in that car; they know what they're doing. But it's just got to get into the rhythm of things being in that LMP2 this year.
Yeah, and obviously they qualified, I believe, down in P8, but working their way up to P3, and right behind Charlie Rigo of on-off in P2. So clearly having a great start to their season and adjusting beautifully well. And Thomas Engels in Racing clearly making the step up and making it look easy. Who says they even made the step up, frankly? But 2 hours gone in this race so far. Look at this, all three classes. Hypercar lapping a GT3, then lapping the LMP2 after the LMP2 laps the GT3. And they all make their way through as, Pellegrini comes in. That's the end of maybe his stint, or maybe he's going to be going again.
Yeah, let's see how it is. It's been, a triple stint so far, I guess. So we'll have to see what they do. Loads of LMP2s coming in. Jansen Bintz as well from the lead has gone in. Mark Vate's already done his pit stop, so he's obviously circulating the track, coming through onto the back straight. So he will have to filter in around these guys and see what they can do. So the Pan Corsa team go to the front with Luca Di Meglio.
Back where they were at the end of lap 1 with Luca Di Meglio, who has been in that car since the start, hasn't got out of it just yet, may do at this next pit stop, but we will see. Luca Di Meglio has listed 3 other teammates on the timings pages, so you'd think that he'd likely jump out at the end of this stint, but we'll wait to see. Jansen Bintz is coming in for Valley Esports, and this is Mark Viet, who has already been in for Black Hawk Racing. And you're right to point out these two coming out of the pit lane, Cam, because this is going to be the battle for the lead, isn't it?
Certainly is. Long pit lane.
Yeah.
I still have never. I always forget to research every year when we come here. Is this the longest pit lane in the world? It's got to be. It is so incredibly long. And then the worst part is actually look how slow you are as you get up to speed. That's not Mark Vate coming through. He's a little bit further behind. So I think Bintz should be good to hold on to that lead, as you often see actually, because in this style of racing, an overcut staying out longer is actually often better, because as your teammate or your rival I should say comes in, whilst they are of course on fresher tyres, they are on less fuel when you are staying out. As you're going side by side in towards Lecon, Wojtek Polesny on the outside, Charlie Rigo on the inside of Wojtek Polesny. He's made a mess of that. He's completely gone across the chicane. Where does he come out? In behind Charlie Rigo, and that opportunity is gone. So he still needs to sit there in behind the on-off racing car.
Yeah, and Wojtek Polesny, of course, revered in the VEC. I'm sure he will be a driver thinking that he can get through on Charlie Rigo, and you wouldn't necessarily doubt him for doing that. But Charlie Rigo defending into Les Carmen, meaning that Wojtek Polesny not quite able to get it done this time around. Through on the GT3, so I think that's one of the Team Iris cars, if I'm not heavily mistaken, with the purple and black colour scheme. But I did also notice, you may be able to point this out as well, Cam, that the Valley Esports car and the Hyperion car look almost identical in LMP2, and they were running next to each other, and it was almost scary how similar they looked.
Valet Esports Hyperion. I'm just checking them on the entries. Yeah, I guess the yellow. It's more of actually, yeah, Valet have gone for more of like an orangey yellow this season actually. Yeah, so I can definitely see that one. Of course, got to get it up to date with all the new liveries as well, because the teams like to they like to play around with that just a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't they? So there's the. Well, actually, you can see them on the onboard there. So there is one. Actually, I was about to go on to Luca Di Meglio, but he's of course of Pan Corsa, so kind of like a subsidiary of Valet, and they've got that black and white scheme as he comes around turn 1, and of course we'll have to go all the way down before he gets back out onto the racetrack.
Yeah, I was thinking you could probably just order dinner, couldn't you? Just order it on your phone, order a takeaway whilst you're going down the pit lane, and then get it ready for the end of the
Wouldn't
next
recommend
stint.
trying that.
No, I wouldn't recommend trying it, but you probably could. I'm not condoning any of these actions, I just like to say. Hey, who's to say that someone's not doing it on the quiet? 2 hours done, man. Pit lane is so long. I think some of the drivers were losing 100 seconds in the pit lane, which is just incredible. When you think about it, I think maybe slightly less than that, but depends what you're taking as well in terms of actually when you're stopped in the box. But it is such a long way. I wish I could I might have to try and work out how long it is. But it surely, when they're combined, it is the longest pit lane in the world.
Yeah, I've looked at the length before. It's over 1 kilometre.
Yeah, that's
which
crazy.
Is quite remarkable. Obviously, Daytona's quite long as well, but I'm pretty sure this is longer. And actually, it's quite a good thing we've got this as the first race of the season, because as everyone knows in VEC, the penalties are they're generally drive-throughs for the next race. So, because this is the first race of the season, you physically couldn't, have a penalty. So, I think some teams potentially got away with one there a little bit, because it was always, if you knew Spa was the next race, you'd always know to avoid getting a penalty even more so than normal, because you just lose so much time.
I've also had a look for the Interlagos pit lane length, and that is 1,140 meters.
But you're not on the pit limiter though.
No, that's true.
You're
that
off,
is true. Yeah,
you're off the
very
racetrack for a long time there, but it's also about the pit limiter.
That's a very
length.
good point. I hadn't even considered that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I know your point there, because you basically drive turn 1, 2, and 3 with a barrier in between you and the track.
Yeah, you just and Interlagos, that's literally the first sector. So you do about a third of the lap at least, if not half of the lap, in terms of the length actually in the pit lane. But anyway, that's Interlagos. You're right. That's not on the pit limiter. Imola's quite long as well, but again, that's quite slow, so it's accentuated a bit.
Yeah, Imola's a good shout. Always forget about that one. That is long as well. They basically added like a whole second pit lane.
Yeah,
if you think about it, from where it used to be in the early 2000s, and then where that final kink is, they just built a whole other building there.
It's crazy when you think about it, because in all series that aren't endurance racing or aren't cars with like 40 cars in, you've just driven past an entirely empty pit lane just to get out onto the track again, which feels bizarre. But hey, it's a good addition because it means that they can just put all the pits in the same place. You don't have the problem that Silverstone has, where you've got two completely different pit lanes in two completely different parts of the circuit, but still house cars from the same, race weekend. But anyway, enough about that. Jasper Pedersen and Michele Rocon are fighting over P5 in the GT3 battle. Rafa Esports, they've had a good start to the race with Pedersen and also Jone Simoncic in that car, I do believe. I'm just double checking that because, yes, it was Jone Simoncic in that car earlier. So very good drivers in that team and a good start to their season.
Yeah, and of course, not necessarily new guys to the world of sim racing, but good to see Rafa, as a name coming in. And big slide there in the background for the Netrex entry. And coming at the final corner, that is not the fastest way to do that, but he continues on nicely. Getting past the Simframe there, GT3 that we have been looking. But for Rafa, great to have them in, of course, racing in the real world. Oh, further contact! What do these guys do? Who's driving that car at this moment in time? It is Danny Van Der Neat in that Netrex entry, almost spinning at the final corner, making contact with Goteam. Maybe needs to calm down just a little bit.
He's on a bit of a rampage at the moment, isn't he, Danny Van Der Neat, in the Netrex car? But he's behind his teammate. I'd say behind his teammate. He's 41 seconds behind his teammate, Victor Ivanov. Of course, those two drivers know each other well. They race together with Netrex in many other series, including Formula Sim racing. I also have to say, on Rafa, on the Rafa racing team, I was really disappointed that it wasn't in, somewhat connected to Rafael Nadal, because I know that he's got.
There's loads of people with that name, Dara.
No, I know, but I think he's got some kind of esports team somewhere, and it was like, is that can't be him, surely? I know it's not.
Well, it's still a big organisation, and it's a great one to have in, especially with Jesper and Jone as well. I don't know, does Jesper? I need to have a look at this. Does Jesper actually count as a champion? I need to see, because I know he has been in cars before. Yes, he technically is down on the champions list. A couple of seasons ago, season 14. By Collins Burst Esport with Jone Simoncic, David Moracek, Michi Hoyer, and Jesper Pedersen does get the nod on that one. I believe he only did Le Mans, but I guess technically he still was involved, so he's down as a VEC champion. So it's a bit of a good squad there actually in that McLaren GT3.
And there was something else I thought about when I was looking at that champions list with Jone Simoncic, is that Jone Simoncic is a champion in the DPI and in the LMP2. and now he's driving in the GT3s. I mean, he's going for the full sweep, isn't he?
Oh, that's a good shout, actually, because
Yeah.
I think it has been done before, but if so, only maybe once. I believe someone else has done that. Need to do some further research, but that is a great point to bring up, because that's, I mean, we already know Yeli Simčić is, you know, especially on rFactor 2, he's one of the goats. So if he could get that accolade to his name as well, that is a very good achievement.
Yeah, I mean, a full sweep is nothing to be forgotten about either, because that would be an incredible achievement. Because with the competitiveness of the VEC, to do it in, I mean, DPI, realistically, you can transfer that as the hypercar in terms of how it worked within the series. To be able to do it in the fastest category, to do it in the middle category, the LMP2s, and then in the GT category, that would be an incredible feat. Especially in the time frame as well, because that first championship in the DPI was the LMP2 championship was the season 11, DPI was season 14. I mean, that was, you know, a 3-season gap. We're on season 17. You see what I'm thinking?
I see where you're going with that one. I mean, he's got the teammate to do it. He obviously has the ability to do it. Does he have the car though? We'll have to find out. Not that BOP is necessarily worth talking about after just one race, but there are a lot of BMWs out there, so I think there's potentially a reason for that. So we'll have to see how that progresses over the course of the season. But, you know, good luck to them. They've got 8 races, 70 hours, as we've been mentioning, to try and get that championship.
Yeah, I think we've thought enough about BOP over the last month to bother about it just yet in the season. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I think this race is going to be really setting the foundations as we work our way through. An 8-hour at Spa feels like just like a classic endurance race. If you're thinking of an endurance circuit that wasn't, you know, Le Mans or a Daytona, you'd probably think of either Sebring or Spa. And then you've got 8 hours. It's a nice long race, as you mentioned, not quite the 6 that we've had before. 8 hours really sets you in. And it's going to give us, I think, a good basis as we go into the next 3 races. 6 hours at Interlagos, 8 hours at Shanghai, and then only the 4 hours at Bahrain before we take a bit of a swing to America. I think it's going to really set the foundations quite nicely for the championship and kind of give us good pointers as to who the best teams are likely to be throughout the season, but also give a few teams the chance to look at their rivals and get some good, you know, information on everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do like the schedule that we have this season. It's a bit different. We've got some old tracks returning that we haven't seen in a long time, so that is good. To be honest, I never thought that we'd be going back to Interlagos and the Nürburgring, which we do for 6 hours in next month, October, for Interlagos, and then 6 hours again in April for Nürburgring. Never thought we'd be going back to them, but we are. And of course Shanghai as well. That is an interesting one because it's a very how do I say this? It's a very weird type of track compared to the other styles of track that we go to. Obviously, like the European types of track, the Tilka, the Tilka-drome type of tracks that we go to sometimes. They have their own feel, but then for some reason Shanghai just has a bit of a different one. So I'm looking forward to see how the drivers work that one out, especially with some of the corners. Might be fun with the traffic.
I have to remember though as well, Shanghai is still a Hermann Tilke, I think.
You might be right, but it's got a different vibe. You know what I mean?
It does. No, I know exactly what you mean.
You know, like Kota, Turkey.
Yes.
Can't think of them off the top of my head now, but you know what I mean. They all have that same sort of build quality.
Bahrain as well, kind of with the long straights and the heavy braking zones. But then at Shanghai, you've got the first sector, which is I don't know, a coil, and then you've got the second sector with some longer flowing corners, and then you've just got, you know, the straight and the hairpin, really, don't you? It's a weird combination circuit. Going to be interesting to see how it works though, because I think it could either work really, really well, or it might be difficult for some traffic. But that could also play into the strategy of the race. So I'm looking forward to Shanghai, if I'm honest. I'm looking forward to Bahrain as well. Hopefully we don't get the start we got last year at Bahrain.
Oh, definitely. That was horrific. And that wasn't the first race of the season. It was actually the mid part, wasn't it? Or that's a tight, just for one moment, we'll go to the action, because the WRT car there being squeezed and pushed. Yeah, flash the headlights. Yeah, you do that. Pellegrini was being a bit aggressive. I mean, there was just about room down the inside, but he was kind of trying to make the room, as you would expect, because he's trying to get Charlie Rigo. But some say maybe just a little bit too much.
Yeah, a little bit more than I think. I think the WRT would have been expecting, or really, Goteam would have been expecting, but everyone's made it through. I think that's been the theme of the race so far. 2.5 hours in, there has been door-to-door banging, there has been contact, but everyone's survived. No one's really lost out heavily because of it, apart from a very small moment down at the bus stop chicane with a spin around from the Valley Esports car in the first 20 minutes or so. So, I mean, that was a long time ago. And it's just been good to see such clean racing because at a track like Spa, it does tighten up in parts, doesn't it? I'm thinking, you know, at Podium, Piff Path, down at the bottom of the circuit at the end of Sector 2. But we haven't really seen much of it, and it's been really good clean racing, and it's just been a very civil start to the season.
Hopefully, there's a bit of a send there from Goteam down the inside of Charlie Rigo on towards Podium, as we do have a Goteam 1-2 as it stands. As the pit stops are coming in, as we see in Voita now on the outside of Charlie Rigo. That would be a huge move if he can make this work for third place. He's going to be outside line again. He's pushing Charlie Rigo out of the circuit. He's got himself and Thomas Enger up into third, but that was a hugely aggressive move. It's not the easiest potentially to overtake, but now actually he's been slowed down there by the BMW, and Charlie Rigo is going to come back at him.
Yeah, and Charlie Rigo is not going to let this one go. Voita took the position in the middle sector, but he's going to have to fight for it once again through the final. Blanchimont outside line, that's brave. If you're Charlie Rigo, he's going to slip back behind. Oh, there may have been a little bit of contact on the rear end of Voita, but Charlie Rigo back up the inside of the bus stop chicane. Has he got enough of the line? No. Pellegrini goes deep though. Rigo around the outside of the second part of the bus stop chicane, and as they make their way back onto the start-finish straight, they're still going to be side by side, and I wouldn't expect anything else than the Charlie Rigo send it to turn one.
This has got to be a big send from Charlie Rigo, and it is going to be down the inside. But Pellegrini, we've seen he likes to brake late himself. Huge slide, contact is made, and the on-off racing car goes into the wall on the inside of turn one. We saw that coming, unfortunately, as these two... Oh, he's lost the rear wing as well, so he's going to have to come back in for repairs. And if he's not careful, that might bring out a code 80 if he can't bring it back safely.
I think you've got to feel bad for Charlie Rigo there, because Pellegrini just lost the rear end, didn't he? Oh no, oh Charlie, gonna have to be careful to try and get that car back to the pit lane. But he just lost the rear end, and in all of the battling that we saw, in all of the little off moments that we saw, the thing that ended the battle and that ended Charlie Rigo's rear wing was just a slide from Voita Pellegrini. There was nothing Charlie Rigo could have done there. But gutting for on-off racing, I don't think they'll be too pleased about it. But Voita Pellegrini will continue on because he looks like he's survived. He's got 14 seconds to catch to the cars in front, and we'll see if he can do it.
Yeah, that was getting for about half a lap there, which half a lap around Spa is a long distance. They were getting a little bit too argy-bargy. It is frustrating, I will tell you, having raced in the LMP2 for multiple seasons myself in the VEC. It is a frustrating car to battle and to overtake. You really have to absolutely just send it, to be honest. There's no other way of putting it. You really have to take some risks. There's not a load of slipstream in the car, and so when you do get the opportunity, you have to go for it. And that's kind of what Pellegrini did. He had the chance coming through Sector 2. He was a bit naughty already, pushing Rigo past, and the issue is, at the time it feels right, because it's like, okay, I'll be a little bit aggressive, I'll just squeeze him out, make sure I get the position. But then he obviously got slowed down by the BMW, and then Charlie Rigo had his opportunity to basically do it straight back to him. As such, they obviously then had contact in the final chicane. And then coming through turn one, Pellegrini wanted to get on the power as quick as he could, but obviously the rear tyres at that point just starting to give up.
Yeah, I think Pellegrini actually came across the front a little bit of Charlie Rigo. It looked like he turned in a little bit earlier, and hence he was kind of offline on the exit. And so when he tried to put the power down, he wasn't actually on the racing line. I think he was slightly off the track, and maybe they may have unsettled the car a touch. But yeah, Charlie's still trying to get back to the pit lane. Oh no.
Oh, this car's going to be so toast by the time he gets back. And
just to make it worse, very quickly, he's crashed into a house that isn't even there anymore.
Is it not? Have they got rid of it?
No. Yeah, they've got rid of it.
Oh, well, that's that's disappointing that we don't have the absolute latest scan then. But unfortunately for Rigo, the issue is, I mean, okay, it's difficult because you want to get back to the pit lane as fast as you can, But quite clearly, he's trying to go too fast, and now he's spinning further. And it's hard to say come back on pit limiter, but the safest way when you have no rear wing is always to come back on the pit limiter, and that is why we have the Code 80 situations. It hasn't come out this occasion, but certainly not the ideal one. And because he's crashed the car multiple times, that car he's going to be there for many, many laps, unfortunately, and he's going to cost a couple laps just getting back to the pit lane. So really not the ideal situation as we look back towards the battle for what is currently P2 and 3, with Luc Meunier trying to chase down Remy Delorme to recontinue this battle.
Yeah, so, and I mean, an hour and a half, 2.5 hours gone in this race. And Goteam are recovering well, aren't they? Remy Delorme, he's ahead of Luc Meunier. Of course, that car was last coming out of the opening lap. It was in P8. It's now a second and a half off of the lead. And looking quick, looking like it may be able to snatch up that P1 by the end of this stint. I have to say, I was trying to find out more information about that house at Spa, and I searched up Spa house, clicked on images, and then got adverts for hen do's and these lovely big houses with swimming pools.
Do you want a weekend retreat in the woods?
Well, I mean, they look lovely, but it isn't what I'm looking for.
Yeah, that's actually probably why, because I always thought why this track is called Spa-Francorchamps, and obviously, you know, they're two different towns, but I always wondered why they, you know, sort of kept that. But it does make sense, because as much as we shorten it to Spa, and then we know that, I think if it was just called Spa, the marketing or the marketability, if that's a word, for the track would probably be hindered a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, you go into the local town, which is Spa. I mean, I've had far too many people ask me, why is it called Spa? Well, that's because it's what it's called. But because we've kind of commercialised the word, haven't we? And
yeah, and it's less of
Francorchamps
a street track now, obviously.
Yes.
So, I mean, even if you remember the overtake with Hakkinen Schumacher, what was that, like 98 or whatever it was now?
Yes.
A long time ago. It was even then, it was very much still a kind of street track, but it's been very much, what would the word be, like, made permanent?
Yeah.
I don't know
it
what
was
the word
yeah.
is.
Almost, yeah, like it was a street track, but it had all the makings of a normal circuit, didn't it? It's
But like
weird.
it still had the lines down the
back,
road, for instance.
Yeah, like you think back to '97. Was it '97 with the you know, the massive crash off the start?
Oh, in the rain. Yeah.
Yes, and they hit the walls on both sides because the walls are just there, coming out of La Source. Obviously, we've now got a gravel trap there. It's been pushed back. It does tighten up a little bit where the grandstand is, but on the whole, it has been widened, made more of a street track. Oh my word, Remy Delorme looking for the move. One of the GT3s, the Simframe, the Sea Wolf. There's too many similar names in this for me to get my head round. Luc Meunier around the outside at P1. That's brave. Remy Delorme on the inside. I think he's just going to be able to hold it, but that was not what the Goteam driver would have wanted. He's now dropped off another second behind our race leader, who is Roland Toff from the Racing Zone team. We do continue on. But yes, no, I was saying that, so they have widened it generally in most of the areas around the circuit, haven't they?
Oh, they have. And turn one is the best place, as you say, where they've done it. If you look at that, you can literally, if you look at that video, you can literally imagine where they would be nowadays at turn one. But obviously, I mean, they're just not there. They've literally just carved it down. And if you've been there recent years with the new additions as well, where they've pushed back the wall even further from where we've got it on this scan, and in rFactor 2, I went there to the Spa 24 hours last year, 23, and there is this whole massive, I don't know how to explain it, it's like a massive field where there were just all these trees and they're just gone. So you can imagine on the left side of your picture now, where all that space is opened up, that used to just be trees. And it's completely different. So they have done a lot of landscaping, but as you say, that is to make it safer, because if you used to go straight at turn one, that would bring you into town centre in Francorchamps, but obviously we don't have that nowadays. But we'll get to the action for a second, because Meunier is having a run here.
Yeah, Munier around the outside. He'll have to go for it around the outside at Les Combes. Can he do it? Because Remy Delorme's looked good on the brakes this time, but can he do it around the outside? He's tiptoeing all the way. I think he's got the inside line. Oh, a little bit of contact though with rear right to front left, but in the end, look, Munier just about makes his way through before we get to Malmedy. And Remy Delorme, all of that progress that he made, particularly in that pit stop as well, slightly undone. Going to have to get back ahead of the Black Hawk racing car to try and get back after the lead in the hypercar category.
Yeah, that was a nice move there by the Frenchman to get himself up to what is currently second position for Black Hawk. And that is the types of moves that you need to be making. So really, really good job from him to get past Remy Delorme a little bit. Obviously unfortunate with the traffic, but actually sometimes it is worse to be P1 in a battle, as we're seeing here, because now Black Hawk, they're the ones just getting slightly held up by the WRT car. But when we say held up, of course, it's just part of multi-class racing. I say the lower categories, but sometimes actually the GT3s are the most interesting. But, the slower categories, let's say, they are still out there doing their race. And actually, they just need to hold their racing line. It's the job for the faster classes to get around. And that is part of the game. It's not just about being fast on your own, but it's being fast and being able to get past the traffic.
It is. But this is looking difficult for Delorme at the moment because, as I was mentioning, that Goteam car has been really fast since the end of lap 1, but really hasn't been having to worry about people making moves on them. But look, Munier really putting the cat amongst the pigeons and maybe sitting a little bit of doubt into the mind of Remy Delorme as he will have to re-overtake Loic Munier maybe up at Les Combes. I was also having a quick look at the aerial shots of Turn 1 at La Source, and you can still see that road that goes to the roundabout towards the town centre that obviously would have been the main road that was used by people, but since Spa has become permanent, it's been closed, isn't it? So it's nice to see that kind of history on an area map in the same way that you can kind of still see Hockenheim's circuit.
Yeah, and it's actually quite cool because obviously then if you follow it back through Blanchemont all the way down to Stavelot, then the road you have that big long straight road that comes up through there, because that's what it used to be. So it used to come out of this fast right-hander. I can't remember what the little town is called there. And then you came all the way up the hill. And then used to be, Blanchemont used to be even more dangerous than it was now, because the run that you had up towards it was incredible. Then used to run all the way up, because it was just the roads. And then if you see at the top of Les Combes, obviously now we have the little chicane, but that used to go straight, and then a massively fast left-hander down the hill as well. We're very used to going to the old track, so it's it's pretty cool to see the old history still being there. And of course, we cut it off quite a while ago now, 30 odd years ago, but we still talk about it to this day because it's one of those tracks that hopefully never really goes off the world calendar, because it's such a historic location.
It's one of those circuits that you just can't get rid of, can you? Even if you wanted to, there'd be too much uproar. You just wouldn't be able to, if nothing else commercially. It's like if F1 cancelled a contract with Spa, there'd be uproar. Frankly, I mean,
the only issue is space. I'll rephrase that, because obviously they've got a load of land around, but it's the space on like the inside of Turn 1 here where the paddock is that obviously is kind of becoming an issue, and they've got like this almost 2-tier system with the height difference, but if they can work those things out for the infrastructure, then hopefully it stays around.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to have, the kind of circuit with all the bells and whistles of something like that new circuit that's being built in Saudi Arabia that's got like 150-foot Turn 1 in the air. But, I mean, it's doing updates, isn't it, Spa particularly, that are working. I mean, we talked about it at Turn 1. They've widened that. They've also added that strip of grass, haven't they, all the way down towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon, and then at Eau Rouge and Raidillon they've pushed that barrier back to give more room. They are making some changes, and it feels like it's working, doesn't it? Because it means that categories feel more able to come here with the safety concerns that we've seen over the last few years.
Oh yeah, I mean as we know, even 5 years ago, it was still an unbelievably dangerous track, even for GT3s, which you have all this body and structure around a driver. The Spa 24 Hours, even like 5 years ago, used to be just like insane to watch these GT3s go around there, let alone obviously all the Formula series that come nowadays. So it is very good, and I've had the opportunity to go to Spa a couple of times, and when I went first in 2018 I think it was, you know, I can even just visually just see the massive difference, and that's just in 6 years. So hopefully they continue to go on. Of course you lose the character in some ways, as people say, but if they didn't do that, then it wouldn't be on the calendar in the future.
Yeah, I mean, you look back at, you know, particularly back at, you know, 60s, 70s time, and you look at some of the circuits and you think, yeah, that wouldn't even be considered. That wouldn't even be considered for karting these days, let alone for the machinery that they were racing in with the safety that they had. But I think it's good to see that we're seeing the development of safety at these older circuits, so that they're brought up to modern day standards, if you like, because it means that we still can, you know, race with the heritage and the prestige these circuits bring. And I think, I mean, that they've done, talking about landscaping before, they've done some more landscaping at places like Monza. I noticed they've cut some trees down, they've cleared a little, some areas out, but they still maintain the old oval circuit, or the banked part of the circuit, don't they? So they're still, that they maintain the history in a way that it's really nice to see, even if it's, you know, not safe to be raced on.
Yeah, that's probably just everyone hoping that one day it gets repaved, and then we'll see some absolutely ridiculous race on that. But it's safe to say that's probably never going to happen, yeah, is it? So yeah, it's good that these older tracks, but I guess it's also one of those things that you just have to keep up. You can't expect a track from, you know, what are we now, like 60, 70 years old, these tracks, or more. They need to keep up with the modern times. The one track, though, that I hope doesn't in many ways get changed is the Nürburgring. But obviously that might get to a point where they have to start clearing trees away.
I don't know how much they could even do with the Nürburgring, to be honest, because, I mean, in some places the other side of the barrier is like a ravine, isn't it? So
yeah, well, it's the same here with obviously Radion as well.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
Have you been there or seen pictures of it?
I have not.
So where we're going to see this BMW of Dennis Zitak come out, on the right hand side where basically the runoff is for Radion, I don't know if we're going to be able to see it on pictures, but you see we're climbing up the hill now. So off to the right behind this barrier, it just goes, it's a dead drop straight down. Like behind where the barrier is a dead drop straight down to like the level height where the pit lane is. So that big hill you climb up through Eau Rouge and Radion, that is basically a cliff off the edge back to it. As that is a huge defence there from Dennis Zitak, trying to hold on from Diogo Silva as they both go off the track. That was very late indeed. We thought the 58 car was just going to slide straight past with the slipstream, but Dennis Zitak, he wants to hold on to this.
Yeah, flashing one of the lights as he makes his way through, because Diogo Silva is up into P5 ahead of Dennis Zitak in that 58 car that looks splendid, I think it's fair to say. But as they run their way through, No Name, a little bit wide, not really hitting that apex, and maybe giving Dennis Zitak a bit of a sniff down in towards Podium, but Diogo Silva just holding on in that 58 car and will maintain P5 for the time being. But we've seen how quick the Blackhawks have been in the opening parts of this race. They were 1-2 for quite a time. Are they going to be able to do it again? It's going to take a long road because they're a long way behind. But the first step for Dennis Zitak to get towards his teammate is to overtake Diogo Silva.
Yeah, that, I mean, I don't know if we're going to be able to get a replay of that, but I want to see just how close that was, because I'm sure the 58 car Diogo Silva jumped out his skin a little bit there with the late defence, but hasn't worked. And Blackhawk are down into that 6th position as it stands. So we are actually staying rather close. We get a huge train of the prototypes come through, and you can just see how much faster they are than the GT3 cars. So we have about let's say 6 seconds a lap between the hypercars and the LMP2s, but then there's about a 13-second gap between the P2s and the GT3s. So the P2s are much closer to the hypercars, and they both just absolutely fly past.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking about, I was wondering whether you thought if there was a crash on the final couple of corners of the race, do you think Diogo Silva would go back and help, one of the drivers across the line? With the car that he's in.
I just got the reference that you
there
were
you
talking about. I mean, hopefully, if he is holding onto that that character, then hopefully he stays in character and does that. As we're seeing, unfortunately, look, Meunier got massively slowed down there by the GT3s. Does he have the run up the hill towards Lecombe to the left-hand side? Remy Delorme's going to go. He's going to have to brake much later, but decides not to go for it in an unrealistic manner, and the 17 car has to sit behind.
Yeah, Vidir said something earlier that was very true, that when you don't really think about it is, realistically, you're never too far back to go for the move, but you're often too far back to, not take somebody out going for the move, and I think that was an example of Remy Delorme. Well, you could realistically, you could send it and say I was going for the move and absolutely wipe into the side of them and take both of you out. If you like that. But
Perfectly timed.
yeah. Oh, it's a shame I didn't end the point there. That would have been great. But yeah, I've just been trying to thought now. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so but Remy Delorme a little bit too far back. I think he knows that he's got time to try and make that position again.
Yeah, I understand your point, but at some point, like if you're 5 seconds behind a car,
no, exactly.
even if you go
I agree.
flat out into the corner, you're never going to hit them. You know what I mean? So there is a point. I don't know what exactly it is, but there is a point. But I do understand, if it is thinking there, because yeah, sure, you could be at a point where you can still make the corner, but you are going to be a bowling pin, coming into them.
Yeah, just skittled out onto the exit. We're also not condoning anybody tests this, by the way. If anybody's listening, please don't test this. Me and Cam can test this in our own time.
Yeah, we'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll test it for next race and come back and go, we can't really tell you anymore because we're not the same track. Anyway, 5 hours 12 to go. We're nearly at the end of the third hour. Pit stops are likely to be incoming, I think, for the hypercars soon. If we're on the same kind of pace that we were on before. But Remy Delorme taking some liberty with that inside curb. I don't know where the line is for a track limit violation, but that looks pretty close to being one if it wasn't.
Yeah, the good and bad thing, obviously, about the the cut track system as he slides massively there coming through Lecombe, is you obviously have what do I be like a limit, a point limit that you can get with the cut tracks. So if you have a few left in your locker, effectively, you could, sneakily get a little off track to get a better run up towards the hill. But you do have to be careful, because if you are too blatant with that, then I'm sure the stewards will be watching over that and being like, yeah, you did gain a bit of an advantage there.
Yeah, combing over the race with a fine comb. That wasn't what I was trying to say.
I get your point.
Yeah, you've just got to be careful. You don't want to be gaining too much of an advantage, especially if it helps you gain a position as big as P2 in hypercar. So, got to be so careful. Delorme inside line at Paul Frere gets that position up, but goes a little bit wide in his pursuit of Loic Meunier. Was offline into the corner, meaning he was offline out of the corner and lost a little bit of time accordingly. But should hopefully stay relatively close behind the Blackport car, because this is quite a good battle for P2.
Yeah, it really is, and it's funny how they close up and then spread out so quickly. They obviously are pretty well matched on speed, and the traffic is keeping them in check, which is rather good. And they are obviously continuing on in this position, but we have had obviously things change around a little bit. So I think obviously the tyre strategies have been coming into play just a little bit, with some drivers trying to double stint, some trying to single, etc. So a bit off sequence now with when the teams are making their tyre pit stops, but I'm sure it will come back into effect. It's just obviously these things take a few hours to work themselves out.
They do, and especially at the start of a new season. There can be ever so slight differences when the drivers come back. Of course, they will have been doing practice. They've done pre-season. They've done many other races as well. I mean, you look at the likes of Simon Chich, and you're thinking, well, obviously he's done some races since we were last racing at Le Mans. But even still, there are sometimes some teething issues that have to be, sorted out in the first few hours. Some drivers getting in, just getting back into the swing of things, and the administration kind of stuff. Where you're thinking more of, just making sure you're into the lobby on time, like really little things, just making sure you're back into it, because you can make a couple of these errors at the start of the season, you'll get into the rhythm that you won't make them by the end. You're unlikely to make them at the start of the season, to be fair. But there's always that risk. Just make sure everything's safe, and then get the laps in. Get yourself some experience, some time in the car under your belt. And I think by the time we roll into Interlagos with this 8-hour race, I think everyone's going to be ready for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's a good warm-up. And maybe it's because I've not always been a championship contender because I'm not necessarily fast enough. But often I come into the first race of the season thinking it doesn't really count. I don't know how to really explain that. But it's not that obviously the points do matter for the end of the day. But you're kind of just getting back into the swing of things and getting a feel for it. So hopefully the teams have a similar thought in the fact that they are, well, just coming into it with a bit more caution, let's say. But it doesn't look like it so far. We've seen a few interesting battles. Pelesny, of course, and Charlie Rigo, who, by the way, is out on the track, but he's 4 laps down after that big crash earlier on. And then, of course, we've seen this titanic battle with Remy Delorme trying to come back.
Yeah, maybe looking for the move down here at Lake Calm, looking to the inside, maybe just trying to put off Loic Mounier, but the Black Hawk driver will not be phased, and Remy Delorme sits back in P3. I mean, you said that you weren't quite in those championship battles. I wasn't even in any kind of battles because I didn't even get onto any of these kind of grids. So, I mean, at least you've got that.
Well, I mean, I did win one championship in VC, but it was Division 3.
There we go.
And
so you're just looking that in.
I'm not putting down Division 3 at all. But of course, it's not the same as winning Division 1, is it?
Who are your teammates then?
I had Tom Lombards, Ton van Egmond. Yeah. Who else did we have?
How long ago was this? What season?
Oh, this was season 11. The first season with the endurance packs. That was the first year where we got the DLC, LMP2, GT3, and we also had the LMP3s as the middle class back then.
Yes.
Only
time they've ever been raced, by the way.
Yeah, that is very true. Rightly so, but that's fine. That's what we had. That's what we had for offering that year. And yeah, so that was the year of 2018 into 2019. And we had a great battle actually. There was a good couple of teams in there up towards the front, and we didn't necessarily dominate, but we were definitely like the most consistent team. And then we did end up winning the Le Mans race as well, to finish the season to win the championship. So that was always a good one.
I mean, well done, obviously. Credit to you. That linked me on though, very quickly to a point, with the LMP3s only being involved in one season. This is the 17th season of VEC, obviously. How many seasons, including this, have we had the LMP2s featuring?
Every season. No?
Well, I believe. Well, according to, now this may be wrong, but according to the champions list, in season 6 there was only LMP1 and GTs. So I believe it was only 16, and there was just the one missing.
That is pretty mad though, that just one season missing from the LMP2s.
Yeah.
I mean, especially as now we don't actually have LMP2s. Well, I guess we do in IMSA, like ELMS, but not in WEC. So yeah, that is an interesting one. But I mean, it's a staple, isn't it? An absolute staple, that class, and it's such an easy one to put in because I'm still sliding the rear end of that Ferrari. But it's such an easy one to put in as well because you know you're going to get sign-ups for LMP2. It's such a solid category. It's fast without being too fast, and it's actually a half-decent car to drive as well in rFactor 2. So it's a good one. And obviously this car has been there ever since we had the endurance pack in that season 11. So that's, obviously coming on to 7 seasons now with this car. It has changed a little bit. We went from the Michelin tyres to Goodyear about 3 years ago now, I want to say. And that was a welcome change. So the tyres are working a bit better now, and it still seems to race well.
Which is exactly what we want to see. And the LMP2 is a kind of car that just stands the test of time, doesn't it? Other forms have been modified ever so slightly. We've got hypercars now, which is an evolution of an LMP1, you could say, or a replacement for however you want to see it. But the LMP2s have just kind of been there, and that's because they're great. They're always good at racing, and like you said, they're all right to drive. But I also think generally they're almost the kind of a familiar face in the series. It's kind of like the car that everyone knows how to drive, can drive in it relatively well. And then it makes the LMP2 category kind of like a best of the best in that kind of regard, because it's been raced for so long. There's no real nuance in it, season on season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I guess we have this now with the GT3s because was it two? When did we go to the GT3s? It was just last year. Was it? Yeah, last year was GT3. So now we're on to season 2 of this car, and now you start to have a bit of continuity as well. So I know a lot of teams have actually swapped cars, but when you have that continuity and you have sort of base setups and stuff to go off, that always helps. And I think that's where we're at with the LMP2, because obviously in the LMP2 there's no different manufacturers, it's just the Orica, so everyone will know what is happening with the car. And I think that in some ways it may seem boring on paper, but actually when it comes to practice, I think that helps, because one of the biggest things that that I found, especially in my team, well, my ex-team now, Burst Esport, a couple of years ago, like when we got the new DPI come in, and then we obviously had the changes for it the year after, then we had the van wall last year, etc. Like every year you're having a new car. I guess we also have it this year in the Hypercar, where we've got the new cars. We only had the van wall for one season. So again, you've got to relearn everything for another year, and that makes the preparation a lot harder. With the LMP2, you're like, oh yeah, Spa, yeah, I've got a Spa set up, let's slap it on and go drive.
Yeah, it's just the familiar face. It's like, oh yeah, I've done that before. And yes, but it's nice to see that it's still around. Nice to see that there's still a nice large grid for it as well, and some of the best drivers in the business going around in the VEC in the LMP2s. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this season because it looks like it's going to be tight. Lots of teams involved in the leading battle for this race, which should hopefully reflect the rest of the season. But that's in the LMP2s. And the hypercars, Delorme and Mounier, they are still attached at the hip. They will continue to be, I'm sure, for at least the end of this stint. But they're just losing time, aren't they? That gap to Roland Toth, we were talking about it earlier, being a handful of seconds. It's now up to 11. I mean, that is growing out. We'll have to see how it does continue to grow out. Had you muted and forgot to unmute?
We don't talk about it. I was just saying a really good point as well about how obviously we need to see how the strategy is going to work out. That's not an Apex, Roland, but he's managed to find the second one. I mean, obviously I have to see how the strategy is going to work out. We are now 3 hours into the race, but I mean, their pace is looking good. They've got the pace on the two behind them, and it might be due to the battling of Blackhawk and Goteam, but I think Racing Zone are looking good.
I have to say, on random point, I quite like the livery as well.
Yes,
it's quite cool.
Yes, that is cool.
A lot of the teams have, they've gone for their colours and they've put the colours out, but there's a nice pattern on it, isn't there?
I'm trying to actually work out we're trying to see what the pattern is. I can't quite see from where it is, but it's enough to stand out, and that is what we like. Although there's a lot of red on the grid, I've noticed this season, which does seem to be red, black, and white. 100%. That is the esports livery. To be honest, just a slightly different shades, as we see the Black Hawk car is also similar to that. But certainly a nice livery indeed, and going very fast. Did lose a little bit of time to Mounier on that previous lap, but they still got a 10-second lead.
And the red, black, and white kind of theme is why I quite like the Seawolf Net Race car, because it's blue and yellow. You can just about see it there in the foreground, actually. Blue and yellow. Well, actually, no, that's blue and like an orangey yellow. That it might just be the light, but it's different. It stands out, doesn't it, on the rest of the grid? When we've got black and green and a little bit of red, and then black and green, and then in front of that, black and red. So it's nice to have a bit of differential, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why when I had my team a few years ago, flag to flag, that's why our base colour was white, because I wanted to stand out a little bit. A bit of a slide there from Ullman. But yeah, that's why I wanted to stand out. There's a lot of the darker liveries which do have their place, and they do look very aggressive. But actually, I mean, are there even any any white liveries. Just trying to look down. I guess Satellite is based off the whites. The WRT car is based off whites. Sim Racing for Holland, but yeah, all of the prototypes really they're a bit darker.
Yeah, so if it, when the clouds come over, it's almost like get your sunglasses. Well, don't get your sunglasses up, put them away. I mean, you have to try and get your, what's the word I'm looking for? Night vision goggles, not sunglasses, it's the opposite of that, to try and see some of the cars around you, because they are dark. I mean, like, the Hyperion here, you'd think that the Hyperion would be, an orange car, but it's realistically dominant black, especially from the, well, actually, no, not from the rear, but from the front. Of course, you've got that orange across the front nose, and across the side, it's almost like the black stands out against the orange, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it definitely does. And the lighting, obviously we've got a bit of a cloudy day here at Spa, which is good because it keeps the track temps down, makes the tyres last a little bit nicer, but of course does make the liveries pop a little bit less. And so even with the valet cars, really an orange in the shades that we have now, and then the Hyperion car in behind. I see definitely what is on track. How you were mentioning earlier, how they kind of look similar, to be honest. But we do have a whole host of pit stops coming in. We're at that point in the race with all the teams, as we are 3 hours into this race now.
Yeah, we've ticked past that 3 hour mark, and it's flowing through quite nicely. We're kind of we're into the middle phase now, aren't we? Realistically, where we're having these couple of hours where teams are just settling in. If they've not got a massive pace advantage over the car in front and they're happy to work together, they likely will work together. They're thinking about their fuel numbers, they're thinking about their pit stops, and getting their strategy into a position where they're comfortable going to the end from about the 3 hour mark with what they're on. So we're kind of into this kind of holding pattern, aren't we? And it's where some of the drivers really have to get that rhythm in.
And this is kind of the bread and butter, actually, where you win the race. Necessarily is how fast you are at this point, keeping the the pedal to the metal and just going as fast as you can. I mean, this discussion obviously always comes up nowadays, where realistically an 8-hour race is like 8 1-hour sprint races. There's no such thing as going slow or not necessarily pushing. You just have to go as fast as you can at all times. Every single person is obviously trying to win the race ultimately. So if you bleed off half a second a lap over multiple hours, that will add up very, very quickly indeed. So you certainly have to be on the pace, and you have to keep on going. As you see there, Nirola, new best lap time, a 2:02.8. That's for the LMP2s, and he's down. He might be 11th place in class, 3 laps down. But as you see, he's still pushing.
Yeah, he's not going to give up, is he? And that's what you want to see. That is what you want to see. I mean, we've got 5 hours left. We've had 3 hours of the race. Everyone else, something could go wrong, couldn't it? So you've always got to keep in there and just keep going. And it's the mark of real champion teams, particularly when you're having a bad race. You may, I mean, for example, if you win every race in a season but one, if you had a really bad start and you were 3 laps down but you kept plugging away, it's the true mark of a champion, I believe, because it just shows that you're fighting for every single point. You're not going to give up on anything, really.
Yeah, that's true. And I think, especially if we have a bit of a mixed up season, because what we've seen, especially in the DPI category a couple of years ago, we saw it was always it was race clutch, Simframe, Burst, and I think it was Seawolf as well. They were the top 4 that season, and they were top 4 every single race pretty much, just in a slightly different order. And when you have a season like that, it's a bit more difficult to one bad race does actually mean a lot in that situation. But when you have a season, potentially if all people are different people are winning, you're going up and down, the results a bit all over the place, but you could be that consistent team that always just brings out a top 4 finish, top 5 finish all the time, then that is what ultimately is going to win you the championship. And especially, as you were saying, earlier with the Goteam, they drop down to the back of the field and they're working their way back up. It's performances like that as well that really count.
And it's interesting to see, you mentioned Goteam actually. I was going to quickly mention them, or I will after this, because Diego Silva and Andrew Holland are fighting over P10 and 11. This is the battle between Satellite and 58 that we have seen already, I believe. So they've been going at it for a little while. Andrew Holland trying to defend, but Diego Silva, who stayed in that car, looking to make the move inside line, maybe into La Source, but maybe a little bit too far back, and happy to sit and wait for maybe a go at Les Combes. But I was going to quickly mention that Goteam car because of Loic Mounier, who got away. I remember mentioning about 50 minutes ago that the leading gap was 11 seconds, and you can see now that has come down to 8.5, 8.4, and so clearly Loic Mounier having a very good time, and probably wise of the Goteam car, of course currently piloted by Remy Delorme, to not really fight that one too hard, as straight around the outside goes Diego Silva. There was nearly no battle in that car.
Yeah, Holland had a terrible exit as he came up over the crest. Maybe just hit the curb a little bit too much. Maybe had to get out of the throttle with the P2 of, I think it was Pancorsa coming past him. But either way, that was enough of a momentum loss to help Diego Silva go through. And as you say, not even a battle. The 58 machine certainly had the speed in that C8R and is able to get up into what is currently P10 as it stands in a very hotly contested GT3 field. And obviously we're seeing this other battle a little bit lower down, so a little bit higher up I should say, which is Rocom and Simicic by, wow, I can't get my words out, fighting over 5th place.
To be fair, fighting over 5th place is a bit of a word, to be fair. I feel you there. But no, Jone Simicic back in that car. Of course, he's got himself and his teammate. I believe they're a two-man team, at least for this race, with his teammate Pedersen. And they've just been going along quite nicely. Simicic did the first stint only, handed over to Pedersen, who has since recently handed it back over to Jone Simicic, and he is showing his class, isn't he, at the moment, trying to get through on Michele Rocon for P5 ahead of Simframe, and then there's that 6-second gap up to WRT, and then there's space. I mean, there is 22.5 seconds to drive into there, so I think that's where Jone is looking to get to in the near future, and we'll see if he can get there by getting past Michele Rocon.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Obviously, when you have a driver change, you automatically assume they're on fresh tyres as well, so they can push as hard as they can, although to I think in GT3s they're basically stopping every stint anyway. So they are, just full push to the end. Maybe some would say a little bit lower than where you would potentially expect the team of Simicic and Pedersen to be. However, you don't necessarily know what sort of preparation or maybe what the speed is of that McLaren, but there's a reason why they've chosen it. They would have known, they would have done their research. Although actually the teams had to commit to their car a long time ago. I believe sign up, was it like end of July maybe? It was quite a while ago now, sign up, and you can't change your car, which is one of the important rules in VEC. You have to stick with your choice, and they are going and doing that. But look how close Simicic is getting now. He's about a second behind, but now he's into the slipstream. He should have a good opportunity.
Yeah, maybe through Blanchimont into the bus stop chicane, he might have a bit of a send, or he might wait a little bit longer. But Jone Simicic almost pushing through Michele Rocon in towards Blanchimont as they work their way through. Slight lift, maybe just flat out for both of these guys. P5 and P6 is what's being fought over. This hypercar may put a spanner into the works, but Simicic to the inside. He's going to send the car. It's all nearly contact on the apex of the corner as they work their way into the second part. The up and under looks like Simicic's plan as we see the Racing Zone team go through in the lead of the hypercars, but Simicic is not done with this yet. Inside line, outside line. It'll be the inside for turn 1 as Rocon retakes the racing line, and Simicic dives late to the inside, takes the position, and that's a great move for P5.
Here's Rocon just going to come straight back at him though. We're coming up to the longest straight on the course. He's a little bit too close actually. As we come through Origin Radion, you want to take obviously flat out, but in these GT3s there will be a little bit of a lift as you follow a car so closely, and I think he just lost a tiny bit of momentum. Let's just see if there's going to be anything. I think he is going to be too far behind, unfortunately, for that Simframe Esports team. As we come up towards Lacon, we've also got that second place Blackhawk Porsche going past him, and that is the move there from Simicic to get up into 5th place. Remember, this was the order of this battle, but through the pit stops, they somehow went behind by a couple of seconds, but they've retaken that position with 4 hours and 50 minutes left in this race. Yeah,
and I'd say probably one of the fastest drivers on track that was coming through of Loic Munier, as now it's the Hyperion's turn to work their way through on Jerne Simoncic, down in towards P1 it'll be, as we also see the P3 car, the Goteam Racing, working its way. Oh, it gets tight through P1, but in the end, just about squeezing through is Remy Delorme. A little bit of a respite before Victor Ivanov and Gabor Hevesi will come through, and then a long way back to Danny van der Neet. So Hypercars, not too much more of a worry for the GT3s, but they're going to have to worry about the LMP2s because they're relatively close behind, and they'll be overtaken soon as well, as Stein Prinz is the leader now for the Bally Sports team.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he's got a 7-second gap to Argenis Ferreira. That name, Argenis Ferreira, he's been around for years, and he keeps on coming back every now and again, and a very fast driver indeed. So good pick up there for Blackhawk Racing, as they're currently in that second position. As now we've got the 3 categories all trying to get through each other. A little bit awkward into the final chicane. Goteam, the 17 machine. Roman Delorme, third place in your race, and not able to get through on the Valley Course car, but should have the drive, obviously a bit more power for the Hypercars as he works his way out there. Pit stops coming though from your race leader, so Goteam, that 17 car we were looking at, will take the lead on the track, as there is a Roland Toth coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, and the Racing Zone team, along with Blackhawk, in together, which is interesting to see. So they are looking locked on the same strategy as they have been pretty much all race long. There goes Ivanov through, I believe, to overtake one of the GT3s, and obviously overtaking the two teams in the pit lane, as well as Loic Munier will overtake Roland Toth for the time being, but of course he'd expect Roland to come back in front. Depends if they swap drivers as well in those cars.
And earlier, so I just want to check something. Is he taking... Yes, they're both taking tyres. Okay, so they're on the same tyre stint going into the next parts of the race. But I was looking at the lap times, and there was actually a point that you were just mentioning, where the gap went down from 11 to 8, and at one point Toth was faster in the stint. But there's a bit of traffic, there was a bit of battling going. As soon as they calmed down, the Blackhawk and the Goteam car, and they actually had a bit of space between them and they got onto it, they were faster and they were catching down Toth. So I think that Racing Zone car is going to struggle to hold onto the lead in the next hour or so, with that 7-8 second gap coming down even further.
It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see what the gap is when they leave the pit lane as well. Of course, they're both still sat there, waiting for all of their, the tyres to change, the fuel to be added up, put in the car. And then we'll see where they can get out, because we can see this is Victor Ivanov. He went past the guys when they were stopping in the box. He's nearly gained a full lap, which shows you how long it takes them to get out of the pit lane. We're seeing the Racing Zone team out of the pit lane first, and Blackhawk will be right behind, you'd think, and that gap is going to be, it says 7 seconds, we'll see it update when they really get to a proper timing spot. What is the gap when they emerge? I think it's more like 5 or 6 here between the two, and the answer is are we going to get a sector time split? We're going to get treated? Yeah, we go 5.7, so I was right. Look at me go.
Ah, good eyes. So, of course, we have Gogo Balo in the car now, and he's chasing down Zolt Pribek. So that is what is on track for 5th and 6th place currently, but of course we have some pit stops still up ahead, and the first one of those is going to be Victor Ivanov, who we were just looking for Netrex GP, coming along, having a solid race so far, not really challenging for the podium, but he's going to take a new set of boots, as Remy Delorme, of course, is still leading the way, but he will need to take a pit stop along with his teammate Gabor Hevesi rather soon.
Yeah, and Hevesi should be into the box after everybody else, I would expect, or at least along with his teammate, because the Go teams have been going longer. I still think they're trying to extend it one extra every single stint to try and basically take out a stint for them, but that might be tough. We'll see how much later they pit in this particular stint. The Netrexes are in, so it really just leaves these two now, the two Go teams, to wait and see when they decide to come into the pit lane. Danny van der Neet into the box, going through turn 1, and still going at a snail's pace to his pit box.
Yeah, so I was just looking up and down there. We do still have a few close things out on track. So Rockon hasn't been absolutely dropped by Yerny Simčić. So Simčić fast enough to hold him off, hold off the Italian, but not enough to just pull away into the distance. So of course they need to look at some of the gaps ahead as their Pan Corsa car there slides through up in towards Stavolo. But then in behind there's this average of gaps, which is sort of anywhere between 5 and 10 seconds really between some of the cars. So that could actually change around very quickly if you decide to do something with the tyres. But realistically, obviously you're not going to be overtaking them in the next couple of laps as we see the cars come down in towards the final corner. As one of the P2s went past, but yeah, Rock-On, of course, just about a second behind actually. That P2 not being able to make the corner.
Oh, going a little bit deep, maybe misjudging it with the GT3 there as well, with Yerny Simčić around, but in the end, through and up ahead of one of the GT3s, not getting any positions obviously, but making sure, I think it's the XRL car, if I'm not heavily mistaken, getting through, and that's now up into P5. I also wanted to touch on very quickly that the gap between Racing Zone and Blackhawk is down to 5.0, down to 4.9, so it is closing, and Racing Zone may start to come under some pressure here from Blackhawk, and depending on when the Goteam car comes in and comes out, they might have quite a good start to their stint, and they might be mixing it up here as well.
Yes, it's always hard to say when you get the fresh drivers in the car, because obviously both did the driver swap at the same time. So is it going to take, because for me as a driver, I always found it took, half a stint, bear in mind again, I'll reiterate, I was not the best driver, but it always took me like half a stint to get into the rhythm of things. So with these drivers, is that going to be a situation, is it going to be a couple of tenths lost here and there per lap initially, or are they able to just come out and basically just go at it straight away and get up to pace? And I do respect the drivers a lot who are able to do that.
Yeah, and something that I can't do for sure. So, yeah, it's not like I could be like, oh, I could. I'm good at this. There's a reason I've been here from the start, rather than racing on the circuit. At least you had the talent in the first place, Garen.
Do you know what season was it? Season 13. I'm trying to think what it was now. So yeah, 12 we went to Senna. Then it must be about season 13. I was in the LMP2 for Burst Esport. I think it was the number 49 we were that season with my teammates, and there was multiple races where I did driving and commentary at the same time, which was obviously not at the same time, you know what I mean, but I'd finish my stint of driving and then I'd come into the commentary box. That was an interesting time when I used to do that. And actually Vida, who was also just in the commentary box earlier and will be later on in the race as well, absolutely saved me on one Nürburgring where a driver let us down and I had to do the whole race with 2 drivers. So basically as soon as I finished, I started the race, as soon as I finished, came and did commentary while my teammate was driving. Then when he had to box, and then jumped out, went back in the car, and then came back later in the race again. So, yeah, fun things can happen, but yeah, I'm firmly just a commentator now.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go back to work after this as well, do you?
Oh no, but
oh, okay.
I've got other plans, and I'm out tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Oh,
busy
okay.
man. Busy man.
Okay. Message received. Yeah.
Message received.
This is Gabba Hevesy coming out of the pit lane now. Goteam 1 and 2. Have they just both been in the box? Or is Gabba? Oh no, Gabba Hevesy's just coming out. No, there we go. Yeah, Gabba
It's because it's so long.
Yeah, that's the thing. And the gap doesn't change, does it? That's the thing. But Gabba Hevesy comes out and he'll be a good minute and a half, 2 minutes behind. There you go, minute and a half behind. But this is Remy Delorme coming in. Racing Zone are behind that Goteam car. So there we go. Is that a change from the net race lead with Gabba Hevesy taking it?
Let's have a... Yes, it must be. Yeah, it must be. As he's come out of the pit lane. So that must be no tyres. Trying to think of the race situation. Yeah, that must be no tyres then.
This gas.
For Goteam, because he was behind both Racing Zone and Blackhawk, and he's now jumped to the front. So it's no tyres, or maybe just 2 tyres there for the Goteam. So they got the track position, but they will be slower. And the important factor here is the gap behind is only 4 seconds. So it's not very long indeed. Obviously, if it's 20 seconds, it's kind of unlikely potentially that you would catch over the stint. But when it's only 4, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pace differential basically swapping these positions around.
Yeah, and if the 58 car doesn't want to take any tyres, I think I know exactly what that is going to sound like. If
It's
there was
gas and
anything
gold
additional-
from Queen today.
No tyrants, just gas. Yeah. This is gonna have though, coming through the final couple of corners.
Can we
Oh,
just
yeah,
bring out
such-
the reference, by the way?
We're such children.
That
aren't we?
me and Dara, along with a couple of other well-known commentators in VEC. Oh, I apologise for the silence in the
Aren't
background.
injured.
We had a bit of a watch-along of a very famous movie that a certain car may or may not be representing in this race.
But other people won't notice that you were so ill during.
Oh, I was passed out, but it's a good movie. It's a really good movie, and I love the fact that the 58 crew wanted to turn that into a livery in here.
Yeah, God. Oh, I felt so bad for you that evening. Anyway, you feel better now. That's what matters. Goteam coming out of the pit lane. This is who was it there? Coming out of the pit lane. Was that a change of driver? It was not. It's still Remy Delorme. P4, but only 17 seconds off the lead. So an interesting development. We've now got a tight battle between the top 4 for the race win, realistically. Netrex are there, but they're about half a minute back from Remy Delorme. So this battle for the top 4 is really where we're looking at.
It certainly is. It certainly is with these with the closeness. Actually, the fact that all these drivers are within about about 20 seconds, let's say, a bit of quick maths. That's quite something.
It is. I really want to know what's happening now. It sounds quite exciting over there, if I'm honest. But it's also quite exciting on the racetrack, isn't it? We've got Remy Delorme behind Gergo at this stage, and Gergo is falling away a little bit now. Maybe it took a couple of laps to get into the zone, but Zolt is now really in that zone and gaining away from Gergo, and that gap for the lead is 2.4 seconds. I wouldn't be surprised if that goes down a little bit, considering that it seemed like a fast pit stop for the number 7 crew and Gabba Hevesy. But even still, it looks like that gap is staying relatively solid, if anything, growing out to 2.8 from 2.4.
Yeah. Let's see. Maybe it will be one of those things where the tyres are still good now, but as the stint progresses, they'll get worse. And this is a good indication, actually, of what we're going to see over the course of this season with this new car and how it is going to play out. Of course, we have the 2 different chassis as well, so that'll be something to note at least over the course of the season. The last time we actually had something like this was back in the day, maybe season 14 in the LMP2. We had the Ligier as well, but then unfortunately when we got the update for the Goodyear tyres on the LMP2, the Ligier didn't seem to get that, so we weren't able to continue having those 2 cars in the same category. But we have that again. We now have some different battles potentially in the prototypes, but it looks fairly okay so far between the Porsche and the Ferrari.
Yeah, but I think the Ferrari is the favourite, isn't it? By the teams. Maybe it's going to be more of a safe bet across more of the circuits than the Porsche. Of course, Ferrari have done really well. Just going to the real life world to develop that hypercar, haven't they? And so it has become more of a favourite, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how realistically it will change, but we will learn that. We'll learn that over the course of the season. 8 races should be enough for us to work out if there's any major differences or not, or hopefully they are basically identical, which would be the ideal situation. It's just nice to have some different looks on the screen as well, just by there not being too much actual difference necessarily. Really, just the headlights that you have to look out for. But this gap on the time that we've been looking as well, this lap has got bigger once more.
It has, which is really interesting to see, and the gap has come down a touch from Schultz Prevec, I should say, back to Gogo Ballo for P3. So this is looking quite interesting. Gap between first and last was 17. It's now 14.6. Oh, I'd say first and last, first and fourth in that group. So it is closing as we approach the half-distance mark. But Gabba Hevesi doing a fantastic job getting through the traffic before he even gets to Les Combes, which will be a nice little relief for him. But for Jacques Prevec, I think he'll be really keen to really keep tabs here, if not really gain up and get through, because he does not want to allow Gabba Hevesi to get too far away, especially with them being slightly off strategy.
Oh, definitely. That's quite a nice gap. Although actually it came down quite a lot. I did notice we were seeing coming up over the top of the hill. He had to get out of it coming up through. Coming up over Girardion and lost a load of momentum up the hill. Though I did quickly want to touch on the fact that we do have a Black Hawk 1-2 in the GT3 category, as has been for a little bit of time there. But we will continue to look at the hypercar, because I think, Dara, this is going to be a potential for a lead change at some point soon. Although I say that, and of course the gaps go up just ever so slightly by a couple of tenths.
Yeah, you can never really call it. I mean, you can guarantee that it'll happen when we're not even looking at it by, a mistake or something. As there was a mistake from the GT3 going wide and a bit of a light flash. I think that's one of the Black Hawk Racing cars, the one currently in P2.
Ooh. Dennis Zitak gets a penalty, second place in your GT3s, and he was there, just in picture as well. Must have gone wide. Blanchimont has got, I would assume, a cut track penalty from second place. If that is a drive-through, which I would expect it is, that is a long, long time. As we were saying earlier, he's going to drop way down.
Yeah, you'd expect him to drop back. I don't know where. You'd feel like it'd probably be in that conversation with the P5, P6 cars around that sim frame, that second of the two sim frames in the top six. Maybe a little bit further, but we'll wait to see. But Dennis Zitak will be gutted with that ahead of Gianluca Scalvini. I have to say, some of these Italian names are fantastic and sound far better than my own. But Scalvini behind Dennis Zitak, I don't think it'll be for much longer. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, he's going to be possibly getting the message as well. Well, actually, he's miles behind at the moment, being 10 seconds, so can't really see the car. However, yes, we have to see if he's able to do anything about the other Black Hawk, which of course is Noi, who's leading as it stands and doing a very good job. Black Hawk, I mean, they're coming with a lot of metal to this to this race, aren't they? They've got a lot of teams out there, and imagine if they do P1 or even just getting like a top 3 in the championship in each of the 3 classes. That would be quite a feat over the course of the 8 races.
Yeah, it'd be incredible. I mean, especially, an 8-race season generally wouldn't be too long. If it was, I say a quote-unquote normal season, but not an endurance season. In an endurance season, it feels longer because the races are obviously longer. But even still, I mean, you miss a couple of results, particularly maybe at the start of the season. You have 3 difficult races. You don't have long to, make that up, do you? So, I'm going to be on it. But it then just shows how impressive it is for some of these teams, especially if they can build up a big championship gap, to do it over the course of a season when you have these variables in every single race. So lots of challenges for these guys to overcome, but some drivers and teams are very experienced in doing it and do such a good job, and that's why they're in Division 1 and of course with no disrespect to 2 and 3, but not in Division 2 and Division 3 because they've earned their place to be here.
Oh, definitely. And I want to see actually how we go over the course of the season with the promotion relegation that we'll have every couple of races, where the bottom 2 teams over the course of those 2 races will move down in terms of the points, and obviously then the top 2 from Division 2 will come up, etc. So we'll see a couple of different teams change over the course of the season, and I want to just see if there's going to be anyone who is able to obviously stick with a division. So what we sometimes see is we see a team from Division 2, they work their way up and then they go down, work their way up, go down, because they're on that limit. Kind of like what Norwich and Fulham do with the Premier League and the Championship.
Thank you.
For those footballing terms. But what we sometimes see is a team from Division 2 They get placed in Division 2 because maybe they don't have the quality of the drivers at the time of sign-up, etc. But then they come in, they do a good, a good couple of races, they get promoted, then they're able to stay there. And ultimately, Dara, I think you'd agree, if you're a Division 2 team, your goal for the whole season is just to be in Division 1 when we get to Le Mans in June.
Yeah, I was going to say, to be fair, I was going to say I would not recommend any of these teams renaming themselves as Norwich City because they'd likely be relegated to Division 2. But yeah, I won't have that kind of flack from you. I've decided. Anyway, yeah. But it's one of those things that it adds that pressure, doesn't it? Because sometimes teams could be like, yeah, we're not having a great couple of races, but it's okay, we'll rebuild. It adds that pressure of we've got to perform in the next few rounds, otherwise, we're risking our place on the grid.
And that's a good bit of pressure. So when I first started in VEC, there's pros and cons to both methods, but I started when we season 10. We're in Division 2 in season 10. But there was no way to get to Division 1. So obviously, eventually, I think we came second in the championship that year. We got promoted the next season. But you had to do a whole season to get into Division 1. Whereas now, you can get there after a couple of races. And if you're good enough, stay there as well. So it's not just like you get there by 2 lucky races. If you're then not good enough, you will go back down. So I think it's a good compromise of all the pros and cons. Of course, we don't necessarily get like a Division 2 champion now with how it works out, but still, I think you'd rather have the races in Division 1, and it's a good natural way of keeping the best drivers at the top.
And and it's great to see that we do have the best drivers here. Obviously, we have the likes of Zimentric, who is a name synonymous, particularly with this platform. It's fair to say. We've also got, Gabba Hevesi, Joel Prebeck, Gogo Ballo. They're all in the car. Remy Delorme. We have some really, really high-profile drivers, and it's great to see how the attendance is normally high, isn't it? From so many of the top guys, and it's great to see that they, choose to participate in the Virtual Endurance Championship, because it means we have such great racing, some great battling, and we just have the best of the best here to talk about. Josh Hughes and Riccardo Tarlazzi are fighting, but Josh Hughes is coming into the pit lane, so I'm glad I pointed that out.
Yeah, they were fighting for all of half a second after that statement, unfortunately. So Hughes comes into the pit lane, has the first pit box, actually, which in some ways is nice, because you actually don't have to keep like 0.2 of a litre in the tank to go down the pit lane. Because if you, obviously you would have to use that on the next tank, but it's always easier for the calculations, basically just calculating it to have 0 in the final corner rather than having like 0.3 to get down the pit entry, which is always a nice one. As I was seeing the battle was getting very close with Blackhawk and Goteam racing for 3rd place in your hypercars.
Yeah, so this is getting close now, isn't it? Remy Delorme on the back of Gogo Ballo. And Remy Delorme, of course, he came out of the pit lane 17 seconds behind his teammate in the lead. That gap is now 11.6 and closing. If he can get through on Gogo Ballo, this could be a good chance, really, for, obviously a 1-3 for Goteam, but also maybe even a 1-2 if Remy Delorme can keep up this pace on the back of his teammate, who is currently leading the way. But Gogo Ballo, I'm sure he's not going to let Delorme get through easily, but these 4 drivers and the 4 cars at the front, you'd have to say, are the 4 fighting over the win, because Netrex are a little bit too far back, albeit only 15 seconds from the back of 4th. But then Seawolf Netrace as well, a minute and 10 back, they're unlikely to be involved in the battle.
And is this the opening of the championship battle as well, with how close it is? It does seem like Netrex, as you say, that step behind, Seawolf not having a great day, and then of course the 10.98 entry that is I think going to be sort of like changing as the season progresses. What are they going to do? We'll have to find out. But is it really these top 4 cars that we're seeing right now are going to be your battles? That is what we need to find out. Hopefully, the likes of Network, especially the fact that they have 2 cars, it'd be good if they are able to get involved and then make that a 6-way battle. But we'll have to see. But Goteam, they've got strength in numbers at the front of this field, and as the top 4 close in. We're about 11 seconds or so covering the top 4 after 3.5 hours of racing. That's not too bad so far.
Yeah, and the point is, even if it is the top 4 that we see throughout the championship in the 8 rounds, if they're this close in the opening round, I mean, bring it on, because we could really see a tight championship picture throughout the season, all the way to Le Mans by the end of the season. This is the view from Remy Delorme's car. I mean, just about see below the mirror there that Gogo Ballo is in front. And, I mean, this gives you a good sense of what the drivers can see, obviously, on their own sim rigs and their perspective, because, we see a lot of T-Cam, particularly in single-seater, but it's more difficult to do so in one of these, in a prototype car, in a GT3 car. And it's always nice to see what they can see, because you can see particularly how the windows and the corners from the windscreen to the windows really do have quite a big of a black spot, don't they? So it can be difficult to see sometimes.
Oh, there's a big slowdown there for the Blackhawk car, but unfortunately, Delorme also gets held up a little bit. That was almost a good opportunity. But yeah, you're right. In the prototypes, the A-pillars are absolutely massive. So that is why the cheat code, especially back in the LMP2 days, was always to put the camera as far forward as you can in the game, to basically put put it as if you're sitting on the windshield. Obviously, the real-life drivers don't have opportunity for that. That was always the one. Don't know how the seat position looks or what the settings are in rFactor for this car, but let's see if the driver's going to be okay. As down the inside, he's going to have to send off the LMP2, otherwise he's going to lose some time, but he gets stuck behind, and Gogo Ballo gets let off there just a little bit.
Yeah, I wonder if anybody's in far chase cam as well. That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Unfortunately, it's cockpit only, but
I
that
know.
that is always a hilarious one when you see someone driving in that. And at how do I put it? At another organisation's 24-hour LAN event back in the day that we went to in Denmark, there was a team who raced with the chase cam in I think it was a Corvette GT3 for 24 hours. That is
that's commitment to the cause.
Not what I would do, but as you say, that's commitment to the chase cam.
I hope there was some kind of bet on for it. Otherwise, that's fun.
Don't know. I mean, I guess maybe they just prefer it, but I would not want to do that.
I'm surprised the entire team would prefer that though, rather than just an individual.
Yeah, I mean, they were also a very grassroots team. You had the esport. I mean, even though this was 2019, before the major esports and stuff in the sim racing, there were still teams who rocked up with lorries, right? And they would bring a rig on wheels. They just rolled it into the spot, plugged in the power, plugged in the internet, and they were already practicing. And then you had people like this team in the chase cam. And again, I'm not putting them down at all, because you got to do what you got to do. But I mean, it was a wooden rig with a G27 and in chase cam. I mean, they were grassroots, but they were still there competing, having fun, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, they were there having fun. It doesn't really matter. They got there, other people didn't, so you might as well enjoy it while you can. Hey, so yeah. But hey, I used to race the chase cam on Forza. I'll be honest, but that was Forza.
Yeah, it's not a simulation, though, is it?
It's not a simulation, exactly. I used to do that, and I was awful. And then I did cockpit cam for one race, and I won it. So I stuck with that.
Have you ever raced rFactor 2?
I have not raced rFactor 2 before, no.
We'll have to change that.
I know. I've never had the facilities to do so.
Don't think you got the facilities for that, big man. What's your setup at the moment then? Oh, who's that?
Well,
who's that? Someone's gone off. It's Gogo Ballo. He was obviously in front of Remy Delorme, and he's gone off at Radion. He's made contact with the wall just as we are chatting about the facilities, but unfortunately, that Porsche not able to get over Radion, and that car's damaged as well. So even when he gets back to the pit lane, he's going to be sat there for some time, and that makes it a 1-3 for Goteam.
Yeah, I just saw that back on screen as well, and it didn't seem like there was anybody else around him. Oh, there was. Up through... Oh, no, just losing it. Oh. That's a very weird place to... So losing it... Hang on, so the right-hand side of the car dropped away. Yeah, that's a very weird position to lose the car.
Yeah, I mean, he was... No, he wasn't really that close to the Seawolf car. But maybe it was close enough that he just maybe lifted off a little bit too much. And then that is actually the worst thing to do. With the... Unfortunately, the weight distribution of the car just goes all over the place when you don't keep it loaded up, and maybe just a little bit of a slide as well, not able to catch it, and around goes the car. Is a tough one. It really is a tough one. The Eau Rouge Radion sequence. It's so difficult to set the car up for that because you really bottom out and compress at the bottom. Then as you come up, the car then lifts up and it goes light. So you've got to sort of set the car up. Try and set the car up for two different situations. It looks like they might lose out to fourth place here. So Netrex will be getting himself up. Asian around the outside. This is going to be awkward because I'm assuming that we're going to see Ballo come into the pit lane. But is he going to try and continue on with the damage? No, he does come in. And he is going to, of course, lose some time now.
Yeah, and that's gutting for Gogo Ballo. I mean, it allows Netrex that extra position for both of the cars, but that's gutting for the Black Hawk Racing team, who were having such a good race, weren't they? I mean, up to that point. And I mean, there's nothing worse than, you know, handing over to a teammate after having made a mistake like that.
No, I may have done that.
I know Lewis McGlade has said he's done that before and then complained when it's happened to him.
I've actually got a really good story of that from the VEC as well. Season 10, Le Mans, final race of the season. My wonderful teammate Peter Schulze was in the car, and I believe he ran out of fuel on the first stint. And then we managed to get back going in the race. My teammate Michael Ayres gets in the car. He crashes it. I think maybe on his second or third lap of the stint, coming through the Porsche curves. So obviously he comes back in. So I get in the car. I crash it in turn 1 on my first lap. And then Peter gets back in the car. So that was a really good sort of hour of racing there, with most of it spent in the pit lane.
Yeah. And I was just sat there watching from the pit lane, thinking, "Ooh, there's Cam." No, sorry, I don't know what I'm going on about now. What was it? What was my train of thought there? I've lost it.
You were talking about watching me from the pit lane, but we will gloss over that as we see Gabriel Hevesy having a 6-second lead as it stands, and despite being on these older tyres, the gap is going up.
Yes, I'll use this as a train of thought because it is going up, and Gabber is doing a very good job. Jolt Priebeck is just falling away a bit, isn't he? And even now, gaining away from his teammate Remy Delorme, and you can see there is that tyre differential, the hard on the number 7 car, the medium on the 17 car, which shows that that's maybe why Gabber's having that little more elongation in terms of the pace in the stint, because as Delorme drops off that little bit more, Gabber can just keep that pace up towards the end of the stint, with the tyres holding on a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. So obviously he stayed out, so must have had hards in the previous stint, and they're just consistent. So that means the wear is very low. The fact that he would be on second stint tyres and still have the speed to hold on for new mediums as well. So those hards are looking very strong as it stands. So maybe we'll see some drivers swap to that, as obviously Ballo still in the pit lane. We've got Maki Yupi as well coming in for the Thomas Wenger Sim Racing LMP2 entry, as they're obviously still having a very good day and some opportunities. Got some more pit stops as Rafa come in. Yanni Simcic is in that car as it stands, so that has left Caspian to take the lead for now, but of course they will drop down once they come in for their pit stop.
And I think it's the first time I've actually said the words Caspi Motorsport today. So Ahmet Demirkan clearly doing a good job at the moment. Arda Erkan is behind him, but of course pit stops in the offing for Ahmet, but Arda in second place. I mean, am I right in saying that? I mean, that means that there's 2 Turkish drivers first and second. Am I right in saying that? I believe Arda is Turkish.
I would guess so. From, I mean, obviously that is at least where their names come from, and I would assume so. Yeah, very fast drivers as well, especially Arda. Arda is he's one of those guys who I had to race against a couple of times, and when you see his name in the entry list, you're like, yeah, probably wish he wasn't there because I'm not going to win now.
Yeah. It's always when you rock up to a race and you look at the start list and think, oh, when you see some of the names, you think, oh, I have a really good chance. And you see the names, you're like, oh, right, okay. Fair enough. I mean, if you rock up into that GT3 category, you've got Arda Erkan, Evgeny Simonchich, and you're like, oh, like, right.
Yeah, I mean, also, for instance, like, I mean, Diogo Silva, he's been around for ages. He's been in, top split of GT Pro multiple times. Scalvini, he was in that what's it called, the Sim3 entry that was very fast in the DPI a couple of years ago. Michi Hoyer as well. He's now in the car from Martin Mergley, WRT. We all know what he can do. He's a champion in this series as well. So, yeah, very tough one. And also, I just noticed someone I didn't realise was in GT3 this year, Benjamin Dzelzinski, coming into the pit lane. Seawolf, of course, he's been up there and got podiums in the top class as well. So GT3 is actually pretty stacked this year.
It is, and it's good to see because generally lots of of the fastest drivers go for the fastest machinery. As a rule of thumb, that doesn't always happen, but generally you can see that. But we're seeing some of the best drivers in sim racing, particularly on this platform, go for the GT3s, and it really does, if nothing else, balance out the kind of quality that we see in all three categories, and give us some really, really high-profile names fighting over each championship, which is exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have these teams in the championship anymore. But I remember a couple of years ago, in the GT3s, we had Red Bull Racing Esports, we had Jean Alesi, and Juices, I think, were the three teams that season. And they were just, I remember the first race season was Monza. I think it was the first year that we had the DPIs as well. So it might be season 14. And they just were going at it. And you're like, this is the GT3 category. And they were the ones really putting on the show. And even, last year we had Ferrari as well, obviously come in. But not driving a Ferrari in the GT3s, they drove the LMP2 instead. So, as you say, just balances it out a bit more and keeps the quality up and down the field, which is always good. And as ever, the numbers get less the further up the categories you go. So the GT3 is by far the biggest category, then P2, then of course the 8 hypercars.
Yeah, and it's good to see such a bulky GT3 category, because 42 cars on the grid, 20 of those GT3s, 22 of those prototypes, and of course that then is split between the the hypercars and the LMP2s. But even still, we're still seeing these tight battles throughout all of the championships, and particularly for the GT3s, it means that there's more room, I think, for more teams to be involved in the championship, because the points differentials may not become as great because there's more teams involved. So there's more teams that could take points off of you, instead of in the hypercars with only 5 cars being on the lead lap at the moment. If they get a couple of wins and they get like Networks get a couple of 4th and 5ths, that gap's already 20 points after 2 races, or even more than that, I should say. So it's nice to see that with so many more cars in the GT3s and with such close battling, we're likely to see a close championship, which should hopefully are on the way to Le Mans, because as much as maths is difficult, we love we love having to do maths at the final race, because it means we've got a championship to talk about.
Oh yeah, we certainly do. And one thing that is getting bigger though is this gap between 1 and 2. It was 3 seconds on the previous lap, 1.7 on the lap just gone. So it's 4.5 in the last 2 laps that Pribek has lost. So it is not looking ideal for Racing Zone, who we were raving about, half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. But the 22 is now starting to struggle, and definitely changed tyres though at the stop. So weird one that is the case, and also on the mediums compared to the hard to go team, but they're just not working out. And yeah, funny times. So Goteam with the number 7 Thibaut Hevesy, they worked their way to the front, and they are certainly using their speed, and they were the fastest in the hypercar category on the last lap, as you would expect.
Yeah, you would expect that, wouldn't you? With the pace that they've got, but you never do know. With the stints that we've still got to come, with drivers changes still yet to come. But that gap between second and third down to 5 seconds, and seemingly closing a little bit last lap around. It was a gain of over 9/10 of a second, so nearly a second for Remy Delorme on Heartbreak. So clearly that gap is decreasing relatively significantly now, and it means that there's a great chance, I should say, for Remy Delorme to get through by the end of the stint and Goteam. I mean, what can they then do from there? That could be quite a scary thought, considering they might even be trying to do one stop less than everybody else. So yeah, this could run all the way to the end, but we've still got over half the race to go. And Goteam have been at the front, they've been in the mid-pack, they've been at the back, and they're back at the front again.
Yeah, and that was another couple of seconds lost. And even, Remy Delorme is really closing in. As what was that line coming out of turn 1 from Heartbreak as well? Is he really struggling? Has something gone on there that we've missed? Is there sort of damage on this car or something? How's the tracking looking down the straight? It looks pretty straight to me, so maybe it's just the tyres have started to fall off. Maybe we saw the car go on the jacks. Maybe there's only 2 tyres taken. We'll have to try and see if we can work that out, because there's definitely something going on here with Racing Zone, and they're losing a lot of time, and it's going to be a Goteam 1-2 in just a couple of laps, I would expect. Yeah, and Goteam, they were fast in qualifying, and they didn't quite get the start. They got jumped off of the line, and there was contact. They fell to the back, particularly for the 7 car, but they're working their way back to the front. And I mean, if this was a 4-hour race, this would be quite dramatic, wouldn't it? With 8 minutes on the clock, they were at the back, they're trying to get back to the front, and they could still secure a 1-2. But Remy Delorme and his teammate, of course, of Gabba Hemsley, have done an incredible job over the last hour and a half to put themselves into a fantastic position, with the fact that they might then still have a pit stop less to do, so it would just increase that lead exponentially. You think. I do think they need to take tyres the next stop, whereas this car on screen, the 17, won't. So the 17 will then cycle to the front, but then they'll flip-flop, obviously, if they continue with the doubles. But then it might end up being a triple again for Hevesy, which means it would then balance out. Try and do a bit of quick maths in the head. But I still think that maybe this 17 car would then be ahead on the strategy. The only issue is they are 17, 18 seconds behind. God, this gap has gone up so much. Prebec has got even more time loss once more. So there's definitely a problem going with that car. I mean, he's in the, that was a 59.7. He was in the 2 minutes last time, whereas it's 1:58 for both Goteam cars. Yeah, Prebec, he's just not... Maybe just not feeling comfortable in the car. Maybe the car's going away from him with the tyres, possibly, albeit same tyres, and you think same age for Remy Delorme behind him. So, and that would be somewhat surprising, but they'll make their way down in towards Les Combes once again. Easy like for Heartbreak to make the move for lapping that SimFrame LMP2 car, and Remy Delorme's going to have a little bit of difficulty trying to lap it, because this is the hardest part of the circuit to catch a slower car. And Delorme going to wait for it in Bruxelles, and might have to wait for it again at No Name. Yeah, might do, and it's actually not necessarily a bad thing in some ways, because the corner speed between the P2s and the hypercars isn't crazy different. It's not like when you get stuck behind a GT3 and you can literally feel yourself losing time, but with the LMP2s it's not so bad, apart from the fact obviously like a bit of dirty air, and then you can't quite get the drive off the corner if you're sitting so close behind. So definitely a bit of a difficult one, but it has brightened up on the track quite a bit. So the cloud cover is moving over. The track temperature will obviously go up just a little bit from that. So it's not looking too terrible. We are at 5 o'clock in-game time, so it will actually then get to the point where it cools down again as the sun starts to set. But it is just a nice average 25 degrees out there. Nice and warm, actually, isn't it? For us, that it's quite warm.
But I think it's getting colder than that next week here. Anyway, that's a separate point. But 25 is one of those. It's kind of that temperature window where it doesn't then really impact on the track temperatures, because if it gets oppressively hot as it does in the desert, that obviously then has an impact on the track temperature. It's generally more, the sunlight and the UV that can really kind of heat the tarmac. Direct sunlight onto black tarmac, that you can see the point. But when it gets dark, that will drop. It'll be interesting to see if it's easier for teams to think about double stinting. Maybe feel safer going on a medium. Maybe for a double stint on a medium, that's probably a little bit extreme, but it might change up the strategies a little bit as we get towards the last couple of hours, because the sun almost certainly will set if we get to 9 o'clock in game time when we finish this race.
Yeah, and for those who maybe don't quite drive so much, or drive so much endurance who are watching, the track temperatures actually do make a noticeable difference as well. When it got added a couple of years ago now, I think it was the summer of 2022, that it got added in rFactor 2. I was like, okay, well, yeah, but is it just a bit of a gimmick? Is it actually going to work? But no, it actually makes a difference. And especially in a 24-hour race when it gets really cold overnight, the tyres just last longer. And I had this once in Daytona a couple of years ago. I was doing a 24-hour race, and I did from 3 o'clock in the morning until 8. So basically 5 hours overnight. And the idea was to do triple, so 6 stints. And in the end, it would have actually been quicker to do 3 doubles in a row rather than 2 triples, because as the sun rose after sort of 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, those last 3-4 stints, I was really struggling, especially on the second triple, because it would just got too hot. So the first triple wasn't so bad, but the second one, it just got too hot, and the tyres just started losing performance. So it actually makes quite a noticeable difference. And I do like that, though, that you can sort of have to plan around a different variable like that.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to the point when I was talking to other members of media who weren't sim racers at an event we were both at relatively recently, and I was explaining how sim racing really does deserve the sim part of it, because it really does take into account so much physics, so much science behind it, whereas other games, other esports don't necessarily do so. This is meant to be a replica of what you'd get in real life, and I think things like tyre wear, you can really feel it. It makes a difference, because it makes you more connected to what you're seeing in real life, really. And I think that's what makes sim racing so attractive for so many racing fans, because racing is somewhat unattainable as a pastime, as a sport, unless you have quite a bit of money. So, well, realistically, but sim racing allows you to kind of take part in it with all of the added aspects without having, a lot of money in the back pocket.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess the equipment does start to get expensive when you go a bit crazy, but it's way cheaper. What you'd spend on a rig is what you'd spend in 1 week, or not even what you'd spend in 1 weekend. Even going club racing. So it's definitely an awesome hobby, and that's the reason why we're now at season 17 of this championship, which is quite remarkable. And there's other series out there as well that have been going along for a similar time, and there's a reason for that, because everyone wants to keep coming back here and going racing. And I don't know what your experience is, Dara, with like karting and that sort of stuff, but when I used to do that when I was younger, then I came sim racing. Even now, when I'm basically retired now from driving, but even now, if I do a race, I'll get that buzz, like when you're sat there on the grid just before the lights go out, and you get that feeling like you're in that race, you're in that competitive mindset, and that's what I still keep coming back for.
Yeah, I have to say, I've been karting a couple of times, and the little charts that say first time at the track, compare the lap times with what we think you can do, and I got F1 prospect. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
F1 prospect.
It's
fair.
Probably
You don't weigh a lot, and that helps a lot in karting.
And annoyingly, you know exactly how much I do weigh. We're coming to the end of the first 4 hours, I can. What are we looking forward to in the next hour or so for the development, particularly in this hypercar battle?
I'm going to say Goteam will be 1-2, and this might be the moment as Racing Zone go wide down towards Podium. We've been waiting for this for the last 20 minutes or so, and Probek's going to try and fight around the outside. He's going to be blocked off there as Delorme slides to the outside to get around the Aston Martin. Amazing positioning there from the French driver as he gets himself up into second place on the 4-hour remaining mark.
Yeah, 4 hours to go, lots of drama still to unfold. My thanks to Cam for being alongside me for these last couple of hours. But the person who joined me for the first couple of hours, Vidir, is back. And you're going to take us all the way to the end, I believe, Vidir.
Indeed I am. And again, my weight is also my excuse as to why I'm not essentially Lando Norris. This is my personal excuse. But yes, thank you, Cameron, for the last couple of hours after taking over from me, and of course for rFactor for the first half of the race. And indeed, I will be taking you, or at least helping taking you through the second half of the race, alongside, well, at least a new voice here in the VEC, Edward Hunter.
Yeah, hello Vidir. It's great to be here at Spa-Francorchamps. 4 hours left to go, so half the race gone, there's still half left to go. And there's been plenty of action in all three classes, hasn't there? So it's been enormously entertaining, and it's definitely not over yet. This is far, far from over. And Goteam currently leading with 1-2, of course, and they've really they qualified that way, didn't they? They've had to work really hard to get back into that position in hypercar, and it's still looking like there's a lot of strategies left to play out here.
Yes, indeed, and halfway through, and indeed we are seeing some of the hypercars, at least one hypercar in particular, that car that was in the battle that is now, well, ended because one of them has come into the pits, that number 22 Racing Zone team car. Indeed, pitting pretty much on the halfway mark kind of suggests a symmetric strategy when it comes to coming into the pits. At the moment, we're looking at the battle for the final position. In the top 10 in the GT3s is Andrew Hollum, trying to not be passed by Bora Milan in that one ACO car. Bora Milan and one ACO, indeed one of the, two of the stalwart names here in the VEC. Everyone will know Bora Milan from many seasons, as well as Team 1 ACO. Down to the GT3s, we've seen them in LMP1s, as it would be at the time. We've seen them in the DPIs, in LMP2s, in GT3s this time round. And Bora, a very, very accomplished driver here, and 0.8 of a second away from that final position in the top 10.
Indeed, yes. So, sorry, I'm really struggling here because it's lagging horribly for me, so I'm sort of looking at a slideshow at the moment. But yeah, I'm relying on the timer screens otherwise. But yeah, 1 ACO and Borja Milan, who of course, I believe are from Portugal, if I'm not mistaken, Borja Milan. So great to see them.
That is a good question. I should know this after about 8 or 9 seasons of commentating where he's from.
Yeah, he's certainly sizing up Andrew Hollum through La Source there as they exit. So that 1 ACO, I believe it's a Ferrari GT that he's got in there versus the BMW. Ferrari should be pretty decent in the straight line here, so the 96 looking quite strong.
Yes, and we'd normally see the 1 ACO car slightly further up the and I say that Bora Milan's had a massive instance there at the top of Radion while I was looking at the timing screens backwards there at the runoff area on the right, driver's right, and it looked like he just lost it when right behind that car in 10th, the air just got taken away from that rear wing and it just swapped ends.
Yeah, I'm being corrected that Borja Milan is, of course, Australian. I was like trying to sort out 50 things at once there, and I was like, oh, gotta say something. Nationality, right? It tends to be my default when I panic, and I always get it wrong. So I apologize to Borja there because he's no doubt already in a bad mood, and that's gonna. Oh no, Jimmy Allison saying he's not Australian at all. Maybe I was right, and he is actually Portuguese. What a mess this has turned into all of a sudden. Oh, he's calling me Australian. Okay.
Yeah, he is.
Thanks for that, Jimmy.
He's Spanish, Bora.
That's it. Yeah, I was close.
Yeah.
They speak a very similar dialect.
Yeah, Nico just confirmed it in the YouTube chat. But yeah, just lost the rear end there at the top. Oh, well, not quite the top of the hill, really, where you at the apex of the right-handers. You're coming up the hill. Just I would almost say too close to the car in front and just lost all the aero off the rear wing, and it just swapped ends. Didn't appear to hit anything though, which is quite lucky considering where that incident took place, right at the top of the hill.
Indeed, he was right behind the 65 satellite racing car with Andrew Holland, wasn't it? So he just got a little bit too sucked in there with the BMW and ended up coming off by far the world. It's certainly not the last driver we've seen lose it up the top of the hill into Radion, and Borja Milan just struggling to get, I think, back to the pits for some repairs then. So no need for a big full course yellow to neutralise the race, as long as Borja Milan is careful and doesn't take out or get involved in any more incidents with undamaged cars. As we cut to another battle, this is the battle for second in hypercar. This is Giuca Macchi-Lupi for Thomas Inge Sim Racing, fighting with Argenis Rear for Black Hawk Racing. So in fact, these are LMP2. This is the LMP2 second place fight, not the hypercar fight.
Yes, indeed, and these two essentially nose to tail coming through Malmedy and down towards Bruxelles. GT3 traffic needing to be navigated on that short run towards this 180-degree right-hander. Both of them managed to pass the traffic before getting towards the corner, but it appears to have hurt Macchi-Lupi a little bit more than Riera coming through that section, coming through Puon now, and it looks like that that third place car will be hindered ever so slightly by that GT3 traffic. Indeed, you can see there these two cars were essentially nose to tail coming into Les Combes. You can just see how much of a difference traffic makes. That gap way out to about 1.3 seconds or even more now. And again, that's just the thing. That's just the thing that happens when you're endurance racing. You can never successfully anticipate when you're going to arrive at that traffic.
No, it really is a case of deal with it when you get there, because it's a sort of thing where you could come into a GD3 battle where there's like 2 or 3 cars fighting over the same position, and they're not necessarily all going to be too keen to move over for you if it disadvantages them. So yeah, there's a little bit of a understanding that needs to be formed very, very quickly between a prototype and GD car in that sort of scenario. But yeah, Macchi-Lupi, is just really putting the pressure on Riera and that Black Hawk Racing car. We've seen Black Hawk have a pretty strong day so far, but certainly Thomas Inge Sim Racing, the reigning champions in LMP2, if I'm not mistaken, from last season, looking to obtain that crown. And certainly Black Hawk will have to really defend well in this stint to hold on to that position, as we briefly see a yellow in the final sector that's cleared. And by the way, I think the race leader, Gabriel Hevesi, has pit in the number 7 CMT Goteam car.
Indeed, and this is what we'd kind of expect from the hypercars, approximately halfway, considering they were doing about 40-minute stints or so. That kind of falls in nicely with that schedule. The Macchi-Lupi here doing a very good job. That gap out, 1.3 seconds, not even a minute ago, right back on the rear wing of Riera in that Black Hawk car, coming through Copenhagen. Third place car looking slightly squirrely coming out of the exit of Bruxelles, coming down towards Puon now. The double apex left-hander round the first and then round the second apex, trying to hit them both cleanly without going too wide on exit. But the problem is now meeting GT3 traffic in the wrong place, and this will badly hinder the Finn coming through the Pief Path and down towards Paul Frere and the final part of the circuit.
Yeah, it's certainly not ideal then. So the Thomas Inge car is going to have to wait that a little bit longer to mount another attack, of course. Still, as we say, 3 hours, 51 minutes left on the clock then.
Oh,
so
what's that behind? That's a prototype, I think, behind, going on the
That was
grass
another
on
LMP2,
the
I
inside.
think.
I'm not sure which LMP2 that would be, though, is the main question, is the main problem, I should say, rather. It could be the car that was 14th in class. Could it well be that number 45 Hyperion car?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the 45 Hyperion is in the order at the moment, and those are just on track. But let me have a look at the track map on the timing screen, which unfortunately is really small and just, I think, cuts off before pass. Yeah, it's the 14th in class car that's going very, very slowly, isn't it? And it's probably just heading into the pits now. I think that's is that Luxac? It's Gregor Luxac in the
that's
Team
Luxac
37
as well, yeah.
Yeah, look, the steering really,
This
really
is Goteam
hobbled.
37. Yeah, okay.
And in he comes, and that's going to be a mighty repair job. So Luxac wasn't having a great day, was the 37 Go team, and it's been made even worse then by whatever just happened. It must have happened just out of shot coming up through Paul Frere, as you say, Vidir. And whatever's happened, it's had some pretty disastrous consequences. So 37 Go team, of course, still half the race to go, and I think we're going to see a replay of what happened to Luxac.
Indeed, this is actually coming out of, oh, I just lost it on the exit curve, coming out of Copenhagen. And then ping pong between both sides of the circuit, and since then it's really just been a recovery job to bring it back to the pits, but lost it just on the exit curve there, before essentially spearing to the left hand side of the circuit and spearing back to the right. Very lucky there weren't any cars in the vicinity during that instant, otherwise they could well have been wiped out at the same time.
Yes, exactly. So, and that's really, really not what anybody wants. To not only have their own race really badly compromised, but to take someone else, innocent victim, out as well. Certainly in endurance racing, people have long memories because they have to, because they have long stints. So, so yeah, that's it's certainly lucky for Luxac that it wasn't any worse, but certainly. Unless he's about to change drivers, he's going to be a little bit more ginger on the next stint. As we see Charlie Rigo for on-off racing also pitting as well at the back of LMP2. Meanwhile, on screen, we're looking at Josh Hughes for XRL Esports, the Englishman chasing down Ricardo Talazzi in the PAN Corsa car. And of course, PAN had a very, very good start to the day in LMP2, didn't they? Where they took the lead.
So, yeah.
And since then, they've really been struggling to get back onto that podium. And it looks like Josh Hughes is going to try and make that job that little bit harder for him. And good on Josh Hughes, of course, who has a lot of experience in LMP2 in sim racing on rFactor 2. And he's even been competing in other championships like Formula Sim Racing Academy as well, where he got his first podium there at Circuit of the Americas. So Josh Hughes, definitely a young driver on the up, and it's great to see him back with his old XRL crew and making waves in LMP2.
Indeed, it is. Going back to this battle for second position, Riera and Maki Yupi, Blackhawk Racing in that Thomas Enga sim racing car. Again, Maki Yupi, after falling back a bit, has managed to claw back that gap and may well be helped by this GT3 car ahead. Almost balked a little bit there on the second half of Puon, but certainly that GT3 traffic has brought that Blackhawk car much, much closer to the front bumper of the Thomas Enga sim racing car. Coming through the final two right-handers at the far end of the circuit, and through the second one, which is almost flat out. You just need to feather the throttle a little bit to make sure you don't run too far, run out too wide on exit. But then coming through this first left-hander and then through Blanchimont, the next one, flat out for all of these cars. You can see the sparks starting to fly from the underbody of that Thomas Enga sim racing car. Moving to the inside or the outside? No, deciding to not make a move this time round in that big braking zone coming into the final chicane. Trying to put on the throttle as soon as possible in order to gain as much speed as possible along the start-finish straight. A couple of GT cars ahead, braking hard for Le Source, this right-hander at the beginning of the circuit, and look how close that Thomas Enga car is to the Blackhawk.
Yeah, so lots of pressure being applied here, but Yuhamaki Yupi now has got to just nail the run through Eau Rouge and Radion as he goes uphill and onto the Kemmel Straight. Then Sparks continuing to fly, and is he going to pull out to the left-hand side here? Surely Riera is going to defend here on the inside. Then towards the braking zone they come into Lecum, and Riera still it just sees Maki Lupi just go all the way around the outside, and I think he just held it on track for here. That was a bold move from the Thomas Enga sim racing driver in car number 96, and second position in class is his.
Yeah, swept around the outside, a fantastic move there, and yeah, very good driving from both of them actually to give each other room through that very technical part of Spa-Francorchamps. But yeah, sweeping around the outside there's the Thomas Enga sim racing car. It's moves like that as to why they are reigning and defending champions in the LMP2 class. You can see how much of a gap the Thomas Engen car has made already to that Blackhawk car. We'll see exactly what it is when they cross the second timing line of the circuit, which is just after this right-hander. Indeed, they cross it now, and that gap is already out to 1.1 seconds.
Yep, so comfortably pulling away, and that really shows you that Mackie Lupi had some pretty decent pace underneath that right foot, and he's now starting to unleash that, isn't he? Because if you look at his best lap, it's a 2:03.2, isn't it? Which was about 10th quicker than the class leader, Stein Prinz, in the Valet Esports number 36. And it's number 28, Thomas Engen Sim Racing. I don't know where number 96 came from. I must have just had a moment there. But yeah, Riera, his last lap, 2:06.7, and Mackie Lupi's last lap, 2:05.1, and he should be able to go even quicker now. He was 7/10 actually quicker than Prinz the previous lap as well. So you've got to say Thomas Engen are going to fancy their chances here if they can start to eat into that 25-second gap to the class leader, as Josh Hughes pits from 5th position.
Indeed, while you were speaking there, we saw a move for 7th position in the LMP2 class. Luca Martino in that armed cyber car passed Dabrowski in the Hyperion Esports number 45 to crack the top 7 in the LMP2s. Coming through the final couple of right-handers, Paul Frere is coming up soon. And appears to have created a little bit of a gap already as Martino and that armed cyber at number 41 coming along the back straight now. Well, I say the back straight, it kind of is, but yeah, almost the best way to describe it, really. Coming through Blanchimont now, you can see the sparks flying from underneath that Hyperion car. And I say that Hyperion car is getting a lot closer towards the braking zone. The thing is that GT3 car almost stopped Mateus there from being able to make a move on that number 41 to get back into the top 7, which now becomes the top 6, because as you said, Hughes came into the pits not too long ago.
Yeah, the Hyperion seems to have some pretty decent straight line speed, as you saw on that back straight run from Paul Frere into Blanchimont. So yeah, that means Luca Martino might be looking just over his shoulder a little bit. And he's got it's a 30-second gap, isn't it, to the next car of Walter Stoltz in the Goteam number 38 then. So yeah, Martino is probably going to be more defending in this stint, especially once the XRL Esports car, now with James Howe taking over from Josh Hughes, once that starts catching up to them later on in this stint, of course. Of course, we've still got plenty of pit stops left to go. And we should give a brief update on how GT3 is going, with Arda Erchan leading Gianluca Scalvini in the sim frame by 24 seconds as well, with Michi Hoyer rounding out the podium for WRT then 16 seconds in arrears, and holding off his old RAFA Esports buddy, driving, funnily enough, for RAFA Esports, Mr. Jene Simoncic, who's 2.4 seconds behind him. So that's a good little battle going on there. Of course, the GT traffic having to make way for the prototypes and being lapped by them almost continuously. And so they're going to have to manage that very, very well to lose as little time as possible and keep their opposing cars in sight, essentially.
Yeah, this Simoncic car, this Ferrari, as you said, Hoyer and Simoncic, two very well-known names in the sim racing community. These two coming to a battle once more, and then coming down towards Pua. Now you can just see occasionally Hoyer in the background or foreground, depending on the camera shot. But yes, at 2.7, 2.5 seconds or so, whatever this gap is, it's quite a big gap to make up, considering that these two drivers are of such a high caliber.
It certainly is. It's almost like there's a temptation to work together to try and catch Scalvini ahead of them rather than fighting each other. But at the same time, there's a podium up for grabs, and they're racing drivers. They're absolutely not going to just let each other off. If there's a sniff of a chance for Simoncic to pass Hoyer, he's going to take it. He's not needed any encouragement in the past to do so. As we look back at the Dabrowski Martino battle.
Indeed, coming along the Kemmel Straight now. I thought one of them might have been blocked by traffic coming up the hill, but that was not the case. Dabrowski managed to get past, well, both of them actually managed to get past that GT3 car before braking for Lecom coming through Malmedy. Now you can see this other hypercar directly in front of them, and going quite wide out there on the exit curb actually was Martino. You can see the sparks fly as it became slightly beached on that exit curb, for want of a better word, but managed to keep in control of that LMP2 car before coming down the hill and towards Puon, and that gap appears to be closing a little bit, but as you said before, that Hyperion car appears to have very, very good straight line speed.
Indeed it does, and I've noticed this before when I've seen Hyperion in endurance racing championships. They tend to favour a car that's very, very nippy in a straight line and can make the moves when it needs to. But of course, it does require a bit of setting up for the driver, and Martino very, very good in defence as well. So we're set for a pretty equally matched scrap between these two so far, with Dabrowski, I think, not taking that earlier move, sitting down whatsoever. So yeah, we'll be interested to see if an opportunity comes where Dabrowski's going to go for it here, and if Martino can up his pace to sort of escape down the road in response.
And indeed, this is something that will come into its own slightly more in the next race, Interlagos. Of course, Interlagos really is a track of two halves. The first and third sectors are pretty fast, and then you've got that really technical middle sector.
Yep, that's certainly the case. Did you say Interlagos? I think we were at Spa, but it's the same.
The next race.
Case at both races, yes.
Yeah, the next race is Interlagos, yeah.
Well, anyway, I look forward to that. We've still got another 3.5 hours to go here, but yeah, certainly Spa. There's always a bit of, like at every circuit, of course. There's always a bit of a compromise in terms of the setup. Do you want to be quick in that, especially when qualifying gets involved in the mix? Of course, when the race is so much longer than qualifying, you tend to prioritize the race. But yeah, it's do you want to be quick in that middle sector or the first and third sector, which have got all those straight lines and the high speed corners, your likes of Ridge Radion and Puhon as well come to mind, and other corners like Paul Frere is pretty quick as well, as we look at Dabrowski just trying to negotiate the traffic and actually getting caught in the middle of these two GT3 cars, including the number 58 just behind that he's negotiating. There's a Mercedes as well, but he's lost quite a few seconds there to the cars that he was fighting, and I believe that's because Martino's pit as well.
Yeah, indeed, starting to get into some more LMP2 pit stops, and quite right, Martino did just come into the pits. So looking at, of course, Dabrowski now, that gap 32 seconds, but it's slightly augmented due to the pit stop cycle that we're currently undergoing. Having a look down at this GT3 class, as you said, and we looked at this battle between Hoya and Simoncic about 2-3 laps ago. That gap still pretty much stable, 2.5 seconds. It's still between the Rafa Esports team car and the WRT. The WRT car, of course, currently holding that final podium position, but still 3 hours and 36 minutes to go here at Spa-Francorchamps, so anything can happen. With that WRT car coming around Puon, and really at this point of the race, the sun is starting to get into the eyes of a couple of these drivers now, and this glare could make it kind of difficult to make some moves and spot the apeces of some of these corners.
Yeah, it's just going to be a slight little distraction. Nothing that especially the more experienced drivers will have seen it coming. But for the less experienced ones, maybe it might catch out a few of them, or especially if they're a bit fatigued as well. If it's a little bit dark, it suddenly starts to get very, very dark suddenly. Just after it gets very, very bright as the sun comes down, then that can be a bit disconcerting, certainly. But yeah, it was interesting because I was looking at Hoyer and Simoncic's streams sort of going into this race. And Hoyer, I think, had a stream where he was claimed to be still looking for a setup, I think, as he just has to let that LMP2, I think, just go around the outside of him at bus stop. So Hoyer was still looking at, in fact, he doesn't let him through, actually. He holds him up slightly. But Hoyer was still looking for that perfect setup going into qualifying. And Simoncic, to sort of mention that I was going to be commentating on the race for the first time about 4 hours in. He said, "Oh, I hope we're still running at that point," and certainly maybe a bit humble there from Simoncic because they are exceeding expectations currently, running, as you say, 1.4 seconds off the podium, and pace relative to Hoyer 2 minutes 17.6. So that's 8 tenths quicker, I think, than Michi Hoyer the previous lap then. So Simoncic really starting to fly out there. Fastest GT3 on track at the moment, I think. Oh no,
It's always interesting.
Erchan's slightly faster, sorry, in the lead.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how these stints ebb and flow, or at least the times, I should say, rather, ebb and flow throughout various parts of the stint and various conditions as well. As, of course, as it comes to night, it starts to get a little bit cooler, which means the softer tyres turn on a little bit more. At least the softer tyres are more preferred during the night time.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. And it's like any sort of low grip conditions, you sort of are going to lean towards the softer tyre because it's a little bit easier to get it in the right temperature range effectively. So, and also drivers are always going to prefer the softer tyre because they can usually, at the beginning of their stint anyway, set faster lap times on it. But yeah, certainly that you are going to see a little bit of variation in terms of tyre choice as the conditions change. And as we go into the night phase, of course, so track temperature 33 degrees, I believe, Celsius in game at the moment. So we are going to start to see that drop.
As the Seawolf Net Race car comes in from the hypercars, as well as that Blackhawk car from the LMP2 class. So these pit stops starting to stagger out a little bit more because of the diverging strategies. But you can see this gap actually between Simoncic and Hoyer slightly closing down. We'll see what the last lap times for the two of these were at the next time round when they both cross the start-finish line. Indeed, Hoyer accelerating out of the final corner now. And then here comes Jarni Simoncic crossing the start-finish line. Indeed, last time round, Hoyer was an 18.4 and Simoncic is 17.6. So best part of 8 tenths of a second last time round. That gap was reduced by Simoncic.
Yeah, Hoyer's fought back though. 2 minutes 17.489 this lap, which is just a tenth quicker actually than Simoncic and a 2:17.5. So looks like Michi Hoyer is starting to respond to the pressure put on him by his old stablemate. And as long as he can match him, then he can prevent Simoncic getting in the sort of range to make a dive at him as effectively, which you can definitely do a bit more easily in these GT3 cars because they haven't got quite as much downforce and drag to help them along. So they can really just be slipstream each other a little bit more straightforwardly than some of the prototypes where you do have to get much closer and you need a much bigger sort of overspeed really to make the moves, I find, from my experience commentating on endurance racing. But anyway, I think that Simoncic Hoyer fight battle is still the closest one on fight on track. Sorry, but I am just looking through the order, seeing if there's any other particularly close fights. I think Nicolas Capadebalion in the RFO sim sport is still about 8 seconds behind James Howe, and it looks like James Howe is lapping in the 2:04.9, so he's just getting back up to pace now actually, as Walter Stoltz actually pits ahead of him.
Yes, it's these strategies certainly are. Well, I should say rather, the GT3 car pitting just now is quite interesting because normally you see them pit pretty much on the hour.
That's Erchan, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so the Blackhawk car pitting from the lead at the moment is fairly interesting, but Hoyer and Simoncic will most likely be promoted into second and third respectively once they pass that Blackhawk car within the pits. And that of course promotes that number 99 Gianluca Scalvini into the lead of the GT3 class. That's Symphony Sports, which also has Melguera and Terzi in it. Now takes the provisional lead. And I say that Michi Hoyer comes into the pits as well.
Yeah, so Gianluca Scalvini, Christian Melguera and Andrea Terzi will be delighted to lead the race, and they've been threatening to do that for a while, haven't they? Of course, a quirk of strategy helping them out. I think Erchan is still going to be the net leader on exit here, unless he has a very slow slot. But yeah, certainly Simframe well in the mix, and they've They actually, I think they've done very, very well in Esports Endurance Championship (EES), where I think they were the champions in hypercar in that series. So it's interesting to see that same crew transplanted into a GT3 car, still incredibly quick, and fighting at the front. And it really shows the level in VEC. Got drivers from all sorts of disciplines of sim racing having a go at endurance prototypes and GT3s, and that level of skill definitely showing in all three classes, which is brilliant to see that it's so competitive near the front, and that as a consequence creates a great show for us as well to commentate.
Yes, indeed, and really since Hoya came into the pits, the cars are
Yellow
slightly
in
more
sector
spread
2.
out now. Yeah, yellow in sector 2 does the track map show for a crew match. There's it just out of view there. I believe it is just out of view. So we might see a car limping home at some point on the screen. But yeah, since Hoya came into the pits, these gaps are slightly expanded. Well, I say that's not quite true. We have this battle for, I believe it is this battle for second in class. Indeed, there's 3.7 seconds between Dubrovsky and Mohamed El Ghieri. This is the 45 and the Vala Esports car for second and third, coming through the pit path now. And indeed, that's the Vala Esports car we're looking at. Indeed, it is getting held up by some GT3 traffic there. But if you have a look, I think myself and Dara were saying this earlier, the Hyperion car and the Vala Esports car almost look like teammates because they're almost in the same livery, but with some differentiating features.
Yeah, certainly a lot of orange. The Valet is a bit more of a yellowy shade of orange, whereas the Hyperion has at least got the Polish flag, because it is, of course, a Polish team, named after one of the moons of Saturn, I believe, of the Hyperion team. So, and I think they've also got the Roman Centurion helmet as well, whereas Valet just go with the big V, because that's sort of their Italian trademark. So they're up there. If you've seen these teams before, you do sort of learn what to look for. As we see Talazari for PAN, Corsa coming into the pits along with Dabrowski, so that puts Mohamed El Ghieri into the lead for Vala Esports, which is where they were before the pit stops as well. And we should see Wojtek Polensky reassume second position in the LMP2 class, about 8.5 seconds behind. So looks like Polensky has actually closed a bit on Mohamed El Ghieri. So Mohamed only hoping to get to grips and match the pace that his teammates Prinz, Bintz and Gitsov have shown so far in this race.
Indeed, this has now become first now. It seems that Hyperion car came into the pits, but yes, it's very easy to spot which one the Vala Esports car is in that timing tower on the left hand side, due to, as you said, that giant V, the giant orange V, which was a very nice distinguishing feature for that team logo. So this means that El Ghieri leads the LMP2 class over the Thomas Enga Sim Racing car by 7.5 seconds. But the question is, how much is that really a true gap? How many more stops does El Ghieri in that Vala Esports car need to do when compared to the Thomas Enga car?
Yeah, inevitably, when we get into the closing stages, the fuel is going to be a big factor, because Spa can be quite tough on fuel management as well with the long straights. So the last thing you really want is to run out halfway through the final lap and see a win slip away from you in class, essentially. We are probably going to see a lot more variation in the GT3 pack, admittedly. We saw Hoya pit earlier. Looks like Simoncic is running a bit longer, and as a result, is sort of lapping about 4/10 off the pace of Erchan, who's starting to close about 19 seconds behind him as well. So certainly still a lot of cars in the mix in that GT3 field on vastly different strategies as well. In LMP2 and Hypercar, you might see people a couple of laps apart in terms of when they pit, but I don't expect it's going to be quite as stark as you'll see in GT3, especially with all the different cars, some of them a little bit better at fuel management than others.
And yes, of course, not only does it come down to fuel at the final part, it depends how much fuel you need to put in at the final stop. And the question is, if you say have 1.5 stints until the end of the race, when it comes to your second to last stop, the question is, do you essentially make your final stint a half stint, or do you make your first stint of those final two a half stint, then run it dry until the end from there? That is one more thing that we'll have to see what these teams decide to do, should they be put in that position. 2 seconds at the moment separate Vojta Plesny and Thomas Engekar from Maximilian Scheider in that Black Hawk Racing at LMP2. They're coming through the commentary Malmedy now. So just a couple of seconds there. And there's also a couple of seconds between James Howe and Riccardo Tarlazzi, the XRL car and the Pan Corsa car, as they're coming through Lecom and Malmedy themselves.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the gap between El Guerri in the Valet and Polinsky in the Thomas Enge sim racing car. It's down to 3 seconds already, so El Guerri is really struggling out there. He set a 35.6 in the first sector, Polinsky 34.3.
Yeah, so perhaps coming towards the end of the double stint of those tyres in that Valet car.
Yeah, I think El Guerri's got in fairly recently though, so yeah, he just seems to, like I said earlier, struggling for pace compared to Thomas Enge car around him. So you can double stint, you can plonk in a load of fuel, and you can go a long way on it, but you might not necessarily be setting the quickest lap times in the world. And that is the issue with this, as Polinsky gets the gap down to below 2 seconds and closing. So El Guerri is going to have the mirrors on that Valet very, very full of the black and gold Thomas Enge car in short order.
So Tarlazzi, that gap already 1.2 seconds, more than halved since we joined this battle. Coming through Blanchimont now are these two LMP2 cars, then braking hard for the chicane. 1.1 seconds, under a second now is that gap. So it appears that Howe is well, we say struggling, or at least certainly not as quick when compared to Tarlazzi at this point of the race as they cross the start-finish line. Indeed, 1 second is that gap.
It can be a bit disconcerting when you get into especially a prototype, but even a GT3 car, like midway through the race, and then suddenly you see the pace that everyone else is doing, and it's like, whoa, that's way quicker than what we were doing in practice. I better up my game all of a sudden. It can be a real sort of, I got to get myself together here moment. Oh! A big hit at the top of the hill just as someone's coming out the pits there, and that looked like Tarlazzi being heavily delayed there.
Indeed, it was Tarlazzi with that big wiggle at the top of the hill, pretty much at the peak of the Radion, and yeah, that was so close to disaster there for the Pan Corsa.
Yeah, it was one of the blue and white cars. I think it was either the RFO SimSport car or the on-off racing car. It was just coming out the pits ahead of him right as he was going around that GT3 car, and it was a real thread the needle and hold your breath sort of moment. But luckily, Tarlazzi survived and is in more or less one piece then, as the race still continues. Polinsky now 2/10 behind El Guerri here, so if anything, Polinsky is going to get very, very close to making a move for the LMP2 class lead in the next few moments.
Not too long to go until that lead changes from Valet to Thomas Enge, coming down towards Blanchimont. Sorry, coming down towards the chicane. Now at the end of the lap, not close enough this time around to make a move is Plesny. We might get the better acceleration out of that left-hander. And indeed, there is going to be an overlap coming down towards Lusource. Plesny will need to go all the way around the outside to make this move stick, or will perhaps try the cutback in order to make it stick. Not the case, so the next chance will be coming along the Kemmel straight for Thomas Enge Sim Racing.
Oh, but look at this, the hypercar is that the Black Hawk hypercar that's just trying to take both of them before they get to Eau Rouge and Radion then. And so now El Guerri is going to have to defend down the straight here, and he's got to hold the inside surely, so Polinsky doesn't just dive one up the inside from a long way back here into Lecum here. But it looks like Polinsky is thinking better of it and is deciding to wait for a better opportunity here. But certainly, although this is the fight for the overall win, we can't forget there's Maximilian Scheider, who's only 1.3 seconds behind, also fighting Polinsky and El Guerri for the class lead here. So Polinsky can't afford to be held up here. Plesny's really got to clear him pronto.
And this GT3 car ahead getting a little bit wide through that left-hander. and down the hill towards Pool, and again Polesny not being able to make that move. See the blue flags flying behind, but that is for the previous prototype. You can just see in the background there getting round that GT3, but through the right and the left, and Polesny all over the rear wing of Elguieri in that Valley Esports number 36 car. Coming through Paul Frere now, and this may well be another good chance. Depends how much of the slipstream Polesny can get from the rear wing of Elguieri. And then coming underneath the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps side, coming through Blanchimont now, this flat out left-hander. And again, I think a little bit too far back to make a move into the chicane.
Yeah, and look, just 6 tenths behind them now is Maximilian Schneider in the number 30 Blackhawk cars. Look at Polesny having to get almost come to a stop there at the bus stop to avoid hitting the back of Elguieri, who's just really struggling for traction. Something just happening in the back. I think there's someone just going into the pits there. I thought they'd hit the back of a prototype or something, but it seems like everyone's okay. But yeah, there's another GT3 car that Elguieri is flashing his lights at just to get out of the way. And indeed, he does so. He's going to have to let Matt Schneider through just before Eau Rouge as well. But now Polesny has got a beautiful opportunity to get through here into the class lead.
And going down towards the braking zone, but there may be traffic in the wrong place again. This GT3 traffic. No, Polesny goes to the even more to the inside, the right-hand side of the circuit. Keeps it on the circuit, just keeps it within the lines, and Polesny takes the lead of the LMP2 class.
Yeah, that was very, very well judged from Wojtek Polesny. Just saw the gap on the inside. They both used the GT3 car for about as long as they could to slipstream, and once Polesny found the way for on the inside, he braked late enough to sort of block off the corner, and there's nothing that Mohamed Elguieri could do to thwart his efforts there. Now Max Schneider is going to fancy doing the same if he can get close enough to the back of the valley while Elguieri is still struggling. He clearly just doesn't quite have the outright speed of his teammates there, and the rest of the Thomas Enger Sim Racing crew and the Blackhawk Racing crew are going to take full advantage here.
And here comes Schneider through these two right-handers to finish the lap. And indeed, this Blackhawk car will want to make light work of the Valley to try and lose as little time as possible to that Thomas Enger car that is now in the lead of the class, accelerating hard through Blanchimont. That speed still rising, the kilometers still counting up as they come and brake hard for that final corner. You can see, I say that, the Valley car looked to be very wide. Was that a piece of traffic ahead? Was that one of the GT3 cars? Was that actually one of the hypercars?
I think it was it's one of the hypercars just in front of them on the road then. I think that might be one of the Netrexes of Andres Azalain. But yeah, just appearing at the wrong moment there. But Scheider, sorry, I've been adding an N to his name that isn't there, has now got a bit of a traffic jam then ahead of him, and it looks like Polesny is just negotiating the traffic, and now it's Elguieri and Scheider's turn to do the same then. Down the Camel Straight they go, and Scheider tucks right in behind then. But this time Elguieri defends the inside a lot more forcefully. He's learned his lessons from his previous encounter with Polesny, and he's used them to good effect. No way through for Maximilian Scheider.
No way through for now, at least. We'll see how much Elguieri can defend. We've seen it over the past couple of laps, and indeed Scheider may need to take Elguieri by surprise in order to take that provisional second position. Getting around this GT car on the run down to Pool, the Blackhawk car will need to take a slightly tighter entry line due to not completely clearing the GT car coming into the left-hander. And through the right and the left, the switchback section of this circuit. And indeed, Scheider still cannot find a way past that number 36 car, and all the time Thomas Enger's sim racing car, Polesny, is extending that lead.
Indeed he is. 2 seconds now is the gap, so for Max Scheider, he really needs to find a way through to help Blackhawk Racing's cause here, because they were looking good for sort of a net second behind Valle when it was Janssen Bintz and company driving. And now that Guerreri's not setting the same pace, he needs to get around him, and he has got around him at the bus stop there. That move came out of nowhere. El Guerreri just sort of had a big moment going into the bus stop, and Schneider did not need to be asked twice to go for that one.
An excellent little move there by that Blackhawk car in order to make that second position into a reality. And yes, got to see how much Shida can break that gap to El Guerreri before finally making the race back up to the Thomas Enga car. We say that El Guerreri is certainly not letting go of that position. He's going to be using all of the slipstream possible, and indeed Shida has to go defensive into Le Combe, but El Guerreri not able to make a move, not close enough to get that overlap into the first right-hander of this complex.
No, he did. He had a little bit of overspeed thanks to the slipstream, as you say, but it wasn't quite enough to create a move out of it. So Shida, who looks a little bit stronger, especially in this middle sector here, is really going to pull away and focus his attention on Polesny, still only about 2 seconds ahead of him. So Polesny might find that the Blackhawk racing car is going to start matching him for pace now that he's cleared the valet. So his last lap 205.7, Polesny's last lap 204.7. So that really shows you how much he was being held up there. And now we're both going to see both of them probably continuing to lap in those low 204s then for the foreseeable future. As again, there's more traffic, and it's Guerreri that has to deal with the worst of it.
And El Guerreri, of course, having to deal with the worst of it, but this is sometimes when you're not close enough to the car in front, you do need to deal with the worst of it, because if you're close enough, you can use the car in front as, you know, like Moses parting the Red Sea of traffic ahead of you. You can just clearly just go through without too much of a hindrance. But again, look at this. El Guerreri is going to be caught behind this GT car, the WRT car actually, coming through the bus stop chicane, and will lose a lot of time as a result.
Yep, so certainly not ideal for either party there. But look at this again. This is Tarlazi still fighting away with James Howe. He's been consistently about half a second behind him, hasn't he? And he really fancies going for that fourth position in class, especially with El Guerreri continuing to lap a bit slower than them up the road. So they're only 11 seconds behind now. They were about 15 seconds behind not too long ago. So James Howe desperately wants to be first in the queue when they catch, but Tarlazi has clearly got other ideas in that Pan Corsa entry. But Howe, the straight line speed of that XRL definitely saving him at the present moment, because it doesn't look like the Pan Corsa is really able to make much of an impression down the straight.
And here we come through Malmedy now, and indeed Tarlazi not being able to make much of that slipstream coming down the Camel Straight before breaking downhill for Bruxelles. And of course it is pretty much all downhill from here until we reach the bottom of Eau Rouge.
Yep, it's a bit of a roller coaster ride until you get down there, but yeah, I think Tarlazi, as he gets closer to the bank of James Howe, the front is going to wash out ever so slightly as well. So you kind of don't want to be too close before the opportunity presents itself. But at the same time, as you say, you don't want to lose too much ground in the traffic, as we see them just going around. I think, is that the Sunlight car? They're just... no, it's the Rafa car, of course, of Jeno Simicic and Jesper Peterson, that both of them are clearing there. And it looks like Tarlazi lost a little bit of time there, going through Stadler and Paul Frere.
Yeah, lost a lot of time there, did the Pan Corsa car, just because of catching traffic in the wrong place. We will see how much time was lost overall when we crossed the start-finish line. It was 8.5 tenths as we crossed the second split just after Paul Frere, moving towards the left-hand side of the circuit now, and indeed using the racing line coming out of the final corner. As we cross the start-finish line, that gap has increased to 1.35 seconds, so about half a second lost.
Yep, and most of that, it must be said, was it was really in the final two sectors really where he lost, especially in that final sector Tarlazi lost, I think, half a second, basically, to James Howe. Although Howe has to deal with BMW at the top of, and that's Tarlazi, sorry, having to deal with BMW at the top of Radeon at the worst possible moment as well. So this is really not going to help his cause whatsoever. So Howe starting to get more and more comfortable in that fourth position in class. And he's now only 2.4 seconds behind El Guerrieri, who's really dropped off the pace. 2 minutes 13.8 last lap. So El Guerrieri is going to have to see that XRL car become a real problem for him in the next couple of minutes, because his pace has really just not been good enough to keep with the leaders here.
Indeed, that gap is extending a little bit more, 1.8 seconds. So it appears that Terlazzi does not quite have the pace at this moment of the race. Where else can we look out on circuit? Indeed, I think El Guerrieri is still quite close to... I know that was just at the start-finish line, excuse me. That is changed since then. Yeah, only updates once per lap on the camera controls that I often use. But yes, what else do we have? We have this battle on track, I think, the 45 and the 41. 1.2 seconds between them for that 7th position in the LMP2 class. Cyber versus Hyperion.
Yep, it's the same battle from earlier, of course, between Matej Zabinski and Mariano Callo. With the Hyperion, as we say, very, very decent in a straight line. Just kicks up a little bit of dust into Lecom, but no harm done. And trying desperately to catch that number 41 Arms Zebra car with its sort of black and white sort of... I don't want to say... It's more like a electricity sort of board-themed livery, I think, if I'm not mistaken, on that car. Let's take a look at a better picture of it, because the one I've got on stream is a little bit bitty. As there we go. That looks like El Guerrieri and Howe right together, and they've got, annoyingly, a hypercar that's just trying to get... That's the Seawolf car, isn't it? Trying to lap the both of them, and it's just getting past El Guerrieri now. So James Howe is going to try and get close enough to mount an attack into Lecom, but he's a little bit too far back. I think he's going to wisely think better of that and wait till the next lap around, or potentially into bus stop might be his next best opportunity.
So coming down the hill, well, say that, look at this up the inside of Bruxelles. An interesting location. We don't see many moves there, but how that XRL Esports car appears to have made that stick.
Yeah, very opportunist there, wasn't it? And El Guerrieri didn't really see it coming, and that shows you how much he's struggling, that he just didn't quite cover the inside quickly enough there. And you can tell El Guerrieri's just trying to get some clean air where he can just set consistent lap times and get himself up to speed as best as possible. But now he's being swamped in this stint. He can't really do that, so it's really mentally not a great place to be as a driver.
And indeed, that appears to be another position lost for that Value Sports car. I'm just wondering if there's something with that strategy. Perhaps they were incredibly old tyres.
Certainly could be, but I think they'd just done a driver change, hadn't they? Literally a couple of minutes after I got on. So he's been out there for about 40 minutes on the same set of tyres, isn't he? So it's certainly possible that they've deteriorated as the stint's gone on. But if you just look at the lap times, he's been making up mistakes. Previous lap was a 2:06, and not quite as bad as the 2 minutes 13 he set the lap before. But yeah, he's about consistently 2 or 3 seconds off the pace of the other front runners. And yeah, ideally you want a few hot laps to sort of get yourself up to speed and get comfy. But when you've got cars swarming all over you, don't get that luxury, do you? So he's been rather brutally exposed in this stint.
Indeed, coming up the hill, and look at that 1.2 seconds already. That gap, you can see some of the hypercars coming in. One of the Netrix cars, as well as that car in 4th position overall. That is
the Racing Zone.
Yeah, the Racing Zone car as well coming into the pits.
Yeah, Racing Zone and Netrix sort of fighting amongst each other for third, aren't they? With the two Goteams a little bit too far away in the distance. But yeah, of course, that Racing Zone team, reigning champions, and I believe ERC Endurance as well, that Hungarian team of Pribek, Hives, Zoltan Toff, David Toff, and Bent Pankatai, of course. So that's a really, really good outfit. Netrex, of course, don't really need much of an introduction. They've been around since, I think, about the early 2000s. And they've got some really, really big drivers. of course, Viktor Ivanov, the reigning FSR Pro Champion, Stefan Rolt, Super League Champion, and look, it's Ivan Leonov just getting on that car now, another one of the Netrex crew that's been in the FSR World Championship as well. So great to see Leonov in the car. Let's see what he can do against Salt Pribek in this stint, who's 16 seconds up the road from him after coming out of the pits.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap there, but one that is not unassailable with 3 hours and 5 minutes to go. Certainly, just 5 seconds an hour is all you need to make up that gap. Sounds easy when you say that, doesn't it?
It does. You make it sound very, very straightforward. All you got to do is just set perfect laps every lap, and hope that there's no traffic.
Drive faster.
Exactly. You're sounding like Jehan Daruvala's F2 engineer. Just go. Oh, I didn't say just go faster. He said an expletive, which I'm not going to repeat on it. But anyway, Tarlazi, by the way, is continuing to close on El Guerrero. He's only about 3/10 behind now, and the gap to James Howe in front is ballooning out to 3 seconds. So the Pan Corsa driver feeling a little bit of pressure to get through as quickly as possible. El Guerrero has unfortunately become something of a roadblock for the LMP2 front runners at this phase. Luckily, there's about 40 seconds to the next car behind, so Mohammed should get a little bit of a break if Tarlazi is able to get through quickly, and the pace that he's setting indicates that he will be able to do so. So meanwhile, we're looking at Christian Malguera fighting away with Daniel Canistracchi for 6th position in the GT3 class. So Simframe under a little bit of pressure as they're having to let the Hyperion Esports LMP2 just lap them there.
I can see these cars starting to put on their headlights, even though it is only about 6 p.m.
Oh, it's just a bit of intimidation there. It's not dark enough for the headlights. They just want to psych each other out by... People tend to... It's the classic effect where they see the lights coming before you get there, and they sort of mentally give up and back out, especially when they're trying to lap people. It can be quite a handy little tool there. But yeah. Also, I think drivers just don't like having to think about these sorts of things too much. Let's just turn the lights off now, and then wait for it to get dark, because they haven't got to worry about draining the battery or anything like that.
Indeed, that is the case. You don't need to worry about your virtual battery, as this intra-team battle for 6th position still closing up a little bit. Kind of trying to hold off Malguera, and I wonder if there might be, I wouldn't quite say team orders, but maybe a little bit more cooperation than you'd expect from 2 other cars between these two.
Yeah, Malguera 2/10 quicker the previous lap around, and yeah, certainly if Canistracchi realizes that Christian's a bit quicker than him, he's not going to fight too hard to hold him up, especially with there's only about 13 seconds to Jene Simoncic up the road, so there's still potentially a podium in this for Simframe. And I think, wasn't it the 99 of Malguera and Scalvini that was running ahead of both Hoyer and Simoncic earlier, so they're a little bit out of sequence here, so there's arguably a case to be made for Canistracchi after giving a bit of slipstream, just letting Malguera through without any fight whatsoever.
So we're now looking at this, what seems to be an eternal battle for what is 4th at the moment. It could turn into 3rd in a couple of minutes. But Michi Hoya holding off, well, at least defending from Jene Simoncic. Well, not quite doing proper defence. Still about 1.5 seconds separating the two of them. We'll see that gap change to the start-finish line, and indeed that gap is now 1.2 seconds. So a little bit closer now. Jene Simoncic in that Rafa Esports car appears to be slightly faster than a WRT car, as long as they're both in clean air.
Yeah, I think it was the Caspian Motorsport 75 and the 58 crew that were ahead of them, and it looks like Caspian Motorsport have got Semiselic into the pit lane now. So that means it's just the 58 with the Lightning McQueen-esque livery of Hal Essensal that's yet to pit in this phase then. He's only made 2 pit stops, whereas Erchan ahead, Hoyer and Simoncic and Malguera behind have both done 3 pit stops. And Canistracchi's in a sort of similar position to the 58 crew, in it being basically a pit stop and a sequence, and 9/10 ahead of his teammate now. As we look at Simoncic and Hoyer just trying to stay out of the way of the traffic and avoid each other as well. But Hoyer has been very, very consistent here. No big mistakes for Jene Simoncic to take advantage of. And that will raise his spirits, certainly after Hoyer's had a couple of lean years in Formula Sim Racing World Championship as well, where Simoncic has basically gotten the better of him. So it'd be certainly nice from his point of view to turn the tables a little bit here.
So that gap almost under a second now as they come through Podium and towards the more technical section of the circuit. This BMW ahead will need to make itself as wide as possible in order to keep the Ferrari back. Hoyer will need to defend very well in order to hold off that Rafa Esports car of Simoncic, as they're coming down towards the longest straight, well, hopefully will be the longest flat-out section, I should say, rather, not particularly straight, the longest flat-out section of the circuit, through the first left-hander, through Blanchimont now, and that gap closing 0.8 of a second as they cross the second timing line, and down towards the bus-stop chicane. Now the prototype behind deciding to not take a move this time round on the Rafa Esports car, indeed because it is coming directly into the pits. And as they cross the start-finish line, that gap has reduced to 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, certainly Simoncic beginning to up his pace. He was, like you say, half a second quicker the previous lap, and he was 0.6 quicker on the lap that they've just completed now. So he's got the bit between his teeth, and this is classic Jenez Simoncic stuff here. So in Rafa's first appearance here, for them to be fighting for the podium, this has been very, very impressive so far. And Simoncic then is going to line up Michi Hoyer down the straight here, and Hoyer's got to hope that the straight line speed of that BMW keeps him just out of harm's reach, and Jenez Simoncic just isn't crazy enough to dive from a ridiculously far back into Lake and indeed he isn't. So Simoncic very wisely waits for the best opportunity to present itself, and Hoyer is just going to continue to impede his progress and certainly raise the hopes of himself and WRT team here.
Indeed, we are now under 3 hours to go here at Spa, 2 hours and 58 minutes before the checkered flag falls, and it looks like we definitely will get a little bit of night running towards the end of the race, and it'll be very nice to see all of these cars in the dark for the first time. The Goteam hypercar comes in from the lead of the race, or I should say the one that was in the lead comes in, and Jenez Simoncic continuing to try and track down Michi Hoyer in this WRT, and definitely we could see an attack within the next couple of laps.
Yeah, you certainly don't think Simoncic is going to want to hang around too much longer, having spent the last half hour or nearly a whole hour, I think, stuck behind his old mate Hoyer here. So bygone friendships and former alliances are going to go by the wayside here, because Rafa Esports have got a podium that they want, and certainly Rafa Rodriguez, the Salvadorian energy entrepreneur, is going to be cheering his man Simoncic on here to get through. But yeah, Hoyer certainly proving a tough nut to crack, and he's always been pretty solid in defense. His history has really shown. So Michi Hoyer certainly using the strengths of that BMW to good effect so far. Oh, one other thing that we sort of have neglected to mention is that Tarlazi in the Pan Corsa has got past Mohamed El Ghairi for the overall podium in LMP2 in the LMP2 order. So that puts El Ghairi down to 4th, I believe, because James Howes made his pit stop for XRL and emerged down in 8th in class. As here comes Simoncic down the Kemmel Straight, much closer this time.
It could well be a move getting into the slipstream, using as much of that slipstream as possible. Simoncic not pulling out though. Yeah, I was going to think Simoncic might use that prototype as a pick of sorts to try and get up the inside. They're not close enough to actually be able to make use of that prototype, lapping to both of them once more. And
when you say pick,
they both come through
do you mean like an ice pick or a toothpick?
Good question. One of them, probably. Maybe,
yeah, I would assume like an ice pick is a bit more powerful, but a toothpick's a little bit more subtle. I think Jenez Simoncic is more of an ice pick kind of guy.
Ah, fantastic. Yerny coming through, well, both of them, I should say now, coming through Podium in this left-hander. we're going to the P5, and again, Simoncic just biding time, perhaps. I would say trying to play mind games with Michi, but we know Michi is quite resistant to those.
Yeah, the problem is that he knows Yene a little bit too well at this point. Having been
Yes.
teammates with him through so many different championships. In fact, they even won the Formula Sim Racing Teams title together a couple of years ago when they partnered up at Burst Esports, of course, which sadly no longer with us. But certainly both these drivers still very much in demand and showing what they can do here in the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps here in the Virtual Endurance Championship then, with 2 hours 55 minutes remaining. Simoncic getting very, very close on the exit of Blanchimont, and now trying to force Hoyer into a mistake, trying to make sure he doesn't get the ideal exit here from the bus stop, getting as close as he can. And they're going to start another lap here, and I think Yene once more is lining up for the Kemmel Straight again.
So we go braking for Lesource, hitting the apex, that massive dip right there on the inside, and so close to Michi. But the thing is, this is about the distance we saw Milan earlier be behind the other GT car, and we saw that car swap ends, and oh, that almost happened again. You saw how loose Simoncic was right there at the base of the hill and coming along Kemmel Straight. I have a feeling that slight moment of oversteer has killed the momentum.
It certainly has, but he is caught right back up to the rear bumper, so Hoyer certainly can't afford to back off too much into Lecom there. But yeah, Simoncic, excellent car control, excellent reactions not to lose control there, and he's trying to just continue to put Hoyer under pressure and take as many risks as possible in the process. Yene Simoncic is very much a full commitment kind of driver. He doesn't tend to just half go for moves. He absolutely he either absolutely goes for it or he doesn't, and he wisely waits for a better opportunity then. So yeah, it's very rare that you see Simoncic going for a silly move here, and especially against someone that he clearly respects in the form of Michi Hoyer. This is probably going to be a very, very clean, very, very entertaining fight from now on.
So here they come down the hill once more through the slightly flatter section, but there's no such thing as a flat section here at Spa, is there? It's
No, there
always
isn't.
undulating. The question is what gradient there is.
Yeah, exactly. I think I forget what exactly the level. It's certainly not as steep as it was in the old days of like the 50s and 60s Spa, where it used to go off well into the Ardennes forest, into basically a local village essentially. And Eau Rouge, there was the Master Kink, of course, which was a hugely challenging part of that old track. But of course, that hasn't really existed since, as I say, the 1960s and 70s. As we look at once more Simoncic hoping to take advantage here. The LMP2 that's the hypercar, so it just completely cuts the chicane. And in fact, that was one of the Goteams, wasn't it? So that's one of the race leaders, either Boda or Michael Leroux, who's just gotten on board the number 17, just completely cutting the final chicane then. And now Simoncic is starting to really pressurize through La Source, the rear of Michi Hoyer, and he's got the run then going towards La Source, and Simoncic is through into second position there. That was a bold move.
Yeah, through Michi Hoyer got a really, really bad run out of La Source.
Was he letting the prototypes through, maybe?
Yeah, perhaps could well be the case. It was a pretty bad exit Michi got there, so it could well be the prototypes are just almost, I would almost say, a missed gear as well.
Yeah, remember these GT3s are getting blue flag whenever the prototypes sneak up behind to lap them, essentially. So perhaps Michi Hoyer was worried about potentially getting a penalty for ignoring blue flags, because that can happen if you leave it a little bit too long there. But I imagine it'll be a similar situation for Simoncic in the same part of the track as well. So it certainly looked a little bit like Simoncic taking a bit of a risk there and just about able to jump Michi Hoyer with a clever... It's not about how many blue flags you get, it's how you use them to your advantage, essentially. As there goes the other of the Goteams, the race leader, just getting through there.
And we'll get to see now what sort of pace Yerne can do now that he's been released from the rear wing of that WRT car.
Yeah, the only issue with that video is that he's now 57 seconds behind Arda Erchan. So he may be able to set similar pace to Arda, but he's got a mountain to climb to catch him.
But on the other hand, what is the question when it comes to if you like offset strategies? I mean, if Arda needs to do one more stop than the other two, it's not real use being 60 seconds ahead.
That's true. I'm trying to remember when Arda Erchen last pit. I haven't got it to hand immediately in front of me. I've got best lap times. I haven't got most recent pit stops, sadly. But yeah, I think there's not too big of an offset. I think Hoyer was the first to pit, which might be where he's starting to run out of tyres here. And then I think it was Erchen, and then Simoncic went the longest, as you say.
So I mean, look at this battle for what will soon become 8th position in class. It's Andrew Holland in that Saturday racing car trying to chase down Marcel Offermans in the same Racing for Holland car as they're coming down towards Le Source, hitting that bump on the inside and accelerating down the hill once more.
Yeah, the Sim Racing for Holland car. Of course, we haven't talked too much about them, but Marcel Offermans doing a very, very tidy job and holding Andrew Holland. The 65 satellite car, sister car to the 64 satellite car that we saw, was doing very, very well. I think qualified on pole and then ran into issues early on. So all their hopes really rest with Andrew Holland and his teammates Kapusta, Amaya and Ahonen in their battle to try and get back into the top 8 here. But Marcel Offermans definitely negotiating the traffic well. Now he's got a prototype in between himself and Andrew Holland, which is going to stop Andrew from diving that satellite car in. But gets hit in the back there. And just as I was praising, it looks like Offermans has just been tipped off track there by one of the LMP2s.
Indeed, Marcel Offermans now down into 10th position after being overtaken by the SRC Commerce Esport car as well. Jörg Vogel, no doubt we'll soon get a replay of what happened there to the Dutchman in that iconic checkerboard livery for sim racing for Holland now. But yes, lost a couple of positions there from 8th down to 10th.
Yeah, I've got some... somebody in the chat is asking, are 1ACO winning? Adam Taylor asks. I'm afraid they are still going. The 96 1ACO car, driven by Roy Munich, is 17th in class, 38th overall, and a lap down on the next car, which is Tobias Hoffman in the Brabham Motorsport car, number 83. So... They're not looking in a too promising position being the last car running on the road, but certainly no reason for the 1ACO crew to give up just yet, as De Munich setting a 2 minutes 40 the previous lap, which is well off his best lap of 2 minutes 16, I believe. So plenty of work to do, but they are still in the fight, and if you're still in the race, there's always a chance you can pick up points if people drop off the road ahead of you.
So Christian Mongera has passed Castracci from what happened earlier? Because I think earlier when we were looking at these two Symphony cars,
I think he must have let him through, yeah, because that happened
at
least 3 or 4 laps ago.
So perhaps a little bit of team orders in play there at Simfree. Now we'll get this battle for second place, but Simoncic hasn't managed to shake off Hoyer.
Yeah, that's probably because of all this prototype traffic they're having to deal with. And in fact, the Hyperion LMP2 really holding up Simoncic there through the com and allowing Hoyer to close right back in. And remember that BMW has got some decent straight line speed as well. So yeah, Simoncic, the Hunter, has become the Hunter Ed, and that's a bit ironic coming from a commentator called Hunter as well.
Yes. So Richie Hoyer, 6/10 of a second back from Jernej Simoncic as they're coming down the hill towards Pouan. And this BMW trying to pass the Ferrari once more, but as you said, we know each other quite well for being ex-teammates as they're coming through the right, left, right towards the end of the circuit, towards the latter third of the circuit, and coming underneath the banner once more. And Simoncic will be trying to use, Hoyer will be trying to use as much of that slipstream as possible, coming down towards the chicane to maybe launch an attack.
Yeah, we got so used to Simoncic being the one attacking, not defending here, as he has to let the hypercar through and then pull back to the racing line across Blanchimont. We got a response from Adam Taylor, who asked about how the 1ACO team were doing. I told him and he said, "Oh dear." which I think kind of says it all there. But anyway, Simoncic continuing to be under pressure from Michi Hoyer then as they negotiate the bus stop chicane. 2 hours, 46 minutes left on the clock then. And Simoncic has just got to try and find a way to pull away from his old sparring partner, Michi Hoyer, if he wants any chance of beating Arda Ercan. The gap pretty much identical, 56.9 seconds as they cross the line to Arda Ercan then. So Ercan, if he can get the field to last, he's looking in a pretty comfortable position at the present moment. I don't think Blackhawk are going to be too panicked at this phase.
Yeah, getting that fuel to last is the big problem here at Spa in particular, because so much of the circuit is 100% throttle.
Yeah, I have actually seen finishes where in GT3 classes races here where you've got two teammates, one that's maybe a couple of laps down, and the leading cars run out of fuel during a safety car finish essentially and had to be pushed over the finish line, which was pretty bizarre. And I think that won them definitely won them either the race or the championship in the race. I think it was happened to, I believe it was either the old Team Mugen team or was it Team Iris? I think in like ERC 1 year here at Spa. So that really shows you how really even having a teammate that's not just physically there to push you along in those closing stages can make all the difference in terms of just making sure you finish the race. But we were confused at the time. We were wondering what on earth was happening, as I believe it looks like El Guerrieri, I'm sorry to say, has lost another position, this time to Matthias Zabinski. So the Hyperion 45 has well and truly caught him, and he's pulling away here as we look at Hoyer continuing to pressurize to try and move around in the wing mirrors of Jene Simoncic.
Trying to move around, as you said, trying to put off Simoncic, but like it was before, Simoncic is not an easy driver to put off.
Yeah, it was that moment where Hoyer had to back off for the lap traffic that I think really put him in this position essentially. It reminded me a lot of a trick that Jene and his old teammate David Morokchek at Burst Esport did last year here at Spa in the FSR World Championship, where they played basically a game of DRS chicken with Ferrari's Dennis Jordan, where they basically, Simoncic and Jordan were stopping just in front of the detection point after last source, and that allowed David Morokchek to just get past the both of them and give slipstream to Simoncic. And basically they completely outfoxed Dennis Jordan, whereas Jordan, if he just ignored that whole thing and just sprint off in distance, he probably would have beaten both of them. And in the end, he ended up losing a position because of that. But yeah, Hoyer desperately, I think he's still starting to lose a little bit of touch here with Simoncic. Simoncic is looking a little bit more at ease now that there's a little bit less traffic trying to lap them at the present moment. So yeah, I think Hoyer's going to really struggle to get back on terms here, but he's giving it his level best, which is great to see.
Everything you want to see these drivers going flat out, driving as hard as possible in order to gain every single position. With Simoncic once again trying to hold off that WRT BMW coming down the hill and doing a good job as it stands. Hoyer just doesn't appear to be fast enough in the correct places in order to make this move.
Yeah, they are starting to close on Ercan though. Ercan's last lap 2:18.8, Simicic's last lap 2:17.5. So yeah, I think Simoncic is only about 9/10 off his best lap in the race so far, and he's 54.5 seconds behind. So he's actually gained about 3 seconds out of Ercan. So maybe having Hoyer pushing him along is actually kind of helpful here, in a sense.
A little bit of competitiveness can just make you up your game ever so slightly. Half a second separating the two of them now, but it might put off Simoncic ever so slightly because he needs to drive using his rear view mirror, perhaps slightly more than focusing on the road in front.
Yeah, certainly you just got to make sure you don't leave the door open for Michi Hoyer, but certainly Simoncic, the more comfortable he gets, the more he'll be able to just get into his rhythm, start setting quick lap times and focus on catching the car in front then. But yeah, Hoyer, now that he's second in the train, he's sort of having to be first to let the prototypes through here before last source and that's really just going to help Cementician. In fact, Hoyer goes side by side with, is that one of the Goteam LMP2s there?
I think it was indeed. It was one of the Goteam LMP2s, but you
Might
can
have been
see
Luigi Russo.
this. I think this is Thomas Endicott trying to make a pass as they were entering Eau Rouge.
That'd be the
which
class
would be a
leader
brave
then
move.
in LMP2.
Yes.
Lenzi
It
has
would be a
really just
very
had a bit of an
brave move in
adventure
order to
today, but
make
look at
that
that gap
move.
to Scheider as well. 14.9 seconds. He's really pulled clear of the Black Hawk.
Yeah, Thomas Engekar has always been fast. As we were saying earlier, the reigning champions of the LMP2 class. So it's really not surprising that we're seeing this sort of speed from that squad. Although you can see how much time Hoya has lost due to that interaction with the prototype traffic in the first half of the
They were
first half
the
of the lap.
GT3 champions last year, weren't they, Thomas Enke? I think it was Ferrari that was the LMP2 champions last year.
That's true, yes. Yep.
I made that mistake early, and I think you repeated it, so that's still my fault. So I apologise.
It's so long ago.
But you remembered it because you repeated it. Or unless
True.
you just came to the same misremembering that I did by complete coincidence, which I find unlikely. But I think you're, I like to think we're both more competent.
Like to think is the key words in that sentence. Yes.
Yes, very key.
Here is the battle for 8th position in the GT3 class. It is Satellite Racing trying to hold off Jörg Vogel in that SRC Commerce esports car as they're coming towards the final third of the lap as well. These are only about 2 car lengths between these two.
Yeah, Holland is lapping in the 2:19.9s at the moment. He's clearly a couple of seconds off the pace of some of the rest of the cars he's battling with. That's why he's nearly a minute down now on the 58 in front of him. So Vogel, I think, arguably is being a bit held up here. And Holland is just, after getting sort of lucky, didn't he, that the car that was behind him earlier got into an incident. He's now got to hold off the SRC car. I think it was the sim racing for Holland car, Offermans, that was challenging him earlier before getting punted around by one of the LMP2s. So yeah, Vogel has got to pick his moment well here if he wants to get through. Especially, this is effectively McLaren versus BMW, isn't it? So certainly very, very different strengths, these two cars. But the BMW, as we've seen, that satellite car quick in a straight line and looking to avenge its fallen brother that had to drop out of the race earlier on. It was the second retirement, I believe.
So here comes Jörg Vogel in that SRC Commerce Esport car over the crest of the hill, coming down towards Le Com, a little bit too far back, I think, to make most of the use of that slipstream. Really need to be within 3/10 or so for it to have its proper effect. A little bit too far back was Jörg Vogel. And then coming through Malmedy now, and just again, perhaps not quick enough in the correct places.
Yeah, it's just going to be a little bit trickier for Vogel to line this move up. And now, of course, as we've seen before, the prototypes are coming and they want to find a way through very, very quickly. So Vogel will just have to leave enough space. And in fact, actually has to go off track at the speaker's corner there, the no-name corner, of course, as it's sometimes called. And now into Pujon they go. And now it looks like the satellite racing car itself is having to get out of the way, which allows Vogel and the SRC Commerce car to close right up once again.
To the right and the left, and that Commerce car just falling back a little bit, going quite wide there actually out of the exit of that left-hander. It might get one of those dreaded track limit pings as a result. Of course, if you get too many, you then get a drive-through, which, as we've talked about, is very painful here at Spa. Such a long pit lane.
Yeah, and it really. Luckily, it's a long race as well, so you've still got quite a few hours there, especially if it's early on, to recover from a drive-through like that. But yeah, you are going to see, the longer we get into this race and the darker it gets, you're going to see a couple of drivers fall foul of track limits, maybe pushing at the absolute limit. And it could well be the difference between finishing on the podium and maybe not finishing in the points at all. As we see Hoyer's coming to the pits actually, along with Kanistraki. So yeah, WRT committing to that earlier pitting strategy here.
Yeah, so 2 hours and 36 minutes to go suggests, what would that be, 2 more stops, I think? So that'd be 2.5 stints to the end, approximately.
Yeah, they're sort of going to have to split the difference, aren't they? In terms of getting the fuel mileage to work. Whereas looks like Chan, Simoncic and Melguera are doing it the other way and sort of committing to staying out a bit longer in this stint and then having either two shorter stints later on. Some of them, it's unlikely I think Eddie Wood is going to try and get away with doing one more stop from this point on and get to the end, because it's just simply too much time left in the race, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, really, with it being approximately 60 minutes per stint, trying to extend both those stints more is just not possible, I would say. Unless you're Scott Dixon, who has that magic fuel tank somewhere in his IndyCar.
Yeah. Or the, what was it? I think it was the old Brabham F1 team that sort of tried to, and it wasn't fuel, it was sort of they were trying to get water into the brakes to cool them during pit stops, I think, and then they ended up getting disqualified from the whole championship for various different reasons surrounding that, whether it was legal or not. But yeah, I certainly don't think too many drivers have got the ability to conjure up extra fuel here. But anyway, with 2.5 hours to go, is it worth recapping the whole order at this point, or shall we just carry on as is and hope that a battle emerges somewhere?
Indeed, no. Let me think. Let me find. If I click this button, what happens? Let's try.
Well, experimental territory.
There we
ladies
go.
and gentlemen.
Fantastic.
There we go.
There we
Looks
go.
like the full order.
Sultan Voda and Michele Leroux, those two CMT Goteam racing cars in the lead of the hypercar class. And then Zos Prubeck in the Racing Zone team, Danny van der Liet in the first Netrix, Gergo Balgo in the Blackhawk Racing, Jan Veniga in the Seawolf Net Racing, Ivan Leonov in the second Netrix GP car, rounding out the hypercar class. In the Prototype 2, it's Vouta Perez in that Thomas Enga's sim racing car ahead of Maximilian Scheider in the Blackhawk Racing and Riccardo Terlazzi in the Pan Corsa car. Bringing the top 10 overall and the podium in the LMP2 class. Here's Mohamed El Ghiari, 4th position, that Valley Esports car, losing a little bit of time over the past stint or so. Then the XRL Esports car rounding out the top 5 in the P2, since Luigi Ross in the Goteam racing car, Matthias Subinski in the Hyperion Esports, Mario Callo in the Arm Cybra, Corentin Puento in the RFRO. Since what I'm running at the top 10 is Thomas Vach in the second Hyperion Esports car. Then you've got Angelo Colavito, David Baranek in the Sean Clark racing car, and Nicholas Lemoyne in the on-off racing car, rounding out the top 20. And then you've got Gregor Slutzak in the CMT Goteam racing car, rounding out the still running LMP2 cars.
Yeah, Jan has of course just pit as well from the lead in GT3. So that's put Blackhawk back into third in class, number 91, with Kevin Yeager getting on board that car. We also see Martin Mergely has gotten on board the number 88 WRT car, taking over from Michi Hoyer then. So certainly Yeager and Mergely going to be relying on trying to undercut their way past Jene Simoncic here.
So, at the moment, it's what, then Simoncic, and then Mergely, and then Erkan? Anyway.
It's Simoncic, Selleck, Yeager, Paolo Sensal in the 58, Martin Mergely, then Malguera in 6th in class, with Kanistraki about 5 seconds behind him.
And then you've got the Satellite Racing car, the SRC Commerce car.
I think the Satellite pit as well, because to change drivers.
As well. So then
we picked a
all
bad
these
time
cars
to do
are
this
in
for the
an
GT3
order,
field.
perhaps not the one showing.
I think since we started doing it, the order has changed. In fact, Kevin Yeager is about 2 tenths behind Selleck in the battle for second in GT3 at the moment.
Okay, so it's Tommy Fert, Team Iris Blackhawk Racing, the Embassy Motorsport by Biogas, Brabham Motorsport, One Acco, Seawolf Net Race, World of Sim Racing, then the DNF so far. Tony Loa in that Team Iris car, followed by Jimmy Newsell in the Satellite Racing car and Nick D. Silva.
We actually had a comment on Iris from Loic Moynier from the Blackcourt Racing team. Moynier, of course, a former Iris driver. He says the Netrex hypercar obliterated Iris. So, and Luca Martino says, "Oh, it was violent." So it sounds like there was some sort of incident a number of laps ago that we missed on stream.
So 0.2 of a second is a gap between a couple of these cars.
Yeah, Jaeger and Selleck, of course, fighting for second in the GT3 class, about 45 seconds down on Simoncic on the road, of course. And I think the Caspian 75 has made it stop in this stint there. So Blackhawk definitely a big threat here, trying to reassume the lead.
And here they come down towards Pune, having a look at this on board from Kevin Yeager. And that car ahead, that number 75, looked to get slightly sideways on entrance into Phuong, but underneath the banner, and here we go, braking hard for the first of the right-handers in this complex. To the left, try and not mount that inside curb too much, because it is actually quite a height difference. There's quite a rise on that curb, and the same goes for this right-hander as well. You've got to make sure that you don't hit that inside curb too hard before coming out on the flat out section that comes towards Blanchimont.
Yeah, you can kind of tell the 75 is running a bit long on its tyres. I think doing a pretty similar strategy to the 82 rFactor and Simoncic and Peterson at the wheel of that as well. So Selleck has got to keep his wits about him here, because he doesn't want to make it too easy for Jaeger, but Jaeger looking very fired up, and certainly hoping to match the performance of his teammate Erchan, who was doing a spectacular job earlier on, and he's all just trying to line up.
Almost contact, yeah.
Yeah, got held up at the apex there.
I wouldn't be surprised if there actually was a little bit of contact right there on the apex. Coming down towards the source, try not hit that inside curb too hard before diving down the hill towards Eau Rouge once more, underneath the banner, and then through this left, right, left. And if memory serves me correctly, this is the version of Spa pre the recent changes.
That would make sense, yes, as we see the hypercar just breeze through on the left-hand side. But yeah, I think there probably wasn't quite enough time to get the changes into rFactor 2 in the mod before this race had to start then. So yeah, we got it. We got the slightly antiquated version of the Eau Rouge Radion section, essentially, and La Source as well. But yeah, Kevin Yeager won't be bothered by that one bit then. Knows exactly what he has to do to try and win this race for the Black Hawk Racing team. And Selleck certainly proving to be the fly in the ointment at the present moment then, as they go through No Name Corner and down towards Phuong.
And through the first left-hander again. This Porsche ahead. Oh, you've got to be careful with that hypercar as well. Again, that almost looked like contact there, right there in the second apex, didn't it?
It did, yeah. The hypercar certainly, like the Goteam hypercar, again, not hanging around. But yeah, Jaeger, you can see the way that Selleck is just starting to really struggle with traction on his exits here. And it's going to be a beautiful opportunity for Jaeger. But they see blue flags flashing on the left-hand side then, so they'll have to be careful. Jaeger can't exactly make a move and go 3 wide with a prototype particularly easily down here, so he needs to have his wits about him then, as they're about to go through Blanchimont, the fearsome fast left-hander there, where the BMW's just really got to hold on then. And now towards the bus stop, he's got half a chance of diving it up the inside on Selleck then, but again Samir Selleck just pulls across and keeps that position for another lap.
And coming across the start finish, like you can see it moving towards the left-hand side of the circuit in order to get as good a run as possible through the source. And again, very squirrely is that number 75 car.
Yeah, you can really tell that they're just having to stretch this stint a bit longer than ideal, just to sort of make their particular fuel strategy work. So You never know. Caspian 75
Ooh.
could come back into the mix at the end, but at the moment they're just going to be very, very vulnerable. And this has a bit of an air of inevitability about it. Kevin Yeager pulls to the left-hand side. He's got the run on the Caspian 75 Porsche as they go into Lecom, and around the outside he goes up to second position then. So Blackhawk making the progress that they needed to. And now Simoncic is 46 seconds up the road, so they lost only a couple of seconds then behind Selleck. And now Yeager can use those fresh tyres to full effect.
Kevin Yeager, as you said, doing a good job there to make the overtake work. Will be able to maybe begin to chase down the race leader in the GT3 class. Although 49 seconds up the road is that number 82 car, which is a long, long way.
It is a way, but it's not impossible, especially because Simoncic hasn't really pit in this stint yet, has he? So
having a look at this lead battle in the hypercar class is closer than it has been for a while. 7.5 seconds separating the 7 and the 17.
yeah, Leroux has really upped his pace lately a little bit and has started to challenge Boda, but Boda has just responded to the previous lap, 1:57.8, so only 0.2 off his personal best lap of the race then. So Leroux was giving Boda a bit of a hard time, but now the gap has just started to balloon out again, I believe.
Indeed, 8.3 seconds now, so perhaps a little bit faster, that number 7 car of Boda at this point of the race than the number 17, which is currently being driven by Leroux. Having a look further down the order as well, and James Howe is 3.7 seconds back from El Ghieri in that Valet
it's less than
Esports
that.
car.
It's live timing says it's 0.9 of a second then. James Howe's behind El Ghieri, and you can see it on stream yourselves. The Valet's just been caught once more. So Howe was delayed a little bit, having to make his pit stop. And all those XRL fans in the chat that were asking for an onboard earlier, they might well get their wish here, because James Howe is certainly going to fancy an overtake here as they see the number 58 Chevy Corvette in the GT3 class just getting in the way there. The 58 team leaving plenty of room for both El Ghieri and James Howe. And Howe, who already put on a move on El Ghieri earlier in the race, has now got to do it again.
Indeed, how hard can it be? Coming down the hill. Coming down the hill is James Howe, and El Ghieri will no doubt put on a defence once again, like we've seen it so many times before, using as much of that slipstream as possible coming along Camel Straight, and those lights are certainly starting to have an effect on the front of these prototype 2 cars, but not close enough is that XRT car in order to make a move on the Valet Esports car as they're coming, sorry, XRL car I should say rather, as they come through Bruxelles.
Yeah, so James Howe has been set a lap about almost 2 seconds a lap faster than El Ghieri last time around. So El Ghieri's still sort of struggling in the high 206s or low 207s, whereas Howe's in the 204s and 205s. So you've got to say that El Ghieri's just really struggled to match the pace of those around him. He's been able to extend the stint a fair amount. There could be a lot of fuel on board that Valet, but as the tyres start to fade, the problem's only going to get worse for him. So I think he is about to lose 4th place once again here, once James Howe gets a decent run down probably the Kemmel Straight, but potentially into bus stop as well.
So, look how close these 2 cars are now as they're making their way down towards Blanchimont. Perhaps they move into the chicane is on the cars coming through Blanchimont. Left-hander, the sparks beginning to fly from underneath both of these cars. And Howe will go all the way around the outside coming into the chicane, which is a bold move. And, just overcooked it a bit on the brakes.
Yeah, that was
And
just
we'll
a
need to
little
get
bit
that
too
position
ambitious,
back.
wasn't it? There wasn't quite enough grip around the outside there for James to pull that one off. So Mohamed El Ghieri gets almost a sort of stay of execution there But that felt a little Hamilton Raikkonen Spa 2008. That reminded me of there, where Hamilton cut the chicane, and thankfully at least James Howe didn't immediately overtake El Guerrieri and risk getting a penalty for gaining an advantage from cutting the chicane there. But still, plenty of opportunity for the XRL to make its way through, and now down the Kemmel Straight they go.
So Howe will be gearing up for another attempt soon. Coming through the right, the left, and the right at Malmedy at the top of the hill. Then starting to dive down, moving to Bruxelles perhaps. No, a little bit too far back to make a move into that minimal braking zone around this right-hander. Then through the left to Copenhagen, and then no room there either. So we may see another move, or another attempt, I should say, rather, coming to the chicane this time round.
Yeah, meanwhile, the RAFA Esports 82 car has pit, so Jesper Peterson gets on board the RAFA entry, and he's emerged 4th in class, just 4.8 seconds behind the 58 entry. And then there's a 43-second gap to Caspian Motorsport and Blackhawk Racing 91, with Kevin Yeager continuing to just extend that lead a little by little in the GT3 class. But yes, James Howe very much fancies the top 4 here, and has got another good opportunity here. There's also a battle for second going on ahead of them between Talazi and Scheider, who's been caught hand over fist actually by the Pan course entry. So number 39 has really pumped in the lap times. Great performance from Ricardo Talazi.
And here we go. And this GT3 car may be in the way though. Indeed, no room there, and the GT3 car still there on the apex of the second part of the chicane. That really balked that XRL car.
Yeah, really put James Howe off as well when he was really just thinking of taking advantage and going for the move. He ended up sort of just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. As we look at the, this is Scheider holding off the Talazi that we were just talking about. And yeah, certainly the Pan Corsa car with its sort of half and half black and white livery has had a bit of a half and half race, hasn't it? Great start, fell back a bit, and now fighting back to second in class. And there's a 20-second gap now to Palenzi in the Thomas Engia Sim Racing car. So either Blackhawk or Pan have got to try and close that gap to him. And it'll be interesting to see who emerges on top, because that could well have a big impact on deciding the outcome of this LMP2 race win victory fight.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting to see what happens in the final 2 hours and 18 minutes of this race, to see how this all exactly plays out. Scheider, as you were saying, trying to defend from Terlazzi, Blackhawk defending from the Pan Corsa car, coming through the left-hander, at least the first of the left-handers, and then the second one, which of course is Blanchimont itself. A little bit too far back this time round in order to make an attempt. Having a look back at between the 48 and the 36, this is much closer once again.
Indeed it is, but getting close is one thing, and getting the opportunity to get through is another. So Howe, who's been in this position a couple of times now, sees a hypercar coming up to lap the pair of them, and that really hastens your thought process. You've got to decide, do I try and make a risky move now, or do I wait for the hypercar to get through and then pick my moment? He's deciding to wait as long as possible before letting the Netrex through. The Netrex goes around the outside, and looks like James Howe goes into the pit, so he's going to try and just undercut El Guerrieri and sidestep the issue altogether.
Yeah, trying to pass in the pit lane may be the best way for how to make this move without losing too much time. Terlazzi, though, 0.7 of a second back from Scheider in that Blackhawk car now. 39 trying to chase down the 30, of course. And yes, I'm just having a look at those last lap times. Indeed, the last lap time for Terlazzi was invalidated, so we don't get to see what that was.
I think it was a 204.8, wasn't it? Something like that. He was about a tenth quicker than Scheider ahead of him.
So here they come through the final two right-handers, the yellow in the third sector for something maybe
seems to have cleared
slightly
now.
more minor. Yeah, cleared
Might have been
quite
just people
quickly.
coming into the
So
pit entry.
could well be, as Tarlatsi closing that gap slightly 0.6 of a second now between the two of them as they're coming through Blanchimont once more. And yes, this battle might get quite fun. The current lead is that Thomas Enga car, which may or may not need to make another stop depending on how its strategy is going.
Yeah, interesting that Pelenzny, he lost about 2 seconds on that previous lap, actually. Somewhat unexplained. But yeah, so either Scheider's really upped his pace or Pelenzny could be getting into issues towards the end of this stint as his tyres start to fade.
So this Pan Corsa car accelerating hard once more down towards Le Comte and making that semi-large braking zone. You can see the track lights starting to come on as well.
Yeah, that shows it is getting late, isn't it? Anyway, other fights going on, by the way. Well, I was just going to say, Jorg Vogel is right behind Mick Lepoutre in the battle for 9th in the GT3 class, but that has started to extend that gap. So the MC Motorsport by Biogas team making a good recovery in the number 53. Get solidly into the top 10. Yeah, Tarlazi versus Scheider is really the closest fight on the track at the moment then. But having said that, Jesper Peterson is also closing on the 58 of Hao Asensao. Yeah, Hao is looking a little bit vulnerable. The pace not quite as good on his older tyres compared to the Rafa that's just pit, of course. So it's crucial for Jesper Peterson to get back on the podium if he wants to try and challenge Kevin Yeager for the win of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be perhaps slightly more difficult in order to challenge for the win of this race. But here we go. This is the move Tarlatz apparently is maybe doing a little bit of a body check there on the exit of the chicane.
Yeah, Tarlazi then has just pipped his nose ahead as a result, but Scheider has still got the inside for last source. Tarlazi goes to the racing line, goes to the outside, and then just does the ring of death around the outside of Scheider. They're still just about side by side. The Black Hawk car will have to concede, and it's going to tuck into the slipstream then as they approach Eau Rouge and on the run through Raidillon into the Camel Straight then. So Black Hawk will have to be clever about this, get as much straight line speed as possible before tucking out to the left-hand side and pulling alongside into Lecombe. Who is going to get into this corner first? It is going to be Tarlazi, so looks like the Pan Corsa have held on. So, move completed then for Tarlazi, as Scheider now has to consolidate that third position. 37 seconds to El Guerri, who has, to his credit, he's been lapping fairly consistently in the low 207s, high 206s. So he's at least, while still hemorrhaging time a little bit to the leaders, is still doing just enough to hold on to fourth at the moment. 17 seconds out of Luigi Russo. Other fights going on. We see Boda is pitting from second in the number 7 CMT Goteam racing entry. Or was it the lead that they were in? But either way, they're second now. And second is where they're going to emerge, given the gap they've got to Zolt Prubek.
Yeah, it was the 7 in front of the 17 before, yeah.
I thought so, yeah. I just wanted to check. Oh, hey. I didn't know where you'd gone there, so I thought I'd just fill in for a little bit. Peterson,
yeah, no,
by the way, 2 tenths behind Asensao in the 58 Lightning McQueen liveried car. So that third place battle really heating up in GT3.
Yeah, here is indeed that number 82 car. behind
should be
the
fairly
number
straightforward because
58.
Peterson's on much fresher tyres and he's significantly less fatigued than Hauer Sensao ahead of him.
Should be, hopefully, easy enough, but you know that is not always the case in sim racing. Joao Asensio, as you said, in this number 58 car ahead of Jesper Pedersen, coming through Bruxelles now through Copenhagen. These two almost nose to tails are coming through this left-hander and then towards Podium, but they've got to be careful of this hypercar traffic behind making its way through as well. They've got LMP2s behind as well, but not being able to make that move before they reach Podium.
Yeah, it really feels like Peterson is being held up a bit here and losing time to the leaders, though. Although, having said that, I think Jaeger's being lapped at the moment as well because the gap's just gone down ever so slightly. Although, of course, that gets balanced out by all this traffic. I say traffic, it's actually the TGDs that's traffic, technically. And look at this, Asensao cutting across around the outside at Stavolo to keep Jesper Peterson at bay there. So Peterson has really got to pick his moment once again if he wants to get by the 58 machine, because certainly it seems pretty nippy in a straight line, so the best chance might be into bus stop or into La Source potentially.
So here we come towards the chicane, this big braking zone, and looks like there's not going to be a move here for Pedersen, taking a pretty nice racing line there actually, going a little bit tighter through the second part of the chicane. It's going to move to the right hand side of the circuit, the inside of the circuit at La Source to try and make the move, and indeed that move appears to be done.
Yeah, Hal didn't really put up much of a fight there, did he? He said he's letting through and is hoping, I think, to get the embers of a slipstream to propel him back up up the inside down the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, I think so. I think that is perhaps what is being hoped from that 58 team coming through the Kemmel Straight, close enough to indeed to make use of that slipstream. Will move towards the outside of the circuit for Lecom. Is there a bit of an overlap? I think there may well be, not quite. Asensio not being able to make that move come through. Lecom really is one line only through here, and the same goes for Malmedy and Bruxelles. You don't really have that much of a braking zone.
Yeah, I am speed, straight line speed, says the Lightning McQueen liveried 58 entry of Hauer Sensao, but it wasn't quite enough to get back onto the podium here. So Jesper Petersen continues to make progress, and this is looking very, very promising for Rafa so far. They've got a great shot at second, and potentially they could steal a win from Black Hawk as well, depending on how this strategy pans out, because it looks like Rafa are able to go a lot longer on the fuel than Black Hawk Racing.
And that little bit of fuel saving may be very helpful towards the end of the race, because even if they don't save a full pit stop, you can make that final stop a lot shorter. And that is always helpful.
And crucially, they've been able to do this while now putting a car between themselves and the WRT and Martin Merkley, who's just 2.3 seconds actually behind Asensao. So if they got stuck behind too much longer, then they could have been in a lot of trouble there. So that's really made their race here in this final 2-hour stint, essentially.
Yeah, 2 hours and 7 minutes to go here at Spa. And Scheida is certainly not fallen back from Terlassi since that move.
No, he fought very hard to get into that second place, and now he fancies getting it back, doesn't he? Unsurprisingly. Yeah,
so the Black Hawk driver coming across the start-finish line, the gap between the two of them, 6.5 tenths pretty much as they cross the start-finish line. But the thing is, we'll be stuck behind that WRT car as they come through La Source, accelerating hard, will be able to make that move on that GT3 traffic before they get to Eau Rouge.
Yep, and meanwhile, I was just looking a little bit further down the pack. Merkley continuing to close. He's now 1.9 seconds behind Asensao, who's a similar gap to Peterson already as well. So Peterson is well and truly on a charge. 43.8 seconds the gap to Selick in front of him, who's 5 seconds down on Kevin Jaeger. As we look at Tarlazi continuing to fend off the attentions of Maximilian Scheider.
So here they come down towards Bruxelles, these two LMP2 cars making their way past The next GT3 car, and then through Copenhagen, these two were a lot closer than they were the previous time round. I think it was 0.3 of a second at the split of the first sector, coming through Pouon down the hill once more, and just losing a little bit of time almost there, it looks like, is Scheide, as they come through the right, the left, and the right towards the end of the circuit before that big flat out section where there's lots of slipstreaming opportunity, as indeed coming through Paul Square and Stavilo now before making the move, and it looks like there may be a move happening.
Yeah, that Corvette really held up Talazi, didn't it? And now they're going to go almost too wide into Blanchimont, which is not ideal when you've got a hypercar trying to lap the pair of you. Off track goes Talazi, side by side with the Netrex there, who was really bullying him out of the way almost. But there we go. No opportunity for Scheide to just nip up the inside into bus stop then. So they remain as they were. I think that might have been, I'm trying to figure out which Netrex it was. It might have been Leonov, I think, near the back of the hypercar field.
So Scheide had an opportunity there, was maybe denied by that hypercar, so we'll need to build up.
They certainly put the hyper in
more.
hypercar, don't they?
Yeah, but the thing is, Scheide is going to be stuck behind this GT car coming up the hill. And of course, being stuck there decimates the momentum all the way down the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be a bit of a setback. 1.3 seconds now, the gap for Scheide to overcome once again. And he'll just have to be patient and bide his time, I think. And you never know, there might even be a mistake for Talazi. But the upshot of this is that Thomas Inge Sim Racing are leading LMP2 by 24.3 seconds at the present moment. So they've gained another 4 seconds. It looked like Talazi had actually gained 2 seconds, got the gap down to 18, 17 seconds at one point, but it's ballooned out by another 7 seconds now. So that really puts into perspective the job that Wojtek Pelenzi is doing up front right now.
And here they come, at least these two cars, and indeed, as you said, a fantastic job being done there by Pelesti at the moment in order to be able to extend the gap out to the distance it currently is. But yes, here comes Terlazzi and Scheide definitely falling back 1.1 seconds, and most of that was caused by just catching that GT traffic at the wrong time coming up the hill.
I think there's a lot of drivers in this race that will have a very, very similar story to tell at the end of it, of how I could have got this position if I wasn't held up in traffic, or I wasn't having to let the hypercars and LMP2s through at this point. So yeah, I imagine Scheide is not the only one with a hard luck story to tell here, as into the pits he goes. So yeah, fed up with that one, he wants to put on fresh tyres, try and undercut and get back through that way.
So having a look at this battle for 4th position now in the GT3 class, the 58 car ahead of Martin Merley, W number 88, going through the left-hander part of the chicane, trying to put on the throttle to applicate the power as early as possible in order to try and gain as much speed down towards the source and gain every single hundredth of a second possible. 1.3 seconds the gap between the two of them as they cross the start-finish line.
Yeah, Mergely, very, very competitive, very, very accomplished sim racing driver in endurance categories. Recently entered FSR World Championship the last couple of seasons. He did this season with Brabham Esports. Unfortunately, he got banned for a race for, I think, deliberately crashing into Matthew Williams when he didn't like the fact that he made a bit of contact with him at Hockenheim. And he got banned for a race, and then later on in the season, I think, just disappeared altogether. The focus, I believe, mainly on endurance racing, funnily enough. So Martin Merkley, while he's not had the easiest time in single-seaters, his endurance racing pedigree definitely always shines through, not just in GT3s, but he's also won a lot of races in LMP2 classes and other prototypes as well. So great to see him back in action, and a very, very important member of the WRT team, along with Hoyer and Wisner as well, sharing driving duties. So Sensao has got someone with real pedigree behind him, and it'll be interesting to see. It's interesting to see the 58 still running this high up, even on that ultimate strategy. They could be in for some good points by the end of this. That Brazilian team, I believe.
Of course, there are 8 races available to collect points, and really, we'll talk about this no doubt through other parts of the season. But when it comes to 8 races, you can have one bad race and still be in the run for the championship. But that second bad race really is where those chances start to decrease.
Exactly. So in a 4 to 12 hour race, it's of course 30 points for a win, 25 for second, and 21 for first. With 24-hour races being worth 1.5 times as much, essentially. And there's also, I think, participation points as well. I think for
There is,
Division 1.
depending on which division you're in, yeah.
Yeah, but this is Division 1, of course, so I think you would get the 15 points for participating, which, yeah, makes attendance almost as important as driving, essentially. Well, certainly a factor, because 15 points is exactly the same you get for 6th in a 4 to 12-hour race, essentially.
Yeah, so important that you gain those, not only those points for your position on circuit, but those participation points as well, in order to make sure you have a good shot for the championship. So here we go. That gap slowly decreasing now, though, between the WRT and the 58 car. So I have a feeling the Lightning McQueen car may fall off at the podium soon.
We also got some more news in LMP2. It looks like Guerreri has gotten out the 36 Valet and handed over to Jansen Bintz, of course. So it'll be interesting to see what Jansen can do. Another very, very accomplished driver for Valet in prototypes in endurance racing as well. Lots of pole positions to his name. Often takes lots of risks as well. So he's 38 seconds behind James House, 6th in class. I think we can expect fireworks from Jansen Bintz. The Luxembourg driver always delivers on that front.
Indeed. So we'll look at that LMP2 battle soon, no doubt, with the GT1.
And it's Thomas Vac, Hyperion number 44, that was not having a great race. He was down, I think, in 10th in class, and it looks like either he got disconnected or he may have had some sort of incident that's ended his run, sadly. So that's a big shame for the pole.
Yeah, it would look like maybe a disconnect. Of course, you can reconnect, but you do have the various penalties associated with that, because your out lap doesn't count the lap, I think, if memory serves me correctly, once you disconnect.
That's true. So effectively, there'll be a sort of illusory thing where you get back on the server and you think, oh, I'm still a minute ahead of the driver behind me, so it's not so bad. And then suddenly it's like, oh, I'm a lap down. Because it's actually updated, because the lap out of the pits does not count as an actual lap in the race.
So the WRT car has got ahead of the 58, mainly because the 58 has just came into the pits with an hour 58 to go, which suggests this will be its penultimate stop.
Well, if you're the driver of car number 58, Team 58, with 1 hour 58 remaining, you've got to feel lucky about that being the right time to pit, don't you? Or perhaps this is the driver change needed at this point.
Could be, of course. We haven't kept track of this. The all-seeing race director Jimmy Allison will check after the race, because of course you're not allowed to do more than 70% of the laps your car completes. Otherwise, you are disqualified. So perhaps, as you said, it could this change could be for driving time purposes.
Indeed, it could. It looks like Kevin Yeager's fought back a little bit against Jesper Peterson in the GT3 lead battle. They got 47 seconds now, so it's well and truly going to come down to field, isn't it? And I almost wonder if Jesper Peterson might be just slightly backing off his pace now that he's got that nearly 4-second gap to Martin Mergeli, and thinking about trying to just make sure he can do one pit stop less than Yeager and Mergeli around him.
And Mergeli, who we are seeing in the distance just at the moment, trying to now look in the rear-view mirrors, because Christian Malguera is closing in 1.8 seconds, the gap for the final podium position, the provisional final podium position in the GT3 class. The Thomas Engel cars came in from the lead of the LMP2 class.
Indeed, he has. So he should re-emerge comfortably in the lead. He had a over 100-second gap to Mark Viet in the Black Hawk at number 30 before he pit. We also see Zabinski in what is now the sole remaining Hyperion number 45 pit. I say that it looks like Thomas Vac is trying to get back into the race because it no longer says DNF next to his name. We also see a close battle between James Howe and Filippo Canio in the Pan Corsa number 39. That's the battle for third in the LMP2 class. So XRL still very much on course in contention for a podium here behind the two leaders who've got a fairly decent gap to those around them. But Howe has done a very, very good job in this stint to catch up to the number 39 Pan Corsa car.
Yeah, this GT3 battle does look the most. I'm not sure what actually looks the most tantalising battle as we enter the final quarter of the race: the LMP2 field or the GT3 field. Still, both of them have multiple cars that have the opportunity to get onto that podium position.
They do, I guess, but I was only pointing out the LMP2 one because it's a bit closer. But and I think Howe, or it may only be because number 39 is pit recently. But yeah, Howe's still lapping in the 206.5s. But yeah, Malgera is certainly putting the pressure on Mergely here, and Sinfreme, since running second early on, they've really sort of had to play second fiddle to Rafa and WRT in that fight. This is essentially a big fight for second on the road, at least, before we get the fuel strategy into play. So it's interesting to see that now Sinfreme have decided this is the moment to push and try and get past Martin Mergely, but they were about a tenth slower the previous lap, so there's very little to choose between the pair of them.
It's so difficult sometimes, as we've said multiple times before, with the meeting traffic in the wrong place.
Yeah, and it looks like those fresh tyres for Canio starting to work to his advantage. He's pulling away from James Howe. The gap's nearly 2 seconds now. So yeah, we expect that to continue as Canio sets off after Mark Viet in the battle for second in the LMP2 class. We haven't talked too much about hypercars, but Boda has pulled away from Michael Leroux to the tune of 15.2 seconds. So Goteam, you really got to say, despite the only moment where they really looked in trouble was at the start, wasn't it, where they got jumped. Since they really cleared the racing zone of Pribek several hours ago, they've really just taken control. And Hypercar, it's very much looking like theirs to lose at the present moment.
Well, don't say things like that.
What I mean?
Don't say things like that.
Well, don't say that they're doing well, okay?
Yeah,
Well, they haven't won yet, so they're doing terribly.
That's
There's no way to curse that.
But yeah, here we're having a look still here, Howe and Canale. You can see Howe actually jumped the Valley Esports car during the pit stop phase, which is what you suggested earlier, actually, deciding to come into the pits in order to pass that Valley Esports car, and he managed to do that. That gap is indeed 30 seconds, so a big one there. So Howe is now trying to get onto that final podium.
Remember, Valley have done the driver change as well to Jansen Bintz. And Bintz, well. Look at Bintz's lap times, 2:04.3 the previous lap. He's flying out there, and he's now only about 26 seconds behind James Howe. So it may sound like a lot now, but that's going to disappear rapidly if Bintz keeps this pace up. Somebody asked in the chat, by the way, which of the Go teams is leading? It's the number 7 crew of Zoltan Boda, Gabor Hevesi, Christopher Kianik, and Jakob.
So here, indeed, that's going to be quite a fun race as well by the looks of it. But yes, we should have a look down at this battle for third again. Mulgera, last time round, the two cars, Mulgera and Mergely, pretty much equal when it came to times, just half a tenth of a second between the two of them.
Yeah, great to see them so evenly matched. I think they're in different cars as well, the 88 WRT BMW and the Simframe, which I believe are using the Ferrari in the number 99 crew. So yeah, great to see Malgera really mixing it with someone of Mergely's pedigree. Of course, Christian Malgera, no slouch himself, has helped Simframe to a number of race victories and championships in other areas of rFactor 2 as well, as it's looking a bit hectic on the pit entry there. I think that's just one of the Netrex hypercars just going into the pit lane. Yes, Christian Malguera very much with a bit between his teeth, trying to match Martin Mergeli as best he can and perhaps even exceed him. But again, less than a tenth between them, as you say, on this particular lap. 217.3 to 217.4.
Yeah, so again, pretty much equal. Not much to split between.
Yeah, it's
these
difficult
two
for
cars
Martin
at the
Mergeli to pull
moment,
away, isn't
yeah.
it? And it means that Peterson has got no threat from behind, because Mergeli is just looking in the rear mirrors more than anything else, and that allows him to really focus on that 47-second gap to Jaeger. So yes, he's closing a bit last lap on Jaeger, but the trend seems to be that Jesper Peterson is just holding steady and managing that fuel without having to worry too much about the 3-second gap to Mergeli behind.
Yeah.
Alright, so how long left in this race? It's 1 hour 50 minutes exactly then. And we've got really, I think, like you say, GT3, it's that battle for currently second on the road between the RAF Esports 82, WRT 88 and Symphony 99. It's probably the most engrossing fight. And then we've got also similarly interesting fights for the final spot on the podium in LMP2 between Pan Corsair, XRL Esports and Janssen Bint catching them in the Valet. And then up front, really, Hypercar, it's plain sailing for Zoltan Boda and the number 7 crew of CMT Goteam Racing. And Goteam, who I remember last year at this race, Goteam got a podium. It's going to be such a sweet feeling for them to start the season with a 1-2, if they can pull it off, of course. We still can't discount Racing Zone number 22 and Zolt Prubek, who has been matching the times set by the leader last lap around by about just 3 tenths slower than. So only 45 seconds behind. That's nowhere near enough to be comfortable in an endurance race of this length. It's entirely possible that things could change quickly and Prubek could climb a step or two on the podium here.
Yes, indeed. As you said, not too much of a gap. There we go. Yes, but it's been many moons since I last did sim racing. It was 2 countries ago, moving. But yes, sometimes I had to hit a fuel number during the many endurance races that we did. That they're normally 2.4 hours with sometimes an accelerated cycle. So enough for a one-person endurance race. It's quite nice. And trying to hit a fuel number sometimes was painful because you wanted to go faster. You knew you could go faster, but you couldn't because otherwise you wouldn't be able to make it until the end of the race. Yeah,
it goes against every instinct in the racing driver's body, doesn't it? To just save fuel, lift and coast, and just keep your powder dry until the end. But often, especially at a circuit like Spa, can be the faster way to drive. Just ask George Russell, but also don't ask George Russell about keeping your weight up so that you pass scrutineering. Luckily, no such concerns in a sim racing. Everybody's the right weight that they should be most of the time, unless you're cheating, of course. But that's pretty difficult. There's more effort than it's really worth, and you'll probably get caught.
Probably.
Yeah, this isn't the Codemasters F1 games. Anyway, but just looking for something to focus our attention on at the present moment then. Malguera still 1.9 seconds behind Martin Mergeli, as we can see on screen, and Mergeli 3.4 seconds behind Jesper Peterson. And again, Peterson took another 2 tenths out of Kevin Jaeger on this lap, so it seems they might both be saving fuel potentially, because what sometimes happens in these endurance races is that the driver notices their direct competitor running long and then starts to copy that to sort of reduce the likelihood of having to do an extra stop, because it might not be as marginal as we're making it out in commentary. It could be that Jesper Peterson and RAF Esports are just making sure, and it's actually Kevin Jaeger that's a bit more on the bubble here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the opportunity to look inside the fuel tanks of these cars to be able to determine how much fuel they do have left. But having a look on board here with Martin Margoley, Jasper Pedersen is the car that this number 88 is chasing down, and it's about 3.7 seconds the difference between the two of them, but just slightly too far away in order to have a look at it from this onboard camera, I think. It might just be, it's one of those cars, it might be the third up the road, I think, as you're looking at it at the moment.
Yeah, there's a thing on the horizon. It's the sun's getting down. It's a bit difficult to see, but one of them is definitely Jesper Pedersen. It's really Malgera behind that Mergeli just seems to be a little bit more worried about, and that's the thing. When you start looking behind rather than ahead of you, it does end up slowing you down because your mindset changes into more of a defensive mindset rather than a attacking mindset. You're focusing on preserving what you have rather than attacking for something ahead, even though you have got that sweep forward momentum that you need. It's not necessarily an easy position to be sort of in the middle of a fight like this, because you sort of have to pick what you're going to do. And if you end up defending, it can backfire.
So here we go on board still here with Merkley, but that gap, as you said, is closing in the wrong direction for the number 88 car, because this number 99 car is slowly getting closer. Christian Malgera, that Simpreme Esports car, will want to take that final step on the podium. And here they come down towards the bus stop chicane, braking hard. Don't hit that sausage curb on the inside too much, otherwise it'll throw the car up in the air too much, and then you'll lose traction as you land, and that isn't very nice for fast lap times.
No, preferably at Spa, you want to keep all four wheels on the ground as much as possible, because that's where they can do you the most good. In the air, you turn the steering. If the front wheels are in the air, they're not going to really steer particularly well, because there's nothing really holding them to the ground. But yeah, certainly as the drivers push the limits, they will discover exactly which curves are going to fling them and which ones are safe to touch, of course. But the longer we get into this race, the more settled in these drivers will feel, of course.
So here comes Malgera down the Kemmel straight, and that car directly ahead is indeed Mergeli, the car for position, the one that is in the crosshairs of this number 99 car. And indeed, that last time round, what was that? I made that about 3.5 tenths faster than 99 was than the 38 last lap. So closing slightly over the previous 7 kilometers, come down towards Copenhagen, try and hit that inside line. Don't wash out too wide, and not for too long, because otherwise you have that strip of grass on the right hand side. Using that curb on the right hand side on the entrance to Podium, try and kiss the one on the inside, the one on the outside, and the one on the inside again, then the one on the outside once more before coming into the right left right complex.
Yeah, and just to update about the lead battle in LMP2, it looks like Juha-Matti Jypi has gotten back on board the Thomas Enge class leading number 28 car, and Mark Viet has started catching him. He was on his last lap he said a 204.1, which was 7 tenths a second quicker, so he's 7.3 seconds behind the class leader at the present moment then. So Blackhawk have definitely not given up, and since clearing and getting past Pan Corsa, they have really pulled a big gap, 23 seconds to that team as well. So Mark Viet is trying to put on a show here and fight Thomas Enge Sim Racing for the overall class lead.
That's Mergeli came into the pits.
All right, there we go. So that's the end of that battle. And again, this is the consequence of WRT pitting first in these stints. Potentially that could be their second to last stop of the race, whereas the others might be trying to get the end with one more stop.
I have a feeling that'd be really difficult though, as the car from 5th, that kind of strategies also came in at the same time, I think.
That's correct. 55 in for a service. Looks like Blackhawk number 3 of Loic Mounier is in the pits as well. And Moynier had a decent start to the race, but they've sort of had a bit of a lonely time in 5th, haven't they? Sort of just fighting away
Yeah.
with Netrex for 4th.
Yeah, it's always interesting. It's like what myself and Dara were saying earlier, is that sometimes you don't want to be mentioned too much in commentary because it means that you're having a very consistent race and not being involved in too much.
Yeah, under the radar, wait for all the front runners to run out of fuel near the end.
Yeah.
But anyway, Moynier gets out the pits, 109 seconds down on Danny Van Den Eet then. So, and Van Den Eet, of course, is a lap down on the podium finishes at the present moment in Hypercar. So big gaps in Hypercar, but they could close as the strategies play out in the closing stages. Mark Viet has taken another second out of Juha-Matti Juppi. So, yeah, Thomas Enga Sim Racing might well look a bit worried because Mark Viet has well and truly got the bit between his teeth and is pushing out there.
I'm just wondering what the current air temperature is. Spa 23 degrees, track temperature 25. I wish it was that cool here.
It's I'm pretty sure it's no warmer than about 14 or 16 degrees Celsius where I am, but
still
in North
27.
Yorkshire. So.
Still 27 degrees here, and it's past 7 p.m. It's horrific. As if Dennis Zatak has came in the Blackhawk car from 13th place in class. We were looking at that because that would look to be quite a close battle in circuit, but obviously because one of them is coming to the pits, it's not quite as close anymore. Christian Malguera trying to chase down, yes, but Peterson still, I think, and indeed you can see both of them in the pit lane stationary. No, sorry, it's Jaegers in the pit lane. I think Peterson is continued this time round,
from the
isn't
lead.
it? Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many laps longer Peterson is able to go. I think he did like 5 or 6 the previous stint then, but of course, depending on when they pit, you can sort of extend. You can sort of extend it even further if they keep pitting on at the same number of laps, of course. But yeah, out of the pits now comes Kevin Jaeger, I believe, and he's still in second position. So that's 15 seconds to Jesper Peterson. And come the flag, that could well be the gap between the two of them, unless Kevin Jaeger is able to do anything about it on these fresh tyres now.
It's always painful when you're sat there and you see all your competitors race through at 160 plus kilometers an hour, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, speaking of nothing you can do, Thomas Vac seems to have retired from the race yet again. So whatever the issue was before, it's resurfaced. And that's a big shame for them because they're going to drop right to the tail of the LMP2 field. And Thomas Vac, of course, Hyperion, former champions in LMP2 in the Esports Endurance Series, and they've competed in their VEC before as well, I believe, and done very well for themselves. So it's a shame to see their lead car in such difficulties, but at least Dabrowski in the number 45 is still running 7th in class. So hope is not completely lost for Hyperion Esports.
Not lost yet. I always look on the positives, don't worry.
That doesn't sound positive. It says, well, don't worry, it hasn't all gone to crap just yet.
There's always time.
Still got a bit more to go.
97 minutes to go, it can still all go horrifically wrong.
But I'm not too excited about the prospect as you are. But anyway.
Having a look at Mark Viet now, this is the battle for the first position. Original first position in the LMP2 class. Juha-Matti Juppi in the Thomas Enga Sim Racing car in the lead. This gap now under 5 seconds.
Yeah, 2:03.2 from Mark Viet the previous lap. He is absolutely flying out there, 9 tenths quicker than Juha-Matti Juppi.
So, it seems to be a little bit fat. This battle, I should say, might be quite fun towards the end of the race. It's quite fun. Is that 4th position in the GT class? I think it is. There appears to be 3 cars within as many seconds.
Oh, there's a comment in the chat, by the way. Mergely Malguera, say that 5 times. I think we said it more than 5 times, haven't we? During that battle between the two of them. But yes, this is really, really interesting to see Mark Viet's progress here. First sector, he takes another 2 tenths out of the number 28 Thomas Enga Sim Racing. So I wonder if this is a combination of Mark V really getting to grips with things and starting to push near the end of this stint, and Yukamaki Yuppie having just gotten in that car, still feeling a little bit rusty and trying to recapture that former pace he showed earlier when he was in the car earlier on.
Could well be. We're having a look at WRT versus Simfreen once more. The 58 car was just a second and a half behind. It's dropped back down to 3 seconds now. But this is a WRT versus Simfreen, the 88 versus the 99. And this time round, it is Merkley and Scalvini, these two drivers.
Yeah, so Scalvini having pitted about at the same time as Merkley, hasn't he? Has sort of just ended up in a similar position, hasn't he? But he's just continuing to close that gap little by little, inch by inch. And the closer he gets, the more worried WRT are going to be that this podium position that they've been running in for a large chunk of the race could slip away from them.
And that's always most painful when that position slips away within the last few parts of the race. That's always the most horrific.
It is, yeah. You think of Toyota at Le Mans in, I think it was 2016, wasn't it, where they were leading by quite a margin.
The last lap, yeah.
And then they had a part fail on the car about half a lap from home and ended up seeing Porsche just steal it from them.
Yeah, that was fairly painful once more, yeah. I know, yeah. But
let's hope nobody recreates that here for the sake of our competitors, if nothing else. It would certainly be dramatic, but you've got to feel for anyone who has that happen to them. But at least for Martin Merkley and WRT, they've still got a chance to hold off Scalvini. They're very much in control of their own destinies at the present moment.
Need 1.2 seconds to gap, though, now in Merkley closing... having to look in the rear view mirror more because Scalvini is closing that gap in the Simfreen Esports number 99, coming through Paulfell and Stavilo and accelerating hard. Well, not quite yet. You almost need to feather the throttle through this corner as well, but a maximum of 50% or so.
Yeah, Scalvini very, very quick in the final sector. The previous lap, 38.5 compared to 38.8 for Merkley. We'll have to see when they cross the line what the lap times look like, but they've been very, very similar. 2:16.0s for both of them the previous lap. But yeah, Scalvini just looking a little bit more confident at this phase, and it's part of that mentality when you're chasing as well. You can see that podium position in front of you, and it gives you that extra bit of motivation to go on, just go for it. And often that can really help the driver. Whereas when you're being chased, it's a different mindset that's required to sort of hold off, where you're sort of trying to think ahead and plan tactically about where you need to defend, essentially. And often endurance racing, you've got to defend for quite a long while as well, so it can be quite fatiguing.
Yeah, so here we are, that gap closing once more, and it's another demoralizing thing when you can see your rival just becoming bigger and bigger in that rear view mirror, and you know you're driving as fast as possible, or at least as fast as possible according to a fuel number, which is something else entirely. But yes, this can be very, very painful for these drivers, knowing that you're doing everything you can do, but it's not quite enough. Gianluca Scalvini, that gap now down to pretty much half a second.
Yep, he's right on the back of him now. You can almost reach out and touch that rear wing. But if you do, of course, you'll get you might get a huge fine for doing so, as I think happened in Formula One with Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen a couple of years ago, Brazilian Grand Prix. But yeah, Kevin Yeager, by the way, he's dropped another couple of seconds behind Jesper Pedersen, although his previous lap was 0.2 quicker. So the trend seems to be that Pedersen, he may still be saving fuel, but he just seems to be extending to the Blackhawk team behind them. So this is looking very, very good for Rafa once again.
Yeah, we also want to have a look at that lead for the LMP2 soon as well. But having a look at this battle for
1.3 seconds
and
Scalvini,
yeah. But yes, Scalvini, that gap closing half a second now between the two of them. They're coming through Blanchimont, almost close enough to be able to use that slipstream, but not quite close enough to use the maximum of it, as one of the Goteam cars comes into the pits from the lead, well, at least from the top of the hypercar class. This gap now 4/10 of a second between the 88 and the 99. It almost looks like a formality soon for Scalvini, as the hypercar just comes up the inside there at the source. And coming down the hill once more, perhaps we could see the move coming in to Lecombe.
Yeah, that's it does seem more and more likely. Mark Veet, by the way, has got the gap to 0.8 of a second to Thomas Enge, Sim Racing, and Yuhamaki Yupi. Last lap was a 10th quicker, but it seems Mark Veet has gained even more time in recent history as well. So Maki Yupi looking very, very vulnerable indeed. He's just got no answer to the pace of Mark Veet at the moment, but lucky for Martin Merkley, he does have an answer, still able to hold Scalvini at bay through Lecombe, as it's getting very, very dark now. Those lights coming in very, very handy.
Yes, very much needed now. 7:30 in the evening in Belgium, in the Ardennes Forest. An hour and 30 to go here at Spa. 90 minutes of racing left, as these two LMP2 cars are coming up the hill. You can see one of the hypercars coming out of the pits at the same time, actually.
Yep, keen not to get too involved in this battle, I'm sure. Now we got the tricky situation of do we watch the LMP2 lead fight, or do we watch
I
the,
know, yeah.
the Scalvini Merkley fight for fourth in class in GT3?
Here comes Scalvini coming through the final right-hander. Feather throttle ever so lightly before going straight back on it. Make sure the front end doesn't wash out too far on exit, but then coming through the first of the left-handers and then the second along this back section. And then a little bit too far away for a move into the hairpin, the chicane this time round, which leads into the hairpin known as the source, through the right and the left, and accelerating hard out. Half a second separating the two of them now. Having a look at this battle again for the LMP2 lead, and these two pretty close together. As
not as close as they were,
seconds
though.
now, actually, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Maki Yupi has recently gotten his act together a little bit, and Mark Veet, I think, held up a little bit in traffic too. So a combination of both things means that Maki Yupi has now started matching Veet's lap times, and due to the traffic, has just got that little reprieve. And you never know, that could be enough to make the difference. It feels like we're really building to a climax now in these final 90 minutes or so, as now Scalvini once more is looking at the back of Merkley down the Kemmel Straight, but not close enough to make an ambitious dive into Lecombe there, and he will just have to hold station through Malmedy and think about where he can make this move, maybe where he can surprise Martin Merkley, who is certainly does not like surprises, even at the best of times.
Yeah, certainly not, as here comes Scalvini closing up once more, coming along the straight down towards Pouin. Both of them moving to the right-hand side. And I think it's interesting there that Scalvini is actually using the curb on the right-hand side on the entrance to Pouin, where it appears that Merkley wasn't.
Yeah, certainly it could be that Merkley, knowing that he's pit earlier, might be in more of a fuel-saving mode than some of the other front-runners here in GT3. Or potentially he's trying to save the tyres for later in the stint. Or he could just genuinely be struggling a little bit. We don't know. But we can only really speculate, as Mark Veet is actually pitting from second in LMP2. So that means he potentially is going to try and undercut Maki Yupi. But interesting call from Blackhawk. Obviously, Mark Veet was getting frustrated there.
And pretty much as 2 full stints to the end from now for these LMP2 cars. Yeah, about 2 full stints to the end from now, so this looks like it'd be the penultimate stop for Veet in that Blackhawk car.
Yeah, James Howe is also pit at the same time as well, so looks like this could be the that penultimate stop as we go towards those closing final stages then. And Scalvini again trying to maximize his exit from La Source as they get the long run downhill and into darkness now, with floodlights showing them the way as the sun peeps below the horizon. We go well into the nighttime stint for the final hour of this race then. Scalvini again just a little bit too far back. The BMW straight line speed that's come in handy all day for the WRT team has come in handy once again.
It really comes out to how do you set up your car, because, well, sectors 1 and 3 pretty fast, sector 2 slightly more technical. How do you want to set up your car in order to be able to not only extract the best lap time in qualifying, but also protect yourself most in the race? So it looks like this WRT team have decided to go for a little bit lower wing perhaps than the Simframe car.
Yeah, that's certainly making them struggle in the middle sector here, as you can see quite clearly. But he's paying off down the straights in the third and first sectors, as you say. So, yeah, Martin Mergli's just got to maximize what he's got and hope that he doesn't make a mistake or doesn't lose too much time, at least, in his duel with Scalvini here. Meanwhile, I'm just looking at the progress of Janssen Bintz. He set a 2:03.6, running third in the LMP2 class now that Mark Viet has pit from ahead of him, and he's 12 seconds behind Filippo Canio in the Pan Corsa entry. So yeah, Janssen Bintz is still very much in the mix here, but it'd be interesting to see him and Mark Viet, clearly the fastest, but having to come through from behind against Juha Mäki-Jypi.
So we have 85 minutes to go here at Spa-Francorchamps. Mergeli still holding off Scalvini as we've been saying. These prototypes making their penultimate stops of the race. Something interesting there. The car in third position in the GT3s has come into the pits, which I think is number 75 car.
It's the 82 rFactor has picked from the lead. That's Simoncic. So he's
The
gone from
82
first to
rFactor,
third.
okay.
Peterson
Yes.
handing back over to Simoncic for the final
Yeah, so
stint.
they'll need to do one more stop. You can't do 85 minutes in a single tank.
Oh, and crucially, look at this. Simoncic has come out right
Yeah.
behind Mergeli and Scalvini.
This is very true, but it depends how much longer this WRT car and this Simframe car can go.
But this is a nightmare for Simoncic because he's now got two
Of
cars
course,
he
yeah.
really didn't want to be stuck behind. It absolutely plays into the hands of Kevin Yeager, Arda Erchan, and Blackhawk Racing.
Of course, yeah, and that creates more problems when it comes to wanting to cover as much distance as possible in the allotted time, because, as you said, stuck behind these two cars now, or at least perhaps hoping that these two cars pit soon.
Well, I think he's got to at this phase because otherwise it's going to be very, very difficult for Simoncic to win
Yeah.
this one. I think Rafa are still looking good for a podium, even if they can't beat Blackhawk, but you can tell that is absolutely what they're aiming for. And if there wasn't these two, the WRT and the Simframe in front of them, they probably stand a much better chance of just disappearing up the road. But that's not to be, at least not for the present moment. As Thomas Vac, it looks like, is pitting because they're getting out of the pits after being disconnected. So great to see Hyperion refusing to say die on their LMP2 challenge. But Thomas Vac 4 laps down on the next car. It's looking pretty bleak, sadly, for the crew of the 44. They've had a bit of a miserable afternoon.
Yeah, but it's all about getting towards the end of the race, because it is 70%, I think, of the class leaders laps is what you need to do in order to be classified and
That's very
gain
true.
some points. So probably what's happening.
Yeah, so
That's
certainly
it.
even for those low down, there's something to fight for at the very least, which is great to keep them motivated. All the top three in top four, I should say, in LMP2 are lapping in the low 203s, which is pretty impressive. In fact, make that top 5.
Yeah. These lap times really starting to heat up as the temperature cools down towards the end of the race. Martin Margoli, as you saw there, actually coming along the start-finish straight, flashing lights at one of the prototype cars, so perhaps not happy with how that lapping process worked. but still almost a second now ahead of Gianluca Salvini. We'll see the exact time as they cross the timing beam at the end of the Kemmel Straight here. And indeed, it's out to a second, that gap now. So a little bit of a boost for the WRT car.
Yeah, and the problem for Scalvini is he's going to see Simoncic coasting up to the back of him already. So while he spent all this effort and energy trying to pass Mergoli, now he's got to worry about four-time Formula Sim racing champion Jene Simoncic all over his rear gearbox and rear wing.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not that much of a problem, really, is it?
I suppose when you put it that way, nothing is. But yeah, I think Scalvini might be more than a little annoyed and very, very keen maybe to take a few risks to try and clear Mergoli, because this is crunch time for Simframe's race.
So here we go through the peak platform. Yeah, that's definitely setting. If we have a look at the onboard of Martin Mergoli, just go around for a lap, see where the sun is maybe most problematic for this WRT BMW driver around the circuit, as that gap pretty much still a second as they cross the second split type. But going down towards Blanchimont is actually kind of okay here, isn't it? When it comes to sun glare, but it looks like it's going to be maybe worse coming back down the hill again.
Yeah, certainly, but I think the drivers will have certainly gotten used to it at this point. So it's only when the sun is directly in your eyesight, perhaps at the end of the Kemmel Straight, that it might be a little bit of a problem when you're trying to make overtakes. But meanwhile, I've been looking at the progress of Jansen Bintz. He's now 9.6 seconds behind Filippo Canio in the fight for second in the LMP2 class. So Jansen Bintz just continues to just chew up the tarmac in front of himself and the Pan Corsa in front of him. So I think Valet are looking, the efforts of Bintz have got them back in contention onto the podium. And in fact, Bintz now pits, though perhaps the tyres were just starting to fade at the end of that stint, and that could be the penultimate stop for the number 36 Valet.
Yeah, it looks like it's a little bit too much for Bintz to handle there in that car. But again, penultimate stop of the race, it looks like. But more importantly, slightly better penultimate stop of the race, because it means less fuel at one or both of the stops.
Indeed, it does help sort of split the difference there. I mean, you don't want to be carrying any fuel that you're not going to need to finish the race, essentially. Although, I guess the upshot of the plus side, slightly of carrying slightly more fuel, is you can use a slightly higher fuel mix. But preferably, you just want to have a light enough car to still win the race, essentially. As meanwhile, there's a lot of stuff going on. I think Simoncic, Scalvini, and Mergoli are all starting to fight. They're all about a second apart from one another. So right behind Mergoli, we're riding on board with now. It's getting very, very hectic.
And the lap pretty much done, the onboard lap with Mergoli pretty much done there. But yes, Jene Simoncic actually hasn't really been able to make up any time in Scalvini.
No, he's really been stuck doing the same. They're all in the low 216s, aren't they? Although admittedly, Kevin Hake is setting 216 too, so they're all really pushing. They've got relatively fresh tyres.
Very true, yes.
But yeah, as you say, Simoncic could go even faster, and we've seen him do it. But the problem is, 217. Sorry, not 216s. That's their fastest laps of the race. Always get those two mixed up. But Simoncic sort of in a difficult position, because he may be in a double slipstream as well, but he's just not quite got the straight line speed on his own really to just squeeze past Scalvini here.
So here we go for the final 77 minutes. There's more bells ring out here, because of course here in Munich, church bells ring every 15 minutes to indicate what the time is.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah,
you have like a local
fun.
abbey where they ring the bells at like weddings and stuff, or sometimes at like midday they'll ring the bells for like 5 minutes or so and then stop.
Every 15 minutes between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. every day.
Okay.
plus 15 minutes for Sundays and the evening masses during the week. Very fun.
Some people love their job, and
Yes.
this is ours.
I'm not sure if it is actually real anymore, whether it's all electronic. I don't
Oh,
know.
okay. It's AI bells. I didn't realise.
AI bells.
I wonder if they have that in the town near Spa-Francorchamps. If they have bells that ring every 15 minutes or something. It feels like more of a German sort of thing. Because I remember when I went to Germany, I went to a town. I forget where it was. This was like 15 years ago, but but I remember they had a clock that rang in the middle of town square every 15 minutes or something like that. And that was our way of telling what time it was, because we couldn't read German time.
Yep, exactly. This is you never need to be more than 500 meters away from a church here in Bavaria in order to tell what time it is.
Oh,
But
there's a close banner for 6th in the LMP2 class.
Indeed
James Howe's
there is,
just half a
so-
second behind Valtteri Karjanian, and in fact he's through. Looks like Karjanian may have made a mistake there in the Goteam.
Yeah, Valtteri here falling back behind.
Valtteri, it's James.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We need to get a commentator called James and then Valtteri in for a interview at some point.
We could just get James Howe to interview him.
Fantastic.
Love that.
There we go. Done. You and Cam, get on that first, please. Thank you. As indeed, Valtteri's lost quite a bit of time though. Now look at that, 1.6 seconds already the gap.
Yeah, perhaps those tyres are just finished. Yeah, 3 minutes
Indeed.
12 his last lap as well.
Yeah. Well, would that not indicate an outlap, maybe?
Possibly, yeah, but
I think it would, yeah. That sounds like an outlap.
or at least a lap very heavily affected by traffic.
It has to be awfully affected for traffic for it to be that slow, yeah. As here comes Scalvini once more, trying to hold off. Well, quasi hold off Simoncic now. About halfway between the WRT and the Rafa Esports team car is Gianluca Scalvini, coming down towards the Pief path, but definitely Simoncic closer than Scalvini is to that WRT car of Mergoli.
Yeah, and you can see Merkley's 1.4 seconds ahead. He's just started to nip away at this phase of the race. Simoncic stuck in the 2:18 zeros, Scalvini in the 2:17 eights, and then Merkley another 2/10 quicker. And Akyol for the Caspian team, and is setting about the same lap times as Merkley. And we've got Jaeger 2:18.5, but of course he's got that big 33-second buffer behind him. So yeah, this is looking more and more Blackhawks that it's going their way. And in fact, the more Simoncic gets stuck behind here, he could end up in a fight with, rather than fighting for the win, they could be fighting against Akyol and Caspian Motorsport for second place in the GT3 class.
And yeah, you can definitely see that Mergoli is third place in class due to that big 0-3 in the top left of the windscreen as we look at it. And but here comes Simoncic now much closer in that Ferrari, coming down the hill towards Eau Rouge and Gladio over at the top of the hill, clipping the left-hand side curb, and it looks like Simoncic will have a go coming down towards Lecom. As Simoncic will go left or right, inside or outside, maybe forced to go outside.
Yeah, Scalvini just going to the middle of the road, forcing Simoncic to pick a side. Yerne goes for the inside there, so that was he had to wait a long time to set that one up there. In fact, I think actually that's Scalvini holding him at bay there, so the 82 still stuck behind frustratingly for Yerne Simoncic.
Yeah. That Rafa Esports team car still not able to make a move, but perhaps soon, considering the pace of Yerne.
Yeah, apologies for that. It was My problem was that even though I switched to my phone earlier, it's still it's been a bit slideshowy for me, like where I get a couple of frames and a lot of frame drops. So I'm sort of having to guess what's happening in between them. But at least I can just about make out the cars. And it's better watching it on my phone. When I was just watching it on my computer, it was just a complete slideshow with like I'd get maybe a frame every second or 2 seconds. So I think this is probably the slightly more preferable way of watching the race live. But yeah, for Simoncic, more frustrating for him because he's stuck behind Scalvini yet again, and Mergoli now 2.6 seconds ahead. And this is really just Rafa's race disappearing before their very eyes.
Yeah, and it's painful, but here comes Simoncic. I thought he was going to go around the outside of Blanchimont there, which would have been very brave. Deciding not to, so going to be a move down into the chicane. Indeed, diving down the inside. No, just trying to maybe force Scalvini into a mistake. As they're coming out of the final corner and along the start-finish straight now. Still no room at the end for Simoncic, and that Ferrari moving to the inside of the source, perhaps? No, just showing the nose, trying to psych the Sim Freem Esports driver out ever so slightly before coming back down the hill. And again, you can see how much slipstream Simoncic has. Not to go side by side up the hill, but that prototype might.
He just had to back out there, Simoncic, I think, before they got to Eau Rouge, as there's a LMP2 just exiting. That's the Hyperion just exiting the pits ahead of them. So Simoncic once more in the slipstream and trying to get the better of Scalvini, who again moves to the middle of the road, forces Simoncic to tuck in behind. And again, Scalvini just holding him up, and Simoncic must be kicking himself at this point. The strategy, staying out long, the only way this is going to pay out is if everyone ahead has to pit and do an extra stop compared to them. And as you say, I don't think it's quite playing out that way at the moment.
No, in about 5 minutes time or so, these GT cars could come in and that would be their last stop.
Exactly. Even Simoncic's fuel tank isn't big enough to just go to the end from here.
Yeah, you maybe want to push it out towards 7 minutes actually, because 65 might still be a bit of an ask on one tank. But yeah, I think this might have slightly backfired for Rafa Esports. The thing is, they need to pit again still. It's a half stint pit, mind you, but they still need to come into the pit lane.
Yeah, Jensen Bins, by the way, 2.9 seconds behind Filippo Canio. So he's continued to just coast up to the back of him. And there could be a move for third in class before too long. It's actually Mark Viet, because Yuka Makiyupi is pit. Mark Viet has taken the lead in LMP2 while we've been watching this GT3 battle. So he's 7 seconds ahead then. So clever strategy from Blackhawk. Looks like they've been able to undercut Thomas Inge Sim Racer.
Yeah, and sometimes the battle in the pit lane is more important than the battle out on track in order to be able to undercut your, or indeed do the overcut on your rivals in order to make those moves stick, because you're far less likely to lose time in the pits than you are battling out on track. Yanni Simoncic, 0.4 of a second, still, as you were saying, this gap towards that WRT car slowly increasing, now out to 3 seconds.
Yeah, and it must be said, brilliant defensive work from Gianluca Scalvini here, because he's not put a foot wrong against a very, very high-profile top driver here. So the Italian, well and truly making a name for himself. He was a pretty important member of Sim Freem already, of course, but he's showing exactly why they've got him in that car at the moment.
Coming along the Camel straight into Lecom, and again, not close enough is Yarni Simoncic. The Valve Esports car is almost, well, I would say battling for that final podium position in the LMP2 class as well. Just about 1.5 seconds separating Valve Esports from that bronze medal, or at least theoretical bronze medal, here in the first race of the season 17 of the VEC at Spa. And here comes Scalvini once again down the hill, and Simoncic still not able to make that move. I think Simoncic has a feeling that he's faster, but not particularly fast enough in the correct places.
Yeah, it's just the pure straight line speed is a little bit lacking, and he's having to he's able to get close in sort of the middle sector again. It's the classic problem, isn't it? But there's there's no easy way to pass there. So it may have to end up with him having to do something creative to turn the tables here.
And down through Stavolo and through towards Blanchimont, the Rapid Esports team car using as much of that slipstream as possible. And again, it's difficult to make a move into the chicane, even though it's the biggest braking zone in the circuit, just because it's got that couple of kinks beforehand.
Yeah, and while we're watching this, the Simoncic gets delayed by the LMP2 Goteam, splitting them. Jansen Bintz is now half a second behind Filippo Canio and the Pan Corsa number 39 in the fight for second in LMP2 then. Oh, third, sorry. So Jansen Bintz absolutely flying and looking very, very menacing in that valet then. So now Bintz is back in. Suddenly their fortunes have been absolutely transformed, the valet.
You say that, there might be even a move very, very soon. They're side by side, and indeed Caneo allows Bintz through.
Oh yeah, he didn't fight that one particularly hard at all. Absolutely just didn't feel there was much point.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe think it's better for the race of Pan Corsa to not actually fight for that position.
I mean, they do have a 42-second gap to James Howe at the moment, but you never know. Howe could be on a better strategy, so that indicates to me that Pan Corsa might be coming into the pits fairly soon.
Also true, yeah, also true.
Anyway, 48 seconds now for Jansen Bintz to make up to Thomas Engis Sim Racing. He's got an hour to do it. It's theoretically possible, but it's going to be qualifying laps every lap pretty much for that to happen.
Yeah, it has to be.
And he has got fresher tyres, I think, so that it will be one advantage.
That's a pit stop, yeah.
Meanwhile, Simoncic still 7/10 behind Scalvini, and he's going to be feeling more than a little bit frustrated, as we've alluded to earlier. But there's just no way through. Sim through number 99 is just that immovable object, and Simoncic will have to lick his wounds. And even if he can get past Scalvini now, it's nearly 4 seconds to Mergoli up the road. And yeah, this infighting behind Martin Mergoli has played completely into the hands of Caspian Motorsport, who might be able to get on the same strategy now as the leaders.
That'd be very helpful, because then it gives you, an indication that you're on a good strategy, but then makes it a lot easier to almost calculate your own strategy, because you just come in when they do.
Yeah, especially if Akel has got a gap to pit into, then
yeah. Yeah, particularly is it Simoncic still not being able to pass this Symphony Esports car, despite the fact being stuck behind for, well, the best part of 20 minutes now.
Yeah, and that can be the sort of thing that destroys your chances of stealing victory on an alternate strategy, isn't it? So Scalvini definitely having a big impact on the outcome of this race, much to Jeno Simoncic and RAF Esports' chagrin, especially because Jesper Peterson was able to get that car into sort of a net third or second place, and now they're really just fighting for fourth at the moment.
Well, I'm not sure. It might be, I don't want to say it might be less than that, mainly because that 82 car still needs to come in once more, and it looks like, all of these cars need to come in still once more.
Yeah, certainly that will give a little chance to maybe jump someone with an undercut. But yeah, everyone sort of, the strategy is finally starting to converge now that we're running out of time in this race. We're going into the final hour in a couple of minutes now. And meanwhile, up front, it's nearly 30 seconds between the two Go teams of Zoltan Boda in the number 7 and Cosmo Pashito has gotten on board the number 17. So great to see the man from Boston in the United States, who had a pretty tricky FSR World Championship season for Goteam, now looking to help the team secure second position here.
Yeah, it would be a very good start to the season. Well, almost a perfect start to the season in order to be able to take that second position. Of course, it would be nicer in order to be able to take that first position, but that involves battling your teammate and also gaining 26 seconds. So, yeah, getting 1-2 for the team at the opening race of the season is very much a bonus.
Indeed. I think, I suspect Cosmo will give it a good go. We'll have to see what his pace is like once he gets up to speed. But yeah, I feel like he'd probably be more than willing to play the team game and bank the 1-2 here. And that's even if Cosmo's got the raw pace to live with Zoltan Boda, who's a pretty switched-on driver, to put it mildly. But yeah, Cosmo, no slouch himself, 2022 FSR Pro Champion, of course. So certainly very, very consistent. He's got all the qualities you need in a good endurance racing driver. So I'll be interested to see how he goes. I believe this is one of his first appearances in endurance racing in rFactor 2. So I'll be keen to see how he gets on. But meanwhile, what else is happening? Really just Simoncic stuck behind Scalvini is the main thing that comes to mind. And Scalvini is absolutely loving this, even though he's not quite able to live with Martin Mergoli. Running net third for so long has got to be good for the confidence of Sim for him.
Yeah, indeed, as this is now
Caspian Motorsport pit as well. So Erdi Merkel drops to 7th in class.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle for third now. But that is the last stop of the race for Caspian, and I believe the first one, really, out of these first 8 or so, in order to make their final stop.
Yep, so they've got a lot of fuel on that car, so it'll be interesting to see how high AKL finishes once the pit stops all filter out for the final time. But yeah, certainly for Kevin Yeager and Blackhawk, they're looking very, very strong to secure this victory here. And after having really been able to control this race, despite big threat from some big teams behind, it's been very, very impressive for them in GT3.
So here comes Yerny Simoncic once more, definitely darker now. You definitely need your lights on now in order to be able to see. I had to turn up the brightness on my phone,
to see any of this.
As the sparks flying from underneath the Rafa Esports team car. So we might see the Symphony Man and the WRT cars come in soon for their respective final stops as they're making their way through the final part of the circuit. And yes, once again, Simoncic not able to make a move.
Yeah, I was just looking at the chat and there was somebody cheering on Goteam by saying, "Go team, go team." And it's almost like if you didn't know any better, that the team is from Gothenburg in Sweden and named after Gothenburg.
Yeah.
You think it's just the most generic cheering on the generic team. So, interesting brand from Goteam, of course, but the real work, of course, happens behind the wheel, and they've done so much testing to get to this point, and it's great to see. Of course, they've been able to hire some really, really top drivers from. A lot of them I recognise as former Team Mugen drivers, but then you've got the likes of Prosciutto, Delorme, Rue, Mel, that have put a pretty stern challenge to that team as well. So I think they're very, very deserving of the position they're running in at the moment. And to be ahead of Racing Zone and Blackhawk is a big statement, because Blackhawk leading, of course, in the other two classes, having basically come out of nowhere and stolen the LMP2 lead, which has been a fascinating story. Mark Viet really coming in clutch in these last couple of hours.
So here comes once more these two cars round Pouon. Again, I think Simoncic might have just laid back ever so slightly. Maybe took a little bit too much out of the tyres.
Well, almost certainly, because he knew how critical it was to get through. Now he knows he can't get through. There's almost not a resignation, but how can I maximize my result here without destroying my tyres, essentially, and put myself in a vulnerable position.
And something that's quite interesting is that they really haven't lost that much time to the 88 car either. It's only about 3.2 seconds, that gap.
Yeah, Mergoli seems to be struck, because of course he pit first, didn't he? The 88 is sort of... It's got the most worn tyres of all three of them.
Yeah, indeed, does have the most worn tyres, as they're all coming through the final chicane now. Indeed, that WRT car goes on for one more lap, as I thought that was maybe a Simoncic coming into the pits, but no, it was just a wide line through the second part of the chicane.
Certainly, Simoncic definitely not gonna give up on trying to get that third place, but you sense the time is starting to run out here, and the window of opportunity is closing rapidly. And Martin Mergely running second. WRT probably weren't expecting this about half an hour. Well, yeah, maybe not even half an hour ago when they were in that battle, when they saw Simoncic emerge behind them. Mergely has actually done a really, really solid job here, and he's mostly been able to match the pace of Kevin Yeager. In fact, that last lap he did was about half a second quicker than Yeager in front of him. So Blackhawk maybe cruising a little bit in front. They built up a 67-second gap, but nonetheless, Martin Mergely still pushing for all he's worth.
And you might as well, because you never know when one of these teams might have a problem, and then it lets the other one go, for want of a better word, and then suddenly that gap is not quite as big as it anymore. But all three cars, and you can see Merkley just in the foreground there in the previous shot, might be able to see in the background in the next one or two shots. There you go in the foreground there. That is the gap that Scalvini needs to make up in order to step on that second step of the podium. So the 58 car comes in from 7th place.
That's a great point, Vidya, because we've seen so many times in endurance racing how the unexpected can happen, especially late on when everyone's fatigued, when it's getting dark, so visibility isn't quite as good as it was earlier on, and everyone just sort of is trying to get to the end without hitting each other, and inevitably that's when they hit each other. But yes, you've really got to be on your toes in these late phases, even if you're tired, even if you're exhausted and you've been doing like an hour or two beforehand. Just holding on for this final hour often can really, really make the difference. And even if you're not necessarily the quickest driver in that team, if you can just set consistent lap times, just if you're like Scalvini, for example, just holding off Simoncic, not making a mistake, can be the difference between finishing on the podium and finishing off it.
And indeed, round the source once more. As we are within the final hour, 54 minutes to go here at Spa-Francorchamps. And the two Goteam cars ahead of the hypercar field, doing a very good job as the leader from the LMP2 car class comes in as well.
Yep, so Mark Viet leading the way. I don't think it's likely that Macchia Yupi and Bintz will be able to get to the end then, so this will drop Blackhawk into at least second, but they should be able to regain the lead before the end once Thomas Enge is in racing pit, unless they've done something absolutely bizarre with the strategy that I've completely missed.
And definitely, and definitely dark. The floodlights at the circuit are very helpful at the moment, as well as these headlights. 8 p.m. at Spa at the moment. Indeed, you do need headlights where I'm located as well, in order to be able to see properly. But as you were saying, Mark Viet in that LMP2 class coming into the pits, and I'm wondering where that car will cycle out again. It's going to be at least third.
Yeah, through goes Bintz then. So it's interesting. Of course, it does take a little bit longer to get out of the pits, and I think Canio in the Pan Corsa is also going to go through as well. So there's a little bit of disadvantage in terms of pitting first of that sort of leading group as put Viet behind, but he will get a little bit of an undercut once those ahead have to pit themselves as well. So there's no reason for Blackhawk to panic just yet. Viet has done an absolutely stellar job so far. The only thing that might be concerning is if they have to switch out drivers here, and that might add a bit of time to the pit stop.
Yeah, and of course it depends how many laps they've already done as to whether they still need to change
I think
drivers.
Viet's continuing. He's just got back on track.
Question is, can these LMP2 cars do 52 minutes in a tank? a feeling that might be asking just a touch too much.
Well, looks like Blackhawk had decided it's worth doing the risk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if there's any fuel saving that goes on at the wheel of that number 30. They've emerged about 26 seconds behind Felipe Canio and about 4 seconds ahead of James Howe. So that's a pretty decent gap in which they can sort of manage things for now, but they don't want to fall too far behind because it could only take a couple of mistakes for Makiyupi to regain the lead here.
Yeah, having a look at this presently second place as the Blackhawk hypercar comes in. This presently second place LMP2 car, Janssen Bintz in the Valley Esports, 14 seconds ahead of Filippo Canio in that Pan Corsa.
Certainly is. Simoncic, by the way, has dropped to 1.9 seconds behind Gianluca Scalvini then.
Yeah.
So the charge has well and truly halted. And the spirits of rFactor Esports, I think, are going to be somewhat diminished, I think, in these final 50 minutes, sadly. So the victory charge, it looks like, has been thwarted by Scalvini. And I think Blackhawk Racing are in an absolutely spectacularly good position here, as long as they can just stay out of trouble, which is obviously the main thing in endurance racing. As I said, it's inevitably towards the end when the tears happen. But also the triumph, because the race will finish and somebody has to win it in all three classes.
So Janssen Bintz climbing the crest there. What else do we have on circuit? We've got this as well. This is James Howe, 4 seconds back, or I should say 5 seconds back, from Mark Veet coming through the source. One of the hypercars directly in front. You can tell
Veet's on
by that.
such fresher tyres though, so he should be able to pull away from James pretty comfortably here.
Yeah, true, but you've got to remember that Veet might need to do that final splash. Not sure about it at 52 minutes.
Yeah, that would be heartbreaking for Blackhawk, having gotten themselves into such a strong position to just find themselves a little bit undone on strategy, having to split the difference there. But yeah, field is going to be the watchword, and everyone is going to be just desperately trying to make sure they've got those tiny little embers of petroleum in the tank that's going to get them to the checkered flag. But yes, for Juki Makiyupi, it will very much be snatching victory from the jaws of defeat then, after being comprehensively outpaced by Mark Veet, but perhaps the amount of the lap times he was doing was just taking too much fuel out of the tank.
Could well be the case. I think so, yeah.
Scalvini, by the way, is pit, which finally releases Jone Simoncic. Jone will be thinking, oh, I wish he'd done that earlier. And now the gap to Martin Mergley, 5 seconds between himself and Jone Simoncic.
Yeah, just a couple, just 5 seconds, a handful of seconds, really not that much at all between these two cars. But I think it comes back to what we were talking about earlier, is the fact that, has really fallen back a lot.
Ooh. And we see some more developments. Kevin Yeager pits from the lead for Blackhawk Racing. So that, presumably, Martin Merkley is going to follow him in, and Simoncic is going to try and stay out here. Across the line, 48 minutes left to go here at Spa-Francorchamps, the closing stages of this first race of Season 17 of the Virtual Endurance Championship in 2024, which will also continue into 2025. And at the moment, it is Goteam that have dominated in Hypercar, with Zoltan Boda, Gabor Hevesi, Christopher Kianik, and Jakab at the wheel of the number 7. Have been dominating proceedings, pulling out a 38-second gap over Cosmo Prosciutto and the crew of the number 17 Goteam. And we've got Zoltan Hives holding on to third, 49 seconds in arrears. Those are the three on the lead lap then. Racing Zone just holding on to the podium. Harry Smith has driven, we've not talked too much about NetRex, number 19. They've held on to fourth in Hypercar, with Gergo below, who's gotten on board Blackhawk Racing number 3, 90 seconds behind them. And it's Martin Ullerman, the wheel of the Seawolf NetRace car, 9 seconds behind Gergo below. And then Ivan Leonov is 7th and last of the Hypercars still running. Yuhamaki Yupi is in the lead of LMP2 for Thomas Engis Sim Racing by 39 seconds from Janssen Bintz in the Valley. Felipe Ocanio is third, 18 seconds clear of Mark Veet, but Veet has pit recently from the lead. He is going to be very, very quick in these closing stages unless there needs to be a splash and dash at some point. James Howe is fifth in class with Valtteri Kaljayanen in 13th for Goteam. Matthews Dabrowski, that's a 13th and 6th in class, sorry. 7th in class is Matthews Dabrowski for Hyperion. Luca Martino is 8th in class for Subra. Nicholas Capadevalion is 9th in class for RFO Simsport. The top 10 in LMP2 is rounded out by Federico Suave for Simframe number 47, or at least it was, because Suave is fighting away with Yusi Narola, who's just gotten through for the number 34 Sean Clark Racing team. Charlie Rigo for On-Off Racing, number 27, is 12th in LMP2 class, with Gregor Luxak in 13th for Goteam. Patrick Savowski for 44 Hyperion, that's been disconnected multiple times, still going 7 laps behind the next car. Jene Simoncic is now leading, with Hoyer having indeed followed the Blackhawk Racing car Kevin Yeager in. Yeager has come out ahead of Erdi Makiel and Cassian Motorsport to the tune of 30 seconds. So now this is the crunch time. Can Simoncic get the fuel tank to last? I suspect that it is extremely unlikely, but you never know. Last lap for Simoncic, 2 minutes 18.0, so I suspect he may have another stop that he has to do before the end of the race. But it is Simoncic leading Jaeger by 24.6 seconds. So actually, overall, Simoncic didn't lose too much time stuck behind Gianluca Scalvini. Scalvini has actually emerged still half a second behind Michi Hoyer in the WRT. So that could be a very, very close fight. Let's see if we can have a look at it. There they are. You see just half a second between the pair. There's Scalvini trying to size up Michi Hoyer. These two have been still stuck between each other, with Simoncic intervening after he pit, and that could well be the case again. If Simoncic pits now, he would definitely come out behind both of them. Would at least be very close. 44 minutes remaining then on the clock. Let's not forget the rest of the behind the top 5 in GT3. We've got Michele Rocon in the second of the Simframes, number 55. We've got Miguel Cardoso at the wheel of the 58, the Lightning McQueen car, 7th in class. Ben Guida is 8th in class for SRC Commerce Esport. Abuel Sequeira is 9th in class for MC Motorsport by Biogas. Scalvini still just 2 tenths behind as they go through Lassos. Nicola Pagani for Tamelli ERT is 10th in class. Bert Knox is 11th in class for Sim Racing for Holland. Andre Marisak is 12th in class for Blackhawk. And look at this then, Scalvini closing as darkness has well and truly fallen over the Ardennes forest as we go down the Kemmel Straight then. A little bit trickier to spot the braking point, but Scalvini, is he going to pull out to the right-hand side for Lecom? No, he does not. So Michi Hoyer, who's just gotten back on board that WRT car, is able to hold on to position. Pagani is also pitting now for Tamelli ERT. Also still running in the race, we have Wanamair for Satellite Racing, number 65, behind Marisak. Callum Cripps for Brabham Motorsport is 14th in class. Nico Barclay for 1.8 still running 15th in class. Robin Vagler, 16th in class for Seawolf Net Race. Then, unfortunately, we've got Chris Gonzalez for Team Iris. He's had a bit of a tricky one, running down 17th in class. The last car running is World of Sim Racing team with David Serra in 18th. And then our 3 retirements, Tane Lua for Team Iris, Jimmy Nisula for Satellite Racing, and Nick De Silva for Race Clutch, the hypercar reigning champions. Didn't really get going in this race at Oh, but now we've just been rejoined by Vidir Heatley, who's just finished a brief break to the bathroom. Looks like
Yes.
Cosmo Piscido just making his second pit stop. No, I mean his final pit stop, sorry.
Yeah, will be the final, yeah.
Yeah, second. I think we had the second pit stop some time ago, but that has dropped him behind Zoltan Hives. Unlikely to me that Racing Zone are going to be able to stretch the tank in the last 40 minutes, and I think it's very, very similar for Jone Simoncic in the lead of GT3 at the moment.
Yes, indeed. And I think when it comes to best delivery on the circuit this year, well, it's clear what the winner of best delivery is. Do we really need to vote on what the best delivery is?
Are you implying it's the 58?
Precisely, yes. It's clearly the best delivery out there on circuit this year.
Well, I mean, if you like Disney Pixar films, and let's try not get the 58 crew sued. I guess it doesn't have a number 95 on the side, so it's not
So it's
similar
fine.
enough to get sued. And I think they changed the sponsors as well, so I think the Lightning McQueen has a certain sponsor, and they have a slightly different version of that. I think. Oh. No, that's still Prosciutto in the pits because he's showing his DNF. Oh no. So right at the end, Goteam were looking good for a 1-2, and all of a sudden Prosciutto's gone into the pits with a huge issue, and it looks like he might be out of the running then, Vidir.
Hopefully it's only a disconnect and can come back out, but
that's
well,
handed
like a dream.
not only Hives second place, but it's handed Harry Smith and Netrex a spot on the podium.
I was going to say that, yeah, what looked like to be a dream start to the season for Goteam has turned into a nightmare within just a matter of minutes. As we're having a look here at what happened, yeah, that's a disconnect.
So frustrating for Cosmo Prosciutto, and the bad luck that plagued him in his FSR season for Goteam seems to have followed him here into VEC. Hopefully Cosmo can get the car back out on track before too long. I think this is him attempting to do so. Has the engine died? Because that looks a little smoky to me, or is that just the light being a bit poor here?
Or is it a hardware failure?
It could well be. Boda now pits from the lead as well. Are we about to see things completely fall apart for Goteam in the final half hour of this race? That would be absolute tragedy. Cosmo Prosciutto hopefully can get going again, because Gogo below, I think, is about to get the Black Court car into 4th overall. And then it's not long before Martin Ullmann is going to come along as well, only about 4 seconds in a rear. So there's a big fight for what is now 4th in the hypercar class between those two.
It is Zoltan Boda appears to have got out of the stationary part of the pits without a problem. The next part is going around here, has managed to exit the pits with that very, very difficult pit exit. I'd probably say it's the most difficult of the season.
Yeah, and now because of what's happened to Prosciutto, it's Zoltan versus Zoltan, isn't it? Between Goteam number 7 and Racing Zone team number 22. Boda versus Hives then, with Hives 19 seconds down. So Boda has emerged back in the lead on fresher tyres. So you would think, I think he has everything he needs to come out on top in these final 38 minutes. But we've seen what happened to Prosciutto. That will be concerning. It seems the internet from Boston in the United States is not held.
But as you said, it appears that this bad luck has transferred between championships for Cosmo. But coming down, Zoltan Boda's managed to get out of the pits fine. For what will be the final stop of that car's race, with a 19-second gap to that Racing Zone number 22. So this is a good, comfortable gap for the final 38 minutes of the race, as the Valley Esports car comes in from second position in the LMP2 class as well.
Yeah, so Janssen Bintz makes his final stop. That's going to put him behind Mark Viet, who's 6.8 seconds behind Filippo Canio in the Pan Corsa car, which has now been promoted to second, of course. So, yeah, Mark Viet would be interesting. I think if Bintz can't get to the end, then it's looking likely that Canio and Makiyupi are going to pit as well then.
Yeah, so the Valley car comes in. Having a look at this battle in the GT3 class, very quickly find again. This Scalvini, I think, has is 1.4 seconds behind Mitchie Hoy in the WRT. So this Simfin car has actually managed to come back up to the rear bumper of that WRT, or at least a little bit closer now.
Yeah, Scalvini really His confidence seems to have grown after holding off Simoncic. Now he's sort of become he's the one that needs to get through. The boot's on the other foot here, so Michi Hoyer's going to try and hold on to that fourth position in the race, but which could well become third if Simoncic pits ahead of them. So, we think Jaeger, Ekiel, Hoyer, and Scalvini can all get to the end then.
Yeah, indeed, and yeah, I think that I think these two cars should be fine to the end. It really was the 82 car was the one that we thought had to stop once more, and yeah, yet to stop here. And Simoncic 23 seconds ahead of the Blackhawk number 91. But I have a feeling that we might see that car come in within the next
and
5 to
Jaeger's
10 minutes
closing
or so,
as
yeah.
well. 2:17.1 last lap. Simoncic 2:18.3. It is possible that Rafa are trying to save fuel. It's can they save enough fuel? The problem is it might be a couple of laps more than the laws of physics will allow them to save. Essentially, at the speed they need to go around this track to get to the end.
As here, yeah, sorry, go on.
Somebody in chat, Alistair Kirk asks, can we get an onboard lap with an LMP2, please? Oh, well, I guess we'll have to see.
It's a fun LMP2. Let's go for this one.
Stim Prines has gotten on board the Valet number 36, and he's right behind Dabrowski, as you see on screen. Valtteri Kaljayan is also pitting for Goteam in front of the pair of them. So he's about 40 seconds ahead, so that's going to promote this into the battle for fourth in class then. And I think Prince, who's every bit as quick as Janssen Bintz, to be honest, has got a great chance. He's almost alongside coming out of Paul Frere and going down towards Blanchimont then. And Dabrowski looking very, very cagey here indeed.
Yeah, I was going to show more on board, but we might need the outboard camera angle here. And here we go. Move into, was that maybe a slight contact in the braking zone there?
A little bit side-on contact, but that looked fairly clean to me from Prince and Dabrowski.
And then
turning the lights off
flashing
there.
lights. Yes, angry flashing lights.
Yeah, well, clearly Dabrowski thought that was more serious than I did. In a way, the off-board camera, it's just two pairs of headlights in the distance, so it's a bit hard to tell who is who. Especially, as you say, when the Hyperion and the Valet both use liberal shades of orange.
Here we go. We're having a look on board now. Dabrowski trying to at least chase down Prince again, but look how far away Prince already is.
Indeed, yes. So Prince, another really, really accomplished endurance racing driver in the same vein as Janssen Bintz. He's had a lot of success
on there as well.
Yeah, Dabrowski in real issues here, so he might be under attack from James Howe 9 seconds down the road in these this closing phase of the race then. Oh, and the race leader's out. That's Zoltan Boda's been disconnected. He's showing his DNF in the pit lane, and that hands first position to Zoltan Hives with just 33 minutes left in the 6 hours of Spa.
No.
This is absolute heartbreak for Goteam. This is exactly what nobody wanted to happen to them, and it's happened.
10 minutes is all it takes for a race to go pear-shaped, and that's exactly what has happened to Goteam here this evening at Spa-Francorchamps. There was one DNF 5 minutes ago. We've got the second one. Zoltan Boda has now what looks like to be disconnected.
It doesn't rain, it pours at Goteam, doesn't it? After pretty much not putting a foot wrong since the start. They've had it taken away through no fault of their own, and Zoltan Hives, who was doing a pretty decent job to keep up with the pair of them, is going to inherit victory, it would seem.
Yeah, what was going to be a dream start for Goteam has turned into a nightmare. Oh no.
Was it during a routine pit stop, or is this him trying to get to the other end of the pit lane here? Everything seems okay so far. Going into the sports car pit lane.
Endurance pit lane coming through. That all seems to be fine as well. Yeah, it's just a disconnect, it looks like. Or is it?
Yeah, I think regardless of the oh, there we go. Yeah, he's just gone into reverse and is now stuck against the pit wall. Maybe there's a hardware issue for Zoltan Boda there. So it's just a perfect
looks
storm
really
of horrible
weird.
misfortune for Goteam.
That looks really, really strange.
And looks like Boda's going to try and get back on track now as well. So Harry Smith has gone through up to second for Netrax. Joy for the British driver and the Italian team he drives for, because they've been running fifth for most of this race. Suddenly they're second. Here we go. Boda exits the pit garage. And he's going to try again. So to me, that looked like an issue with his wheel there, because it went into reverse and suddenly he went fully to the left.
Yeah.
But anyway then, 31 minutes left to go. Boda wants to finish in the top 4. He needs to get out pretty quick because Gogo Below's gone through, so Blackhawk are going to inherit the podium here as well. Martin Ullerman is about 100 seconds behind, so I think Boda, once he starts the lap, might end up in a fight for 5th here in these closing stages. Meanwhile, Mark Veit, is 2 seconds now behind Filippo Canio in the fight for 2nd in LMP2. And then it's a whole minute to Jukka Mäki-Jypi. So Mäki-Jypi, at the moment, it seems he's trying to stretch out the field to get to the end. And it's the same with Simoncic. So they've really got no option but to sort of try and coast it home here and lap significantly slower than the maximum pace they're capable of.
And you've got this battle for 4th position in the GT class. Scalvini closing yet again on Michi Hoy in that WRT car. 30 minutes to go now, 7/10 of a second separating the two of these cars as they're coming around Blanchimont and towards the chicane once more.
Yeah, so Scalvini refusing to give up in his fantastic fight against Michi Hoyer, though. 4/10 in it at the present moment as they just have to let the Racing Zone, the new race leader, number 22, go through there. Looks like Boda has rejoined in 4th, but of course that's a somewhat illusory 4th. We'll have to see when the completes his first racing lap what the timing screen updates to. Scalvini there once more tucking into the toes, looking, as you say, Vidir, much closer than he did for a long while before now. He was able to get close to the middle sector, but not here down the Kemmel Straight then. So he's tucked right in the slipstream. Is he going to be able to pull the move on Michi Hoyer and steal away 4th place, which could potentially become a podium if Simoncic can't get the field the last? Here he comes.
Here we go.
He pulls out to the right. He's alongside.
Contact.
Michi Hoyer tries to squeeze, and he's going to have to go off track there.
Yeah, gone off track and wondering, not conceding the position is Hoyer. And
I'm
I'm
hypercar
surprised
a bit held up here as well.
I'm surprised that Scalvini decided to flash the lights there.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, that is absolutely the right thing. Simoncic is coming into the pits now from the lead. So Kevin Yeager is going to retake the lead for Blackhawk Racing number 91 in GT3 class. So that means this is the battle for the podium now.
I'm not sure it'll be a half fuel tank. And I'm not sure whether that'll be 90 seconds.
Ooh. Could be controversial for Rafa Esports. 28 minutes left to go. The splash and dash in effect then. Is he going to come out ahead of Erdi Maykiel? I think it's going to be unlikely. It's going to be more interesting to see where he comes out relative to Hoyer and Scalvini. Especially they've been fighting each other. That could make the difference here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out which two of these cars we're actually looking at for the battle. It's the
Scalvini, I think, written by the little graphic on the bottom right.
Yeah, Scalvini. I was trying to work out where Hoyer was at the same time. But Hoyer appears to have run off into the distance through that gaggle of traffic.
Yeah,
Indeed, there you go.
Doesn't look like, it doesn't sound like a lot, but on the screen it's certainly closer than 4/10, or further away than 4/10, I should say. Looks like Mark Veit has passed Filippo Canio, by the way, for 2nd position, and now Canio goes into the pits for his splash and dash as well. We know Mark Veit hit it right on the bubble for the LMP2 fuel tank, getting it to the end here. So 62 seconds to Jukka Mäki-Jypi. So this all depends. Do Thomas Sim Racing go into the pits now, or are they going to try and impossibly stretch the fuel tank? I think they may have to pit and try and make up the ground to Mark Veit in the final stint here.
Yeah, 52 minutes. I would almost argue is too long, considering you're not exactly sure where the leader is going to be when the checkered flag falls.
And Symmetry just come out 7 seconds ahead of Erdi Makiol as well in GT3. So that means Rafa are second, then 31 seconds behind Kevin Yeager. Probably a little bit too much to make up in just 25 minutes or so left to go in this race. Yeah. So we might be looking at Blackhawk winning and Rafa settling for second here. But Caspian, let's not discount. They qualified right at the back of the field, and they fought their way all the way through to third. And really kind of outfoxed WRT and Simfring, at least for the time being, if that Caspian fuel tank is going to hold here. So and Ikimaki Yupi puts. So Thomas Engelson Racing are going to concede the lead to Blackhawk Racing once more.
But I think you should come out in second again.
Yeah, certainly. They've got a big gap to Canio. It's 100 seconds or so. Dabrowski's also doing the splash and dash as well. So that's going to drop him out of the top 4. Prince is only about 7 seconds behind Canio now that Canio's pit as well. So Stim Prince has still got a chance at the podium here for Valley Esports.
That's quite interesting, actually, considering what sort of position they were in earlier in the race. When what was about 3 hours to go, when it seemed they seemed to have a almost a set of tires that didn't agree with what they were trying to do.
Yeah, certainly. So they seem to have fought back from their earlier misfortune. Scalvini still 7 tenths behind Michi Hoyer in the battle for what we know now is 4th position. So not going to inherit 3rd. Yukimaki Yupi still in the pits. Mark Vita is about to come through any second now and take the LMP2 class lead for Blackhawk Racing number 30. And indeed he does so. Through he goes.
Fantastic.
And that's a really, really important moment for Blackhawk Racing. And Yukimaki Yupi's just exiting the pits now, 2 seconds in arrears. So we've got to fight for the overall lead in LMP2.
This is going to be very, very fun. When
you can tell Thomas Enge were trying to pit as late as possible to make the splash and dash as short as possible, but it couldn't be short enough in the end. Blackhawk have got the jump on them, but can Blackhawk stretch that fuel tank? That's the big question. And have they got enough pace to hold off Yukimaki Yupi in doing so? We get a question in chat from David Nichols. Which car is Max in? Does he mean... I'm trying to remember which driver. We did have a Maximilian, didn't we? I'm trying to remember which car he was in. Unless they mean Verstappen, in which case I think we might have to try again some other time to get Verstappen in this series. But,
no, it has happened before. Redline wasn't this...
that's very true.
Was a special guest entry, I think. What was it, a couple of years ago? Remember, serves me correctly. Oh, more than a couple of years ago now, but yeah. Trolling, I think. But
isn't it Baku next weekend? They wouldn't let him do it in the... Well, actually, the weekend in between is probably better than the actual race weekend.
Yeah. Michi Hoy in this WRT car, 32.6 seconds back. As we now have control back. And we can have a look at on board with Yuha. You're quite on board, but we're now tracking, if you like, Yuha Makiyupi in this Thomas Engel car. 4.2 seconds the gap to Blackhawk.
Yeah, certainly a very, very tense ending in store with both teams being so evenly matched. I really think it's going to come down to that Blackhawk fuel tank, whether he's going to be able to last it to the end or have to do a splash and dash in the last 10 minutes or so if they realise they're just going to run out.
And here we go. Now you can have your onboard lap with the LMP2 car. It's taken a while, but now you can.
Yeah, what a nice view of the back of the GT3 Mercedes number 51 there.
Indeed, coming through Malmedy at the top of the circuit. And coming down, you can see the blue lights flashing for the number 53 car directly ahead. This is the biogas car.
Indeed it is. The 51 was the World of Sim Racing team, driven by David Serra at the moment. That's currently the last car running in the order. It's great to see them still going. There could still be a couple of points up the grabs for them, so it's certainly worth persevering. Scalvini, by the way, still 6-7 tenths behind Michi Hoyer, who's robustly holding that fourth position for the WRT squad. Yuki Yupi being stuck behind those GT3 cars has cost him. He's now 7 seconds behind Mike Veit. And Black Hawk Racing have just got to keep this pace up. The last lap 204.0, so it doesn't sound like they're saving that much fuel, to be honest. Unless they need to do a late minute splash and dash here, then I think Black Hawk have got this one.
Oh, don't say that, considering what we've seen happen to Goteam recently.
Yeah, that was absolutely catastrophic. Although Boda still going in fourth, actually, so he was able to get ahead of Martin Ullerman for Seawolf Net Race. And he's 22 seconds behind Gogo below, but the gaps in Hypercar are a little bit too big. Hives leads Harry Smith by an entire lap, so we're looking at Racing Zone taking a very, very unexpected win, but definitely take nothing away from them.
I would say so, yeah.
They put themselves in that position to take advantage when things went wrong for Boda and Prosciutto. As we see Mark V actually surpass Prosciutto's laps in the order, so that puts them 7th overall. And 7 seconds ahead of Yukimaki Yupi, who we rode on board with just for a few moments there, continuing to chase him down. But yeah, he lost 3 seconds on that previous lap to Mark Veit.
Yeah, just doesn't appear to have the pace then at this moment of the race. We've got this battle once again for fourth between Scalvini and Hoyer. These two, half a second between the two of them. And still, after 7 hours, 40 minutes of racing, only 71 seconds behind the class leader.
Yep, that's certainly a very, very credible effort indeed for all of these. Pretty much the top 5 in GT3 have been pretty closely matched. It could really have gone either way with the strategies. But at the moment, Black Hawk Racing have nailed it completely, leading Simoncic by 33 seconds. They've extended the gap by another 2 seconds now. And in fact, Simoncic actually slightly under threat from Caspian Motorsport. Akyol, the Turkish driver, only 6.8 seconds behind. So Caspian have really put in a stellar comeback performance from the back of the field today.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job. And yeah, really good to see them once again having a good race here in the VEC. And always good to see them. And yeah, just goes to show how, again, you can have a quiet race and end up with a good result.
Yeah, we also see Filippo Canio has lost the final spot on the podium to Stein Prinz in the Valley Esports number 36. So the gap 1.8 seconds between the two then. And it looks like Prinz is going to continue to disappear off into the distance. And oh, Mark V is pitting for Black Hawk. So the fuel tank could not last. I said 19 minutes to go, and Black Hawk Racing have been forced to concede defeat then. So that is surely going to leave them right in the same territory as Stein Prinz, isn't it? They're going to come out very, very close. It's about a 40-second gap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be quite close, I think, actually. You are right when they come out. Stein Prinz, at the moment, we're having a look at the number 36 car.
Yeah, and
really
for
close,
Thomas Engate, this really shows that they got the strategy nailed on, didn't they? They didn't take any risks, whereas Black Hawk tried to go a little bit faster and ultimately couldn't quite get the field to last, whereby pitting as early as they did. So perhaps with where they were in the fuel conservation, they just couldn't save any more fuel because there just literally wasn't any more left in the tank. But yeah, Yukimaki Yupi is going to lead by over 45 seconds now. And in fact, there we go. Prinz is now 18 seconds behind Mike Veit then. So the gap 46 seconds as the Black Hawk Racing number 30 rejoins the order. But nonetheless, great performance from Mark Veit. Just a shame the strategy couldn't quite work out for them.
Yeah, it was just a little bit short there. Maybe waiting for a couple of code 80s that never.
Oh, Scalvini passes Hoyer. Scalvini finally passes Hoyer for 4th position then, and I think that seems to have happened. Let's see, I believe.
Camel straight, they call.
Camel straight, yeah, there we go. So excellent performance to finally make the move by Gianluca Scalvini then after such a strong defensive drive from Hoyer. It finally falls apart with 15 minutes to go.
Indeed. So just what would be for these GT cars? What, 9 laps to go, approximately? Maybe 8 laps to
Roughly.
go.
I mean, we'll see
Yeah.
how quickly Jaeger goes here, but last lap 2:17.5 for Jaeger.
Yeah, so 4 laps, 11 minutes. Yeah, maybe like 8 laps or so. But Mitchie Hoyer will no doubt want to try and retaliate as soon as possible to regain that 4th position back. Coming through Paul Frere and Stavilo, and out towards Blanchimont once more. This WRT car, this BMW, I think it is coming through. The first right-hander, the first left-hander through Blanchimont itself is the next one. We'll maybe launch an attack coming down towards the chicane, but it's so difficult to do so here because of these kinks directly before. It's going to swing all the way around to the outside, or at least feigned to do so in that number 88 car. Not able to make a move though in that WRT, but across the start-finish line once more. The prototype traffic laps him again, and that gap extending a little bit more, 0.4 of a second between the two of them.
Yeah, Hoyer, I think, is waiting for the Kemmel Straight to try and use the straight line speed there. It would have been a little bit risky trying to go around the outside at bus stop, especially so late in the race with visibility not being particularly great in the pitch black darkness. But here they go.
Traffic might help.
It certainly could. Up the hill through Radion they go, and onto the Kemmel Straight once more. Hoyer trying to get revenge on Gianluca Scalvini then. But again, a little bit too far back, I think, to really make a risky dive. But he's certainly going to move around in the wing mirrors before returning to the racing line. That was just to try and put Scalvini off there.
Yeah, indeed. Playing a little bit of mind games is Hoyer. Like he tried to do to Simoncic earlier on, but now doing it to Scalvini, see if they work on him instead. Coming around Bruxelles and down towards Copenhagen. And this WRT car looking to regain that 4th position, because you never know at the end of the season, could this position win them the championship?
Well, it could certainly do the championship a lot of good starting off one position higher, because let's remind ourselves, difference between 4th and 5th is 18 and 16 points, so it's 2 points up for grabs here. But as you say, it could make a huge difference come the conclusion of this season.
And definitely Hoyer had the better line through the Peace Path due to the traffic that time round. And look how close to the rear end of that Symphony car the WRT is. Going to get so much slipstream when they run down towards Blanchimont.
Yep, the good opportunity once more for Mitchie Hoyer to use the straight line speed of that WRT BMW then. Through Blanchimont they go, and Scalvini desperate not to give up this hard-earned position to the outside. Hoyer all switches to the inside there, very, very late into the bus stop. They go side by side. Mitchie Hoyer muscles his way around the outside of the Simfream car, and they're still side by side. And as they cross the line with Scalvini just inching his nose ahead, but Hoyer has got the inside for La Source.
Here comes the hypercar up the inside as well.
Oh, 3 into 1 does not go, my friends.
They're still side by side though. Got to be careful of that hypercar, and it looks like the Symphony car will have the line for coming up the hill. Indeed it does.
There we go. So Scalvini holding on by the skin of his teeth. Fantastic racing between these two as it gets very, very physical. Oh my goodness me.
Side by side once more. It looks like Hoyer definitely has the momentum this round around, and indeed cleared the car in 5th place before you even get to the braking zone.
Yeah, fantastic driving then from Mitchie Hoyer. Refused to give up there, and used the strengths of his car in terms of straight line speed to his advantage, and Scalvini was just denied them. But is he going to take that sitting down? Still 4/10 between them then, and only 12 minutes left to go here in the first race of the VEC season here at Spa-Francorchamps. We started out with 6 hours. We now just got 12 minutes on the clock then, and it's Zoltan Hives that leads for Racing Zone in Hypercar, Yukimaki Yuppie that leads for Thomas Enger Sim Racing in LMP2, and Kevin Yeager that leads for Blackhawk in GT3.
So here they come through the PFAV once more, and Hoya definitely has pulled out a gap since that move last time round coming along the Kemmel Straight. But I'd say that the gap between these two cars still not that much, as they are going to break the timing beam 0.6 of a second between the two of them.
Yep, very, very little to choose between them still. Scalvini not exactly being dropped by Hoya. So Hoya, despite even the straight line speed, can't really escape in that middle sector, and that's what's holding him back here a little bit. But certainly those 2 extra points for 4th position, so crucial to hold on to them here. And Scalvini, he's very, very intent to get them back now. But there's just 11 minutes left on the clock, and this battle could go either way. It's definitely the closest one on track, although Ekiol is only about 6 seconds behind Simoncic, keeping him very, very honest on that final spot at the podium. And that really shows that Caspian 75 have been certainly one of the stars of the day in terms of using a very, very clever strategy. Interestingly, Harry Smith has got back on the lead lap to Zoltan Hives. He's 125 seconds down. So I wonder if Hives has had a late splash and dash or something there.
Or just managing the pace at this point.
That's true. That's true. He was
There's
3
no
seconds
need-
faster than Hives the previous lap, lapping in the 2-minute 04s.
Yeah, there's no need to drive at 100% if you know there's a nice group behind you.
Very, very true. And why not let the Netrex behind unlap itself, I guess. But yeah, I mean, if we have a third leader that hits trouble, that could be absolutely even more heartbreaking.
Well, technically it'd be the
Hypercar.
4th, because that 1089 car was in the lead.
Oh, that's true.
the
That's
very
true.
beginning of
Very
the
early on.
race.
But I think 1089 have probably gotten over that in nearly 6 hours since that happened. But yeah, Scalvini has certainly not gotten over losing 4th position, because he's still throwing absolutely everything at Michi Hoyer at the moment.
Going through the PFAF as we reach 10 minutes to go here at Spa. About 4 laps left for these GT cars, maybe a 5th lap in the bank. It depends exactly when the race leader, that racing zone number 22, will cross the start-finish line when the clock hits 0. But Scalvini is just falling back a little bit more, 0.9 of a second. Maybe took too much out of the tyres to take that position in the first place.
Yeah, certainly looks like he's struggling to stay with Hoyer at this point, despite the fact that the WRT was consistently pitting earlier. So the tyre life seems like we've hit the sort of convergence point in terms of tyre life and performance here.
That's coming out of the chicane. Try and not run over those white lines. You might get a track limit strike, and that will not be good, especially at this point of the race. 3/4 of a second less than that, actually. 7/10 of a second separate the two of them as they cross the line with about 9 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Racing down the hill towards Eau Rouge, and eventually we'll reach the Kemmel Straight, where we've seen pretty much all of the moves in this battle of the car.
Yeah, interestingly, Mark Viet is lapping about almost 3 seconds a lap quicker than Juha-Matti Jypi. But unfortunately, the gap's still 37.5 seconds then, with 8 minutes left to go. So a late charge, but unless Maki Jypi has overconsumed in terms of fuel, then I think Black Hawk will have to settle for second here in LMP2 Pro.
So here comes Scalvini, perhaps 6/10 of a second. So actually gained a little bit through the first sector that time around. Now we're actually getting into the section of the track where that Simfin car appears to be a bit stronger. Coming down through Copenhagen and down towards Poulon once more. That gap closing ever so slightly, but the question is it enough to make a move down towards the chicane?
It's going to be tricky. I think the BMW had the straight line speed. I'm not certain that the Ferrari Simframe entry does. But we'll have to see. Maybe Scalvini can do something clever, take advantage of some traffic here, tripping Michi Hoyer up. But certainly time is well and truly running out for Scalvini here. And Michi Hoyer has got the advantage at the moment.
So here comes these two cars, 0.8 of a second, 0.9 of a second, really the gap as they crossed that second timing beam just before they got onto the straight here. 7 minutes and 17 seconds to go here at Spa-Francorchamps. A little bit too far back is that Simpson car at the moment. And it looks like I said, might have just taken a bit too much out of the tyres in the previous 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, quite possibly. So, yeah, you certainly want to make sure you've got some tyres before to get you through that final stint, of course. And perhaps was Scalvini doing that brilliant defensive job against not just Hoyer but Simoncic as well. Perhaps there's the knock-on effect of that has left him with just not quite enough to keep this fight going in the closing stages. Luxak pits for Goteam, and wow, what a miserable 40 minutes it's been for Goteam, isn't it? Because it's all completely turned around on them, and they've gone from looking at a 1-2 in hypercar to looking at 4th place in hypercar.
And a DNF, yep.
And a DNF, and then a 6th in class in LMP2.
We'll still get classified, that second Goteam car.
That's true, that's true. But that's not going to be a huge consolation to Pashite after being disconnected from what would have been a best ever second place.
Also true. But still, we'll get more points because of being classified.
Yep. So I guess you got to look for the non-cloudy part of the horizon,
Yes.
as it were. Anyway, yeah, the only really two close fights on track are really Scalvini versus Hoyer and Akiol versus Simoncic, and I think Simoncic has got much fresher tyres than Erdim Akiol. But yeah, Scalvini, to his credit, not giving up, never say die attitude from the Italian, which is what we love about him. 5 minutes left to go on the clock, and Zoltan Hives, along with his teammates, Zoltan and David Toff, Zolt Pribek, and Bence Pankatai are going to take a first ever victory, I think, for Racing Zone in the Virtual Endurance Championship Division 1, which will be a big milestone for them. They've certainly finished on the podium before. I don't think they've won before.
Yeah, it will be a massive step and the perfect way to begin, really, season 17, isn't it?
Yep, 17 seasons. They're crazy to think about. As look at how tight this is getting, with Scalvini being a little bit held up by the Goteam LMP2.
Of course, that VEC now old enough to hold a driving license in the UK.
Very true. Although I'm significantly older than VEC and I still don't have a driver license. So.
To be honest, neither have I, so it's fine. I'm also older than the VEC, and I'm significantly older, and I also don't have a driving license, so it's fine.
Still probably time for both of us. It's probably when you live in or you went to university in like a city centre, which public transport is, it's not a lot of impetus.
Yeah, walking distance to university, then I've lived in 2 cities since then with pretty good public transport systems, and yeah.
I didn't say the public transport system where I live was good.
And also true.
Just that it was easier. But anyway.
But yeah, Michi Hoyer, 0.7 of a second is all that separates 4th position from him, and well, of course, 3.5 minutes as well. Have a look actually where on circuit is that race leader? Where is that number 22 car on circuit? Coming actually up through Eau Rouge, which makes me think that'll be. Could that be 3 laps to go? Are we on the penultimate lap?
I think so. It's a little bit hard for me
sure.
to tell.
Is it being 1 minute 50 per lap? I don't know. We might be on the penultimate lap.
Yeah,
actually.
150. It's about 2 minutes though per lap, I think.
Yeah, it is. So I think we're on the penultimate lap now here.
Well, that's certainly a interesting way to end the day then, with a bit of a shock result, a first-time winner. But at Hives then, who has not really put too much of a foot wrong, he just didn't quite have the pace of Goteam. But in the end, it was a good fortune that they hit trouble and he did not. And it's certainly important to have the luck go your way in terms of the connection holding, the wheel, the hardware not acting up. You see he's a lap ahead of 5th place Martin Ullerman, who's just behind him on the road there, but he's 120 seconds then Harry Smith, who's actually been consistently closing about a second per lap, but unfortunately there's not enough minutes left.
Time,
Yeah. So he knows he can take it a bit easy here, but for Racing Zone, after their success in EERC, driving a very, very similar hypercar, it must be said, this is going to be a big moment. They showed that they can do it on all different rFactor 2 platforms, and they can beat the very, very best that sim racing has to offer.
And there we go, 1 minute 40, well, 2, so this will be the last lap.
There we go then. So closing stages. Do you want to talk through the finish as they all cross the line, by the way?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, why not?
Since you are the lead commentator, I thought I should give you the honor.
Theoretically, yes, theoretically, that's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah,
but
but if you want me to do LMP2s or GT3s for them, but maybe because it could be a while while we're waiting for them. But yeah, I'm just looking at the track map now as Hives is just going down the Kemmel Straight. Yukamaki Luppi is just about to go through Piff Paff Fania Chicane. And where's the other class leader? That would be the orange one on screen. And that's, of course, our Black Hawk number 91 of Kevin Yeager, just going through Eau Rouge and Radion now.
Indeed. So Zoltan Hives, this number 22 car, as you said earlier, has benefited from having a clean race and not having any software or hardware failures. And that's sometimes all you need in endurance racing, is to be able to capitalize at the correct moments. That number 22 car certainly has.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to feel a little bit for Goteam, but I think Boda, Hevesi, Kianik, Jakob, they'll all be back for another go next time out at Interlagos, I believe. So certainly there's encouraging signs to take from that. But for Zoltan Hives, it's going to be a very, very well-earned victory here with just 10 seconds left on the clock. Time is well and truly running out now.
Yeah, so here we go. This number 22 car coming along through Blanchimont for the final time, and it's done a fantastic job here today, keeping the nose clean and staying out of trouble when it was most important. That's exactly what you need in endurance racing, and the Racing Zone team is beginning season 17 in style. The number 22 car wins the 8 Hours of Spa.
Yeah, a fantastic performance then from Hives, Toff, Prubek, Toff and Pankatai, the crew of number 22 Racing Zone team that, of course, spent most of the race running in third and really benefited from the issues that Goteam ran into near the end in the closing stages, but take nothing away from that performance. They did the job, and they're going to be 110 seconds ahead of Harry Smith from Netrex GP. But coming through the final chicane now is our GD3 leader, Kevin Yeager for Black Hawk Racing. Here he is. It's victory for the number 91 Black Hawk. Start the season in GD3 in style by beating Jerne Simoncic and Jesper Peterson in RAFA Esports by 41 seconds. A fantastic drive from the German team.
Yeah, these two are coming to the peak path now. So I think actually the number 28 car will reach the start-finish line before them, and did they? It will. So Thomas Enga Sim Racing, last season champions in the GT3 class, graduated to LMP2 and starting as the mean to go on. Got to be careful of that GT traffic ahead and not reach disaster in the final corner of the race. But no, Yuan Matuyupe, that Thomas Enga Sim Racing number 28, takes the checkered flag here at Spa to win the LMP2 class.
Yeah, a good strategic fight with Mark Veet and Black Hawk Racing as well, with some good pace bringing Black Hawk Racing into the mix, but the fuel strategy just that little bit too ambitious, so the gap will be 20 seconds in the end, which sounds like a lot, but in terms of the strategy...
No, tail, yeah.
Here comes then Scalvini's going to fall just that little bit too short as Michi Hoyer holds on to fourth for WRT, so they finish just off the podium in the end behind Erdium Akyol. Only about 10 seconds behind Akyol actually in the end.
Actually not that far back, that's entirely true.
Yeah, so it was a really, really close fight in GT3. I think all three classes certainly delivered. Certainly LMP2 and GT3 with lots
Yeah.
of great close overtakes and racing and some good defensive driving too, whereas Hypercar, it was more the spectacular retirements really that caught our attention there, with the top three really just being able to stay out of trouble, and that making all the difference with best ever results for Racing Zone. I think that's NetRex's best result in Hypercar, and Blackhawks as well.
Yeah, some incredible racing actually, as you said, in the LMP2 and GT3 class today, and I can only hope that the rest of the season goes on like that, because I do want another 7 races exactly like that.
Anyway, so do you want me to go through the final results then?
Please do, yes.
Sure thing. So, after 6 hours of racing, and I believe, how many laps in the end?
It's 8 hours of racing.
8 hours, yeah, sorry, I missed 2 hours there somewhere.
No, it's fine.
After 234 laps of racing, which is what I was thinking of, as it says on screen, Zoltan Hives takes victory along with the rest of the crew of Racing Zone number 22. NetRex GP are able to secure second position in the number 19 crew, with Harry Smith crossing the line to take a Roy roller and a podium. Gergo below crossing the line in third for the Black Hawk Racing team. A great podium for that crew, including Giuseppe Pastore and Loic Mounier. Zoltan Boda, it's a case of what could have been for Goteam, was leading by quite a long way before suffering a wheel failure in the pit lane during a pit stop. That means he finishes fourth. Martin Ullerman gets the Seawolf Net Race team home in fifth place in Hypercar. Then it's Ivan Leonov in the second Net Rex in sixth, rounding out the finishes in Hypercar, with, of course, Cosmo Prosciutto being disconnected just under an hour, or about, well, no, it was 40 minutes before the end of the race from second position. So Prosciutto will still get a point for being technically classified in the number 17 Goteam crew. In LMP2, Juha-Maki Yuppie takes victory for Thomas Enge Sim Racing. Then it's Blackhawk Racing number 30 in the hands of Mark Viet that takes second position in class. Tim Prinz takes third in class for Valley Esports, a great recovery from them. Filippo Canio takes fourth in class after being overtaken in the closing stages by Prinz. James Howe finishes fifth after good drive for the XRL Esports crew in the number 48. Goteam takes sixth in class in LMP2 with the number 38 crew, with Valtteri Kaljayan crossing the line. Mateusz Dabrowski gets the number 45 Hyperion home seventh in class, ahead of Luca Martino in the Arms Sebra. Then in the number 26 RO Simsport entry, it's Nicholas Papadibalion that gets home ninth in class. 10th in class, rounding out the top 10, is Sean Clark Racing number 34, driven by David Baranek and Jussi Nurola. Number 47 Simfream entry, Federico Suave takes 11th in class. Then it is the number 27 On-Off Racing, which had a bit of an on-off day. They come home in 12th in the hands of Nicholas Lemoyne. Finally, Goteam number 37 rounds out the finishes in LMP2 in the hands of Gregor Luxak, 13th in class, with Patrick Zawalski, I think, not quite covering enough distance to overcome Cosmo Prosciutto in the overall order. So he takes 21st but 14th in LMP2. Kevin Yeager, a great victory for Blackhawk Racing, number 91. He gets the car home in first place ahead of Jerne Simoncic and Jesper Peterson for Rafa Esports. It looked very close for a long while, but in the end, Blackhawk did have things under control. Edim Akyol, a fantastic recovery for Caspian Motorsport number 75 to get onto the final step of the podium, outfoxing both number 88 WRT team and the number 99 Simfrum Esports team, with Michi Hoyer and Gianluca Scalvini putting on a fantastic fight throughout the final hour of the race. Michele Rocon got home sixth in class for Simfrum number 55. Then it was the number 58, driven by Miguel Cardoso, getting home in seventh, a little bit under the radar from the Lightning McQueen car, but we'd love to see them in action. In eighth in class, it's number 80 SRC Commerce Esports, driven by Ben Guida. Ninth in class is the 81 Black Hawk Racing entry driven by André Meersak. Number 52, Sim Racing for Holland. They got home, rounding out the top 10 in the hands of Bert Knops. Abel Sequeira got the number 53 MC Motorsport by Biogas car home in 11th in class. And it's Juan Amaya, 12th in class for number 65 Satellite Racing. Nicola Pagani, 13th in class for Tamelli ERT number 69. Callum Cripps got the Brabham Motorsport number 83 home, 14th in class. Nico Barclay managed to get the 1 acre entry, the number 96 home in 15th in class. Robin Vagler got the Seawolf Net Race number 77 Aston Martin home, 16th in class. 17th in class was Chris Gonzalez for number 70 Team Iris. A bit of bad luck for them and indeed for David Serra in the number 51 World of Sim Racing team. There are 39th and final classified finisher. Not classified from the race, retiring early on, was Ten Lua for Team Iris number 78. Jimmy Nisula for Satellite Racing 64. Disappointing start for a great team there. And then, of course, the reigning champions, Race Clutch. Their race never got going. They were 92 laps down on anybody else and 210 laps on the down on the race lead were Nick De Silva and Bradley Sellers. So that concludes, really, action-packed 8 hours of racing then. And since nobody wants to interview us, I think, Vidir, we can go to closing thoughts.
Indeed, yes. So it's been a fantastic race so far. I can only hope the rest of the season continues like this. What about you?
Yeah, a fantastic opportunity to commentate on my first VEC race, and I think yeah, plenty of action, especially in LMP2 and GT3, but Hypercar as well, bringing its drama as well, and it remains incredibly unpredictable who's going to come out on top with the overall trophies at the end of the season. But for Racing Zone, for Thomas Enger Sim Racing, and for Black Hawk Racing, it could not have started any better.
So indeed, join